choices you made. It's all by design. Go with it. Come on, don't fuck up the feng shui.
I see everything with new beams, I do dream. My eyes are glowing, mood rings, you're boring. Stop dealing with the true thing, I do think. When you think too much, you're removing what's moving. Stuck inside a statue, look at you. Go ahead and pogo, something will catch you. A petty logo shed on my tattoos. I read all the bad news, it says I'm too careful.
Tap into the frequency line. Tap into the frequency line. The universe never steered me wrong. The universe never lied. Take me bound to the calm me down. The fantasy and this remedy. Free from where you don't belong. In the concept of time. New levels. Come on. Moments don't pass me up, no, no. Cause I seized them in stride. Till the winner never gave me in. And men one internally have faith in the choices you made. It's all by design. Go with it. Come on, don't fuck up the feng shui. So twisted in emotional notions. Oh yeah. I savor your love. Don't fuck up the feng shui.
I see everything with new beams, I do dream. My eyes are glowing, mood rings, you're boring. Stop dealing with the true thing, I do think. When you think too much, you're removing what's moving. Stuck inside a statue, look at you. Go ahead and pogo, something will catch you. A petty logo shed on my tattoos. I read all the bad news, it says I'm too careful.
Feeling being tested every minute. Feel like yesterday I was blind to being lost. Seems I've stumbled on a path, no coincidence. Truly in my essence I've arrived.
Who am I? Who am I? Don't remind me. Too alive, new arriving. You were right, I was left in a before. To the light, I am Carolyn.
Parallel to paradise, I reach out for my lifeline.
Wait.
The angels laugh in paradise. They say in my
I forgot to update. I slept in today, guys. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't sleep in ever, and I woke up, checked my phone, and I was like, what the fuck? It's so late. Whoopsies. I will update my YouTube panel as soon as I finish stream. Whoopsie doopsies. I did not expect to sleep in this morning. My bad. Sorry. Whoopsies. Enrichment time.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you. Happy 3 years.
Watch it, girl. Just subscribe.
Oh my god. Beauty rest.
Enrichment time, babes.
Apparently, I needed it. Because, guys, I wake up at like 7 and then I go back to sleep and then I wake up at 8. But I woke up at like, what, 9:30? And I went, girl. But then I had a talk with mum, which was nice. She called me. So that was nice to speak to her. But, oh my god. Crazy. Oh my god, John. Oh my god. Oh. What a shame. Oh. Hi guys, how are you? Turn down my music. Hi Jeffy. How are you, my love? Alec, hello. Bang. Watch it. Thank you for 3 years. Hello. How are you? I slept for 4 hours after my shift. Sometimes you need to. Oh my god. Oh, Abby. Okay. I will. Is it something I can look after stream or is it something to do with today? Let me know. I did, Morena. Apparently. I didn't know I did. But I guess so. Either? Okay. So it's not like urgent. Stunning. Is it in my requests maybe? I feel like so many of my DMs go into requests. Hello? I'll find it. Hold. Woke up 8 p.m. mad confused. I know. That's why I don't usually nap, because I wake up feeling weird. I feel like it's a different year. Guys. Bang. Also, 1:30 is crazy. Jesus Christ. I can't see y'all, but I know you look good today. Mads. Yeah. Also, I don't know why, but emotes on Twitch now, they have changed them. So the facial expressions are like pale yellow. So you can't really see the facial expression. Even though I know what it is, I'm like, I think that's a kissy face. But it just shows the blush for some reason on my PC. I'll show you what I see. It's so funny. Oh, wait. Here. This is what I see. I don't know why they've changed it. I can't see the expressions, Twitch. Unless it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But I'm always like, all right, I think this is a happy face. Yeah, it's kissy. I had a feeling because of the blush. But I was like, why is Twitch doing this? Hi, Kaz. It's cold, isn't it? Wait, what's the temp? Am I crazy? It felt a bit nippy. I'm going to look at it and it's going to be hot. Oh, no. I guess 16 is quite... Whoa. That's crazy that the highest temp I'll get all week is 18 degrees. Wow. For context, I usually see 35 to 45 degrees. Nipple. 8. Oh, God, girl. Hi, Grace. How are you? Hi, Jules, Mads, Kaylee. Henry. 4 months.
Put your ass away, child.
What the hell?
Homer Huddle just subscribed.
Thank you.
For e.
For e. Thank you, doll. That's crazy. It feels like a million years. Yes, you do, Ace. Yeah. Do it. I think today, guys, I'll be honest with you. No plan, because I don't know what I feel like doing. I just want to be with you. So, I have some ideas. Obviously, we're going to have our enrichment time, and I do want to do some border security as well at some point, because I feel like it. And our dailies. But I was thinking about a couple of games. I just don't know what I feel like today. Honestly, I feel like I don't feel bad, but I woke up feeling a little bit weird. Mostly happy, it's okay. But I was like, okay, today I'm gonna just do a smaller one, I think, and just relax, I think, with you guys. I'm really happy we did 7 hours yesterday, though. Like, I've been wanting to do a longer stream for so long. So I'm so happy we did that. I got it, Kat. I did download it. I just didn't know when to start it, but I do have it after all of you were like, yes, this reminds me. We have to play more Red Dead. This song is fucking Red Dead pill for me now. Tomorrow we're with Gran. I don't know what the plan is. I was feeling kind of like some DBD duos with her because that could be funny. And then we have... Well, that's another thing. We could do blueprints practice today. I just don't know what to practice. Is there like a link to the speed run that Chris is doing? Because we're going to do 1v1s with him. We're doing blueprints bingo tomorrow after Grand Day. But I don't know what I need to try and get. But I think we can bamboozle him. Oh, you did, Scrooge? Oh, my absolute legend. My absolute legend? My absolute gore. Where is it? One moment. Is it in our channel? Or... Wait, I can't find my own channel. Hold. Oh, there we go. Got it. It was oh wait, no, never mind. I don't have it. Where is it? Oh, the games. Sorry, I was looking for bingo like a goofball. There we go. Thank you. Oh, nice. Let me have a look-sees. Oh, so I can look at blueprints. Right. Okay. Generate board. Carl's. Let's see. Sorry, Scooge. I'm so out of it. Reveal board. Oh, I see. So, hold. Furnace. Oh, that's fun. That's cool. 6 blind drafts in a day. What does blind drafts mean? That's cool. Yay! Oh, damn. Henry, I was like, yeah. Damn it. I'm sorry, doll. Like, yay because there's nothing serious, but bad because you don't know anything. For your accounts. Nook and library in a day. Observe 2 Dracus depictions. Sizable and estate title. Oh. Basement key used. Shrine blessing. Empty 2 in the same... Open 2 empty parlor boxes in the same parlor. The same parlor, flower gem, drain water to get a coin. I wonder if I'm screwed tomorrow. Yeah, right. Oh, Henry, so what's the next step with it? Also, let's get rid of this. I just don't know. Half of this I don't know. I feel like I never really did will help you. I know, you're my goats. I guess we could practice today and then... Oh, that's cool. We could practice this today. Oh, and then... Blackbridge Grotto unlocked. Yeah, I'm not... 2 instances of a room in a day. I'll have to learn what everything means. Okay. Well, that is good to know. Let me do that. Okay. Because we're doing that with Chris tomorrow. Get the same room twice. Right. Okay. Cool. I will be asking very silly questions. The back seats will be full. No, perfect. You guys know, unless I state, don't backseat. I love backseating. Because here's the thing. I am just not good with stuff that I honestly like a bit of a push. I like a bit of a nudge in the right direction. But yeah, no, please backseat away. Okay, Henry, okay. Yeah. No, unless I go, please don't backseat, you're fine to do whatever you want. Meet me in the back seat, Doe. Oh, Doe! With pleasure. With pleasure. Oh, wait, that's what I want to edit for Reels tonight. I want to edit the bit, guys, where I turn on the camera again and I'm in my, like, Bob Ross wig. Because Chris goes, okay, Vanilla Spice. And that, to me, was the funniest. So I'm going to make that into a Reel. I think I'll post it later tonight. I think I have to make that a Reel. That was such a funny day. I can always count on Chris to put me in a mood to forget my ailments. Learning a game while streaming has to be so weird. Yeah, no. Mike, you know what? I'm used to it, but thank you. It is sometimes. Oh, beautiful Scooch. Thank you.
Child.
Oh, Abby.
Virgo just subscribed.
Yeah,
Arm clap, the arm clap.
Oh my god, Pup and Virgo? Pup on 115 streak, and then Virgo is 64 months. Just casual. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Jesus. Thank you so much. It will never... Guys, if I ever get sick of resubs, I've been cloned or kidnapped. It's not me. I will never get over the fact that people choose to subscribe to me, especially for that long. Thank you so much. How are you, doll? Just busted a whole ass hot dog. Hot dog. Get your hot dog here. Also, I love how my pimple had the new, like a Boston accent. Thank you, Scooge, my goat. I appreciate you. Deal with it, Pookie. No, you deal with it. No, I'm joking. Thank you. Cold beer here. Yeah, after I finish stream, I got to update my YouTube panel for members. Because you know what the funniest thing is? Let me see if I can get the comment up. So you know how my first video was welcome Chris Melberger, and we had a bit of a hee hee ha ha moment because I truly didn't think he would see it. Someone obviously became a subscriber. It's cutie patootie. And they commented, wait, let me show you. Cracked me up, wait. So Henry goes, hey, can you change the title welcome Chris Melberger and Henry? And then Axel goes, hey, can you change the title to welcome Chris Melberger, Henry, and Axel? And then Pink said, hey, so can you change the title to welcome Chris Melberger, Henry, Axel, and Pink? And then we're growing by the day, baby. I don't know why, but that cracked me the hell up. I don't know. It actually... Oh, guys, look! I have so much to update. Guys, are you kidding me? Oh, my heart. My heart and soul. Thank you, guys. You're the best. I gotta update my panel with the names. And then I was about to upload to the membership my 24-hour stream, unedited. And then it went too long, and I was like, oh, fuck. I thought I could upload that, so I think I have to make them 12-hour VODs. Because I want to do an edit for the 24-hour, but I want the whole one up there so I have it forever as well. In the Carla YouTube membership club, we all Chris Bellberger. Me too, Henry. I didn't know why it didn't work. Maybe, I don't know, it said it was too long. Are there 24-hour videos on YouTube? Let me see. 24 hours of nothing. Let's see. Oh, someone did upload 24 hours of nothing. A 24-hour timer. Why can't I upload mine? Oh. You're right. It is slightly longer than 24 hours. Yes, Kat, you're right. You're right. You are actually spot on. It is. It is. How long is it? No, I didn't even think about that. It is longer than 24. Oh, you guys are smart. Let me open it and see. It's probably like 25 or like, what is it? It's loading. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Oh, it's... Oh, I just saw it. It's just a big file. Oh, it's... Oh, okay. It's 24 hours and 15 minutes. That's what's the problem. I can probably cut my... That's so funny. I didn't think of it like that. You're clever. Hi, Seven. How are you, doll? Hello. That makes sense. Maybe I can, damn. Okay. I'll have to cut, like, maybe my ad breaks. They're against us! Hi, Pudgy! That's so funny. That's hilarious. We're twerking on it, baby! We're twerking on it! Alright, so today, here are my options. Here are my thoughts. Because I don't know what I feel like. We can see if this scratches my brain or makes me go insane. I'm thinking maybe this is not the game to play today. But that's an option. I was thinking we also practice blueprints. Because the thing is, we're meant to be playing this with Chris tomorrow. I don't remember shit. I don't like... It probably would be a good idea for me to boot up blueprints. If you were down for that. If you are not down for that, that is so fine. I can do it off stream. But if you're keen for some blueprints, I would boot it up. Well, I can't actually watch the video. I laughed at the fact you made a welcome video for Chris. Yeah, I truly didn't think it would be on his Twitch. Like, not in a bad way. It's funny, but I thought he would see it off stream. Bowl it! So we have that. You'd love some blueprints? Really? Ooh. Yeah, I guess it would be good to kind of get into a groove. The thing is with blueprints, and this is perfect for the speed run, is I wasn't really a story Andy. I just loved playing it. Abs, proud of you. There's a clip on his channel. 7. There's a clip on the channel, his Twitch channel. It's really funny. You know what I want to do as well? Abs reminded me. I would really love to get into a habit of like waking up at 8 AM or whatever and going for a walk in the sunshine. Because I think, number 1, steps are good for me. And 2, I think the sun would really help my brain. Because I don't realize how much I don't see the sun. I see the sun on weekends. But I really should see the sun more. Gamma tomorrow on it. Yeah. Real. So we have that. That's an option. And I think, I mean, I could see the new Faz release, but I don't know really what I feel like. And then great, guys, there's something of Ban. What's the game called? They're doing a collab with Mecha. Something of Ban. I forget the name, which is this weekend, which is crazy. They're doing it. Imagine, guys, wait. Imagine Fortnite do a collab with Mecha. Gardener Ban. Yes. Oh, I would love a Mecha skin in Fortnite. That'd be so funny. I know, Pixel. Because I have to not get burnt and use sunscreen, but also I need sun for my my life. Rest area sim as well. I can't believe I've gotten back into my just chatting era so much to the point where I'm like, God, I just love chatting. There is gamer, yeah. I wish I could wear the skin in a fight though. That would be so funny. Just a blank canvas. Or just like with smiley face. Like that would actually be so funny if they did that. Nah, they'd have to. Literally just the blank mecha character with a smiley face would be so funny. And a paintbrush for the pickaxe. And I don't know, a penguin backpack. Colonel Sanders, cute. Cute. Yeah, I guess we practice blueprints, but I would need to get that bingo sheet up, and we just practice different bingo sheets, I think. Oh, there's so many. Wait, do they have DBD? That'd be amazing. They don't, but that's so cool. Oh, you can make them. This is a great little app. I could use this for my thanks. We could do full things. How exciting. Ray, one day when I am able to paint my walls, I am going to watch paint dry live. It's going to be great. Yeah, I want to make a DVD sheet. That's so cool. Let's see what another generated board is. That's cool. We can play this with Chris tomorrow. 4 ivory dice. Collapse the gemstone cavern. What? 12 dead ends in a day. So I guess you can... Whoa. 12 I don't remember what any of this is. Drafter. Pause it. Oh my god. Apparently I don't know blueprints. But first, enrichment time. Apparently I don't know anything. Wow. Blues. Cobs. Okay, there's an O as well. Glob. Oh wait, never mind. B is in the middle. Maybe it's OR or O. Gabbo. A B in the middle. Let's see. A B in the middle. Why is the B in the middle? B in the middle. Orbeez, not a word. Damn it. Orb. Orbit. Oopsies. I didn't think it was gonna do it. I was just like, orbit's funny. Yep. Sometimes I'm the goat. Sometimes. Nate, same brain. How are you, doll? Hi, Noah. Type of monkey. Oh. That's so funny. What the hell? Read my full analysis. Are you analyzing my Wordle score? Did you minimize the expected number of turns it would take to solve the puzzle? Did you guess eliminate more solutions? How many turns it take? Impressive! I'm impressive! Yep, I mean, I could have told you that. Admire puzzle. Wow. Doing well, oh yeah, doll? Thanks, doll. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had a good chat with mum about it this morning. It's just getting used to a new normal. I think honestly, not that it's, I think it's just interesting because you don't really, I truly didn't expect, I thought I'd get like 20 years and like 14's beautiful. So I think it's adjusting to a new normal and just getting used to that. Because when you have like the perfect little kitty with you for 14 years, right? When you don't have them anymore, it's kind of like, oh my God, my life is fine, but it's just so different. It's just adjusting. It's just adjusting. Like, guys, yesterday, when I go to the bathroom, I usually go give her pats or I'll like say her name. And yesterday, genuinely, I forgot and I went, Mimi! And I just went, oh my God, I'm so used to having her that it's just, yeah, the adjustment's interesting. Yeah. Half my life. Yeah, it's a good point. So it's just adjusting. It's just adjusting. But I am, I guess, doing better in the sense that like I'm getting into a routine again and I'm not just like hiding away. You know? Yeah, Matt. Thank you for your streak. It's just adjusting. Konami, hi doll. How are you? But I'm excited, honestly, like apart from feeling those deep feelings and like experiencing that, I am excited to get into a creative routine again because I just feel like the past year I've had months where I was back and then something happened, and so it's kind of just like a new start, I guess, because I don't have to stress about it anymore. It's just the stress has been converted into like, oh, you know what I mean? So yeah, because I was going to the vet a lot and it was just a lot of like me feeling bad for her too, because yeah, I know, Noah. No, it's so true, right? Yeah. No, I understand that, Nate. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's exactly that. You know what I mean? Like, get like me getting litter, me going to the vet, me getting cat food. Like, it's crazy how much they're a part of your life. Like, I know that's an obvious thing to say. I know you hear that and be like, yeah, obviously. But you just don't think about it because it becomes normal routine until you don't have to like scoop the poo out of the litter box or change the water around or like, you know. But I will say the heat pad, like what I do at the moment is because she lived on that heat pad. So for me, like turning her heat pad on at night and the plushie being on there, as silly as it is, it's very comforting to feel, I guess, what she felt like at my feet because it's a very similar weight. And I don't kick the plushie off. I'm so used to her sleeping with me. Or take her to mum when you travel. Yeah. I mean, I've talked to a few friends about this, and obviously I would rather her hear than what I'm about to say. But I guess the silver lining, as you said, like when I go to PAX this year, I won't be stressing about her every second because every time I go to PAX, yes, it's 3 to 4 days, but she's a little love heart. She's a very schmoopy little cat. So I won't be stressing about her well-being, even though I know she's fine. But like there'll be little things like when I travel next, I'm not stressing about her. But yeah, you know. Hi, Bobby. How are you, doll? Bet that cat little would work, right? No, yeah. Like when I go to the pet aisle, I'm like, or you know what I did the other day? I was cleaning out her automatic feeder, and I honestly just took a big whiff of the biscuits. Because it smelled like her breath. She would yawn and I'm like, she just had breakfast. But like, I'm like, aw, Mimi's beef breath. Miss that breath. Miss that breath of hers. No, but yeah. Yeah. I'll still be finding her hair and her nails because she scratched everything. She has devalued my couch, but that's okay. It's her art. Hi, Hamilton. Hello. Little taste. No, Cass, I'm not that brave. It's probably delicious. Probably delicious. I would tell you. That was you'd be the first person I tell. Cat breath is foul. I know. Did that with my presents for my parents after I lost them. Oh, doll. Yeah. All these little things. But anyway, sorry, Nate. Nate's just trying to be nice, going, "Hope you're okay." And I'm like, "Yeah, so I smelled her biscuits and I miss her." Sorry, I don't mean to like dive into that. Whoopsies. No, what game was that? I think I said thank you on stream. You naughty, naughty. Which one was it? Because I know you did. I forget which one. It was very sweet of you, though. Yes, yes, yes. We spoke about it on a stream. I don't know when. But yes, thank you so much. If you have it as well in the future, I would love to do a clunt day with that. Thank you. I've had my eye on that. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, perfect. Okay. The more you share, the better. Yeah, true. Well, in that case, I'm kidding. But, yeah, I guess talking about it does, help a bit because I'm getting more like desensitized to be able to talk about it without being like, you know, you kiss your butter with that mouth. Yep. No, that's okay, Noah. No, you're fine. I feel like a lot's been happening anyway. But now that you are here and we're together again, thank you so much. Thank you. Did you accidentally have flaps in the wind? Yeah, I nearly took flight. My Arby's. I was way up high. Sorry. Warp. Oh. Pop. No way. Oh. Part. Port. Poot. Poot's not a word, it's crazy. Post. Damn it. Hamilton, that was so funny. Do you have Arby's? No, I don't actually. Chili though, hello. How are you? Yeah, poo should be a word. Poet. Poom. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Gamer, no. Okay, I need to start from the start, I think. Because we have to change one letter. So... It hates me, Con. Maybe poet again, and then... Port... Poon has to be a word, man. Oh. Damn it. Pork. Pook. Pork. Hole. I have to, I may have stuffed up. Okay, wait, how about... Oh, wait. Port... Oh, shit. Pout. Pork. Oh, shit. Port. Pork. Polk? I need to change one letter. So I need to change one of these. Hole. Hole. Should we start again? Can we start again? Damn it. It knows. Pole. We gotta get to pole. Pole, pole, pole. Will we ever add an E? Okay. Damn it. Pout, paw, paw, poop. Do we ever get... Okay. Pout. Okay, we gotta get back to pout. Wait. Port. Pout. Pout. Paw. 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 Poop. Yes. Wasn't poop yet. This is poople. So you have to get to wary to poop by changing one letter at a time. Hi, Kate. Hi, Bizzle. How are you? We got stuck. We got a bit stuck. We got a bit stuck. That's okay. That's okay. This is poople. Rox, thank you for your thingy, your streaky. Sorry. You've been taking these tough things in great stride. Don't forget to be kind to yourself and give yourself grace. Oh, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I'm trying. We were constipated, but it finally came out. Yes. Oh my god, Taxi! It's so good, isn't it? Thank you, NPC, for your lurk, and Aaron as well. My gorts. Yeah, thank you for saying that, Rox. I was thinking today, because this is my first week in a hot minute that I'm doing 5 streams, because obviously there's been a lot going on. Which I'm excited, because I'm used to doing 5 streams. But I woke up this morning really crampy and just off, I think. And I went, you know what, Carls? Do a smaller stream today. Do a smaller stream. Get your editing done. Like, just listen to yourself. Go for a walk. Like, it's not even been... Actually, it's a week today. Oh, I just realized. It's a week today and an hour. Like, in an hour, it's officially a week. So it's like, that's still hard, babe. Like, you can't be like, oh, it's been a week. You're not allowed to be sad, you know? And rip Quinn as well. Yeah. No, I love it, Cass. Pour one out for Quinn too. Jabs, hello. Yeah, and I'm proud of myself that I managed to get a lot of streams done so far this week, and YouTube and everything. So it's like, you know what, Carls, you're actually doing really good, you know? But I also love hanging out with you guys too. So, yeah. All right, so we've done that. I want to do the color one today. I got to lock in. I got to get as close as I can. Okay, very pale, eggy, white, yellow thing. Don't think it was that bright though. Hold. Not bad. Not bad. Hi, Sully. How are you doing? Very pale lavender, but more blue. But more blue. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, take a break, babe. Take a break. Henry, oh. Oh, now that's a pale lavender. Pale lavender in the house. Wow. Gabby, hello. Ooh. Okay. Okay, Ned Flanders jumper. Not my best work. It's darker. Not my best work. Ooh, this is a cute little pink. I love this pink. That's fun. Love. Love her. I fear this is going to get me. Ooh, no. This is gonna get me. Oh, this is gonna get me. Moans a little. It was definitely... Oh, God. It wasn't... Yeah, maybe that. No, I fucked this one. Apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't. Pretty good scores apart from the green. Whoopsies. Hey, look, number 609. Damn, I was so close. I was close. 6-9. Damn it. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. All right, let's try this one. I want to hopefully one day it not be Jeff Goldblum, but I think it is. It is Henry. Yeah, I discovered that in high school. It was awful. Because my nickname in high school was CBT. But no one, not in a bad way. It was just like, it just, you know, it's just a vibe. All right, guys, connections time. Lock in. You know how good I am at this. Hi, Art. El, you're too good. Jabs. Uplift time. I am grateful for a roof over my head, a wonderful community, and food in my fridge. Always think that over the therapy. I know. I know. All right, guys, here we go. Excited. Intense. Okay. Baseball. No. Hangar. Deplane. Terminal. Runway. Terminal, runway, hangar. Okay. No, never mind. Orange. Feline. Jangle. Apron. Oh! Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Ink. I learned something new. Hell yeah. Deplane. A point. Orange. Globe, marble. Round, orange. Baseball, round. Round things. Yep. Yep. I haven't, Shazam. Thank you for giving me a little thingamabobby. Suggestion, sorry. Nebula, thank you for your streak as well. Hello. Ink, that's cool though. I love that. Pixel, exactly. Exactly. Jangle. Wait, a point. Okay, wait. Feline. Let me think. Deplane. I don't know what these are. Intense, feline, excited, jangle. Wait, let me look into this. What the hell? Anxious state. Nice. What's this? Ending in geo terms. Okay. Guys. Guys, we are slowly becoming really good at that. Now, I say slowly because the next time we do this, I am going to be like, guys, I don't know what this is. Oh, I'm confused. So we got to take the wins as they come. We got to take the wins. We got to do it. Whoopsies. Kind of feel like a tea. Can I say that? Okay. Add 3 people to your subscription. What? How much extra do you have to pay? $50 and 4 people can play. Imagine. Okay. I want to play the daily color game too because sue me. Oh, I don't know. What is his hair? Isn't it like a... I think it's like a blue? Oh, he's a blondie. My bad, guys. My bad. Ooh, that's blue. No, it's not. It has to be. Okay. Ooh, bad, bad, bad. Oh, bad. I think that's yellow. Hi, Damo. Whoopsies. Oh, MasterCard. Oh, shit. It's yellow, isn't it? It's orange! Okay, I only said yellow because that to me looked orange, but obviously it's not. Oh, guys, move over. I'm going to get this perfect score right here. Don't look at me. You know what? No, 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 no. I have to redeem myself. I have to redeem myself. Redeeming myself. Oh, it's the wrong one. No, I'm not doing this. It's time. Sorry. Sorry, wrong one. Guys, it's time for me to redeem myself. No, no, that's okay. Move on, move on, move on. Move on from that, guys. Move on. Let this be. Let this, guys. Let this be. Let this be. Let this be a lesson. That no matter how perfect and plump your ass is, you can still get a 37 out of 50 on this, on the time daily. And that doesn't make you any less plump or perfect because we are all human. And let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson that you can't do it all the time. It's okay. My ass is deflated. I do feel deflated. I feel very deflated. That guys, it's all good. It's fine. It's fine. Jazz and Rain. Wait.
Now I know y'all be loving this shit right here.
Oh,
It's right here. People in the house with their hands in the air. 'Cause if you don't care, then we don't care. Jonesing for your fix of that Limp Bizkit mix.
Hi,
So where the
Pete.
fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up.
guys.
Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 You don't wanna mess with Limp Bizkit. Can't mess with Limp Bizkit because we get it on every day and every night. See this platinum thing right here? But we're doing it all the time. So you better get some better beats and get some better rhymes. We got the game set, so don't complain. Yeah, 24/7, never begging for a rain
Could a
check.
depressed person do
Just
this?
blasting out the hot shit, that rock shit, putting bounce in the mosh pit.
Oh my god, Damo!
We ain't going nowhere.
We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Cause it's headbang for long.
Radio_warrior_Oz has gifted 4 subs.
Oh, thank you. A girl who's gonna be okay. Yes, so true. Did I hurt myself? Is that okay? I don't think it's bleeding. I moved my seat forward and clipped my shin. And it hurts. Let me see you just. Let me see you just. I'm good. Let me see you just.
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble.
Oh, we're wobbling.
Baby, wobble, baby, wobble. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble.
We wobbling.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted 6 subs. Naughty boy.
My goat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Damo. Thank you, Ping. My goat. Thank you. Let me check if it's bleeding. I don't think it is. No, it's fine. Thank you, my love. How are you? Can't wait to clean my ceiling. Cass, yeah. Thank you, doll. Moxie, thank you. Thank you, guys. I needed that hair flip, even though, oh my god, that was... I can't believe how dizzy I get. I didn't realize how much of a dizzy gal I get. Damn. Little dizzy gal. But anyway, thank you for that headbang break. We needed that. Can we have some dash cams, Australia? Instant karma, perchance? Oh, we can do... I love instant karma. Yeah, we got a lot of volume out of that, guys. Sometimes... Taylor, it's so funny. Sacred herb. Thank you, Suj. It's hair wash day, though. It's hair wash day, as you can probably tell. My cowlick doing really good. Anyone have 2 parts? I do. I have a bad cowlick. And when it's hair wash day, you can't tame it. Wait, Ping, did you see that episode with us, or were you asleep? Were you asleep? Oh, you were here. Okay, I was gonna say, I swear you were with my sacred herbs. Don't you touch my panpipes! Thank you so much for the subbies. Make sure you say thank you, please. Thanks, Gamer. It's very sweet. Guys, would you be down on, I usually don't... I have to be in a mood to watch dash cams, but they do a video where they do instant karma, so people who are a dickhead and then instantly they get karma. It's great. That happened to me the other day, actually. We were on the highway and someone was riding a learner's butt. Like, so they were right behind a learner, just being a dickhead. And then they overtook them and sped, and the cops got them. It was so good. It was so good. Yes, mommy. Hi, Crash. I love when I get, instant karma is so good. 1 second. Oh, perfect. Dashcam Australia has instant karma videos 1 month ago. Perfect. And sometimes the comments are really hilarious too. Lovely. I know. I slept in. I don't sleep in. That's crazy. Thank you. Hello. Okay, how about this? Should I make a tea and you get your snacks and we do some early enrichment with some instant karma dash cams? You should, Sully. Yeah. Thank you for the sub. And
Put your ass away,
get your
child.
noodles, get snacks, get
Angelia
pillows,
creates just
get whatever you
subscribed.
need.
Thanks for
Wow,
having
we all
me, you
yelling.
absolutely lovely human. So
And
happy to have been here so long, Carl's love.
thank you, doll. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for 41. Also, I love that our new thing is enrichment time. Thank you for the sub. It's the best watching shows
Put
with you
your
guys.
ass
I
away,
love
child.
enrichment time.
Strawberry Shortcake's
Kate.
just subscribed.
Oh my god.
Let's get cozy, Carl's snug.
Thank you. Guys, girthy resubs in the arena today. Thank you, Ange. Thank you, Kate. Hi, Bear. Yeah, me too, Art. It's really fun. You know what I'd love to watch again with you guys? Oh my god, if I could find this. Guys, my Cowlick's going crazy. Tokyo Tony finds love. We watched this in 2019 together live. It was crazy. It was a crazy show. Remember, Beck?
Gamer Guy 187 just resubbed for 58
Yes,
months.
in Clonshire. It was so crazy. Gamer, thank you for 58. Oh my god. Cass, yeah, as long as people are okay, it's so funny when someone falls. I laugh when I fall. You know? But they have to be okay, and then I'm losing it. Andy! Thank you for your lurk. Thank you for this hype train, guys. I appreciate you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I used to fall up the stairs all the time when I had stairs in my old apartment. My old house, sorry. Oh god, this girl... You know it's hair wash day when your cowlick just can't stop. She can't stop and she won't stop. Still have to sub twice a month. Damn you, Bejaj. No, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. They're on YouTube. Are they? Let me see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they are. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a couple of episodes. Ooh. Okay, well. There's a few things. You know what I want to watch too? Remember MTV's Next? Whenever I need to wash my hair, I can't stop touching it. I know. Yesterday was my hair wash day, so I've got the frizz. Yeah. I need to, I need some hot oil. Okay, wait. I'll go make a tea. And then get your snacks, get everything. Making a tea. Okay. Get into jammies. Get your snacks. Do what you need to do. Yes, Cass. Yes. Yes. Definitely yes. Sorry I forgot about that. But I'm getting back into my, like, groove. I would love to do that still. I probably wash my hair twice a week. Yeah. When I have my hair curly, it actually lasts longer. But when I have my hair straight, because I'm always adjusting it. Yes. But when did I do my hair? I did my hair on Monday. washed and did my hair on Monday, so it's Thursday. Pretty good. Gotta wash it now. But it usually lasts a bit of time. Okay, be right back. Making my tea. Get your snacks. Guys, I have to call the plumber because my main toilet, I don't use it, but Reese does. It leaks when we flush, like from not the water, not the actual stuff. So I have to call them to make an appointment. It won't take long. But what I'll do is I'm going to put this on. Reese took a big shit. No, I promise. No. Not that I need to, but I thought, you know what? Just in case I'm on hold or something, I'm just going to put on a little bit of me enriching you. Or do you want Japan? Maybe Japan. Japan's cool. I'm just going to put on this for you. So there's something to watch. And I'll be back very soon. Wait, is this, how loud is this? Is this good?
You guys literally are
Oh
staying,
my
like,
god!
I think that's
Yay!
cool.
Yay! You picked the right room! Okay, cool. I'll be back.
Yeah, we were gonna bring your hairbrush.
Oh, babe. You can remind me too, though.
But he was gonna call him Babe.
I have one too.
Hairbrush, Babe. You can use mine.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm sniffing stuff.
He's a such
Can we go, please?
He's getting antsy. Look at
Oh, you're gonna hang out on this for sure, also. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I've heard of that.
Not bad.
It's really good. Oh, wow. Let's buy those. Mugging.
The pizza bun is supposed to be really good.
Do you want any snacks? Do you want a meat stick? You're gonna have some
That's
corn
crazy.
and mayonnaise.
Look at that. Just like a hot dog to go.
Everything reminds me of him.
Reese. So,
These are supposed to be good. You do add stuff to them and I make a smoothie or whatever. And then these are supposed to be something.
oh, that's awesome.
Oh, and this is really good for energy. Like it help with you with jet lag.
Perfect.
The jet. Put it in ice.
I have heaps of jet lag.
I say that real.
Say that what you just said.
Your vlog's gonna be 24 hours.
And?
There's nothing wrong with it. Less is more. I'm kidding.
You know what I said? I said I'm doing a vlog. He's like, oh, you're posting again?
I'm on my screen. No, I said back to the YouTube channel. Oh no, that's a bad choice. Wait, you chose that?
Well, I wanted a hot one. Yeah. Oh yeah. Check that out.
Wait. Ouch, I burnt myself. I'm
Can
just
you
kidding.
film?
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to? Okay. Wait, low key, this camera's not that good. Is this a 17? I'm just kidding.
Me not caring and you just getting like a tickle out of it. I'm happy for you.
Wait, just delete that part. Bro's wearing all my merch. Like your phone sucks. But you're gonna burn
I
yourself.
didn't even use a code to buy this.
I bought one of your joggers yesterday.
Really?
Because the elastic. Sorry.
That's actually quite nice.
Can I try?
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're gonna hate it.
It's a perfect temperature. Dude, this is the perfect temperature.
I
They
know.
actually mastered it. It's not hot,
Yeah.
but it's not cold. It's
I know,
like
and
it's
all for
warm.
100 yen, which is $1 AUD, which is like
No,
80
This could burn you. It's
cents.
metal, but it's not.
That's like 80 cents USD right there.
That's 80 cents.
Isn't that crazy for a hot, delicious beverage on the street?
Can I have the rest of it?
Can I have another sip?
The rest is yours.
That's real good. You're gonna like the way you look. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Take a bite. Can I have a bite?
Wait.
Is there mayo in that?
I love how I bought that for me and he's just chopping it down.
Wait, I thought you got it from me. Is it good?
Yeah. No, it's actually, we can share it. It's really good.
I don't want it anymore.
I just ate half my hog and
I
up on
ate 1/4 of it.
How you doing? Are you this good? Oh my god.
Perpetually doing a vlog.
Whiskey. I'm a big fan. What brings you
Bring down
to
here.
Tokyo? Yeah.
Got lost. Got on the wrong plane.
Oh shit.
It's so weird how like right.
I know.
Should we just keep going?
Yeah, we can just go for a walk. Night 1, night 0, if you will.
Hamburger.
Ooh. Oh, that would cure Banth's ailments. All the ailments.
I'm just very patient.
Arthritis gone.
God. Back hair, gone. What's this? Back hair gone. Don't. No AI, guys. No AI. It's crazy. We're having friends. I'm gonna fall. All that? My man.
Or wait, or the
Thank you so much.
Yep. Hey, traveler. Would you like a beverage?
Would you like a hot cocoa?
I'm okay. Thanks. I'm okay. You want a bite?
I can't carry anymore. Oh wait, I'm dual capturing. That's fine. Oh, Luke, want a hit of this?
I'm good.
Oh, it's so nice.
I can't have anymore.
I can't have any more. I'm full. My inventory's full.
I'm over encumbered.
There should be a key around here somewhere. I don't know. Maybe by the McDonald's.
You want a bite?
Okay. Whoa.
Good, right?
I'm pregnant.
Vlog's gonna be 400 hours.
I kept getting denied at the thing.
Well, no, mine was just in transit from
Or is a hater?
How'd you fix it?
I'm not a hater, I'm a motivator. Less is more. Nah, I'm joking.
May we have your attention, please?
It fell.
Tokyo Disneyland will be closing at 6:30 this evening. Thank you for your understanding.
Oh my god. The mum was like, look at him. I pay good money. Wow. Now I gotta find Banff. Yeah, I've been to Universal once.
You've been to Universal.
But like, it's my first Disney.
Universal Orlando or?
California, I think. Is that smaller than Florida?
No, it's smaller than Florida. This
This is huge. No, this is my biggest theme park ever. Look at the castle. That's crazy. The hell? The hell? So are you happy?
This is crazy.
Despair. Hey. Hi! 1 second, guys. Gotta activate the drip. Oh my god!
そういう風にプログラムされていないので、さあ進んでください。
Five times maximizing profits. Exactly. Okay. How is this 5 minute wait? I think it's great. Woo! Yeah, that's perfect for us. Let's go on it.
It's a kids trip ride.
Exactly. No, I'll hold your hand. Come on. Yeah. We got this, babe. We got it. This is the best we're gonna get. I'll still scream like a person, but
Like a person. This looks really cute.
you know what looks really cute, Sammy? You flip the camera.
We see the fit cloud right now.
Aura?
It's off the charts.
Really? Damn. Shit.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh shit.
Yeah, we mocked that roller coaster.
Yeah. Didn't scream once. Oh my god, what the hell?
Is that the journey to the center of the earth?
Our goat. Our Lord and Savior goat, Sammy.
Yeah,
Mogski.
Yeah, boy.
Pretty
I don't
girl.
have anything to do.
Cutie pie. Cute cup. Me. Me.
The vest, the mic hat, the glasses.
Me.
Before riding, journey to the center of the earth.
Before riding, journey to the center of the earth.
Before riding, journey to the center of the earth.
Before riding, journey to the center of the earth.
Roller coasters are good for kidney stones.
Oh, because that knock them out of the ear.
Yeah. You can't even see
We
that.
have one of those
That's
vibrators.
crazy. Oh my god.
Sitting side.
It's two.
It's 2 and 2.
Two. Oh my goodness.
It's 2 and 2, baby.
bro doing?
How are you gonna edit this genuinely?
Why are you hating me?
I'm not hating. I'm just curious.
What's wrong with my vlog?
It's awesome.
Then why are you saying how am I gonna edit it?
Well, because it's longer than the full Lord of the Rings trilogy.
No, I have
Extended.
to edit it.
Don't edit it. Raw. Yeah. Well, if it's raw, it'll be 10, 15, 30 hours. Think about the ad revenue if it's raw, though. There's at least one person who's gonna be down for that. Me.
No, but I'll be fine. I did New Jersey and I had hours of footage. I put it down to 40 minutes.
This is day.
This
This is 2 weeks straight. I just feel bad for the editing room. I feel like you're gonna be like, what the
I feel
hell?
bad for the future editor.
Me.
You.
I'll be fine. I've done worse in the past.
I'm editing.
Perfect.
Oh, it's a video?
No, it's fine.
Got.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Going on 50 hours filmed.
We'll let you know how it is later.
All right.
It's a world.
I don't know this one.
605.
Oh, it's changing.
This is the Bristol Cats.
Australia.
We can do shit like that. Yeah. I know I want to, but it's not.
I didn't see Australia yet. Australia. Oh, wait, Australia's coming, guys. Maybe, I don't know. Is that meant to be Australia? Oh wait, he's playing a didgeridoo. It is Australia. Oh, it's a kangaroo. Oh, cute. Yeah, he's hitting it. Oh my God, he has a boomerang. Oh my God, that's so funny.
We got the luggage.
Cute. Oh, I think that's New Zealand.
It's from California.
California.
Yeah. Do you surf?
Yes.
Oh.
Cool.
Good play. That's awesome.
I used to go. I went many times in Lincoln,
Okay.
in the California, the famous place, right?
Mm-hmm. Is it in Southern California?
Southern California.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Ventura.
Oh, yeah,
Ventura,
of course.
yes.
Yeah, it's a very nice beach.
Have you surfed in Australia?
No, I've never been to Australia.
Ooh, good beaches.
She's from Australia. Yeah.
Why is that so international?
We're online friends.
Online friend.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Have a trip to Japan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, that's cool.
It was the easiest place we've all never been first time. And then New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yes.
It's east side.
Yep. Near New York City.
Yes. If I have a trip, you talk the computer a lot?
Yes.
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 Chat.
We do Twitch,
Twitch.
like live stream.
Live
video
stream.
video
Oh.
games.
What the hell? That's crazy. This looks like an optical illusion.
If I jumped, I would die.
You don't do that. Look, Shan.
said I should.
Look at Shan. And look at Chris.
Hello.
That's crazy.
But it's cold.
They weren't kidding. So they meant like a little thing.
I don't think anything included. She said the thing about the economic.
Bro's so tall. Do I have chat on this scene? I feel like that would be a bit too chaotic, but also But also, I gotta start putting chat on the screen when we watch stuff because you guys say the funniest shit sometimes. And when I rewatch it, I'm like, what were we talking about? What were we saying? Okay. So, hello. Hold. Are we still keen on the instant karma? Also, that only 15 minutes in. Oh my god. I love that vlog. One of my favorites. Yeah. Honestly, it's hard for me to say because I made it, but I honestly, like, I love making these vlogs that don't have a lot of editing in it because it's such a good memory. It's such a good memory. New episode. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's such a good memory. Hello, Mikey, and I love just going back and feeling like I'm with my friends again, you know? This is, by the way, instant karma. So people being silly and then getting instant karma. Pixel, I will get into like a cleaning groove and then get out of the cleaning groove. I go, God damn it. More like instant karma. Got him. This is in the city. What is this? This is, yeah, dash cam footage.
The fuck?
Oh. Didgeridoos from hell. Oh, the fuzz! The music! The music! Speeding. Oh, undercover cop got him. That's funny. Ha! Not the undercover being like, perfect for me. Perfect. Yoink.
What would you like to say to Mom?
Oh, there he is. Got caught. Ooh. He was going so fast. What's this? What's this? What happened? I always love trying to figure out what's happening. Oh, okay. They're speeding it up. Yeah, he must have been, what's this one? Oh, I think he's getting the black car. Well, usually... Jorg. No, he must have been... Ooh. I couldn't tell how fast that guy was going. Okay, we're in... Oh my god. What an idiot. Oh my god. Got him! There's the police there. Oh, yes! Is that a cop? That'd be so funny. Hi, Striker! I love when people...
Video protected.
I love when people talk shit on their dash cams. Get 'em, boys! Run a red. They ran a red light. And there's the cop!
I got that. You know what that is? You know what that is? That's a dash cam.
Yeah, people catch someone doing something and then people go, that's dash cam. That's gonna be on YouTube. Everyone gets so excited. That's so funny.
Nah, boring. Jesus.
In a 60 zone.
That's a public holiday.
Is that a cop right there? Where's the cop? Oh!
Yes!
Oh, it actually happened.
It happened!
It happened for once.
Finally! Finally!
It happens like every day and it's actually happened. Yep, here it goes.
Oh. 40!
40. Oh, oh, yes! Yes!
I love when people get excited. Honestly, I do love when people get caught because this behavior is what gets people killed. So, and it's in a 40 zone. That was crazy.
Yes, fuck! Yes, fuck! Oh, yes, fuck!
Get fucked! Idiot. Get him. Oh shit. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. I love seeing the car just come into frame. Wait, is that karma for him? What happened? Oh. Oopsies. Oop. Didn't know what I was looking at. Wait, what happened there? He left the turning lane to get back. Oh, okay, wait. What did he do? Let's see. Oh, it was a red. Oh, okay. It was just a red. Ooh. Yeah, learn to do it. Do it, do it, do it. Sorry about the audio. It's their audio. What's happening? Just gonna turn it down. Ooh, fasty, fasty. Ooh, right there. What? He was right there. He wasn't even hidden. Wee woo, Pizza Freedom, thank you for your streak. I appreciate you. And Gamer, thank you for your prime again. That was really nice. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Damn, that easy. Mikey, they're on the wrong side of the road. Oh, never mind. Ooh, what are they doing? Oh my god. What? What? Ooh, got him.
In the gravel, then he would have to do this like digging and something, like get someone else out to, I don't know, like a bigger job to dig and like get the poles cemented down so deep, whereas the fence is now just going to be on the inside of that concrete.
Oh, so deep. I know. These are pretty tame compared to what I've seen. What an idiot. Oh, no way. I used to live around here. This is Rockdale. I did hate this intersection. Wait, how can you be so silly? What the hell? Honestly, Connie, the amount of shit I see.
Just puts his foot down. Like this cunt guy, he wants to overflow. What a fuckwit. What a cockhead, bro.
What a cockhead.
Wow. Wow, they did too. See, where's the police for these cunts? That's bad. Where the fuck's the cops for these cunts?
That's so good.
I'm just gonna say something.
No, don't say anything.
Fucking idiot, mate. What was that?
Oh my god. Oh, fucking idiot, mate. That's crazy. Where's the police? Wow! Oh.
Oh my gosh, no way.
I didn't see what they did.
He did a U-turn right.
Oh, he did a Yui. Oh.
I saw it banging it from 8, and what's that?
Just checking for cops.
No, you reckon?
Oh, that'd be awesome. Please, that'd be so satisfying. In a Beaver?
I think it's his name. Yeah, the X-Files. Aldo X-Files.
Come on, put the lights on. Yes!
Can you get a turn? And you always fucking went for it as well.
I thought about it.
Oh, that is so funny.
Unlucky.
That's funny. Yeah, a lot of bloom on that one. Where's the... Oh, here he comes on the left. Or the right. Ooh, what an idiot. Oh. Oh, he's going so slow. He's up his ass. Yep, there it is. There it is. that sounds like me when I play any game. Yeah, I hate... My biggest pet peeve is I hate when people drive bad. Right? But I hate when people drive bad when it's raining. That annoys me. Yeah, I think both.
Controversy was sparked from one interview.
Oh, illegal U-turn.
If you know what we're talking about, send a text 0460 873 873, and the answer's coming up on this day.
Oh.
Like what you're hearing? Make sure you subscribe.
Oh, someone must have been going fast. Hi, Sloppy! Aren't they great? How are you? Yeah, freedom. Real. Henry, okay. Love. Chuns, you know what? I'm glad someone said it. Yeah, certain places you can, other places you can't. I think it's based on the lines or a sign.
Go. Yes.
Hi, Ethan. Henry, yeah.
Dash Cams Australia. Wow, 衝燈，黐線，哇叔，哇 ，dash cam。
What the hell? Is it the... Oh my god, that's my biggest nightmare. Watch that truck and this black car. Oh, oh. You know what's crazy though? If that happened with that pole there, different story. Wow. Oh, Abby. Hi, Ethan. How are you, doll? There are things to price gouge. Yeah. The truck. Oh my god, Damo.
The one about 9/11.
Dickhead. It's 40.
My goodness me.
That's what Chun's just said in chat. Hi, Yusuf. How are you, doll? That's funny. Chun's been saying that. Yeah, the laugh's so good. Oop, flying. Is this the undercover? Little Ford? No, maybe it's up ahead. And I stand by that. Ooh, U-turn. They said bye. Caught. All right. Did he run a red? This guy? Oh. Yeah, the crashes get a bit scary, but I love the karma. How do you not see that? That's so silly. I love seeing how excited people get to clip for the channel. And it goes to show you, by the way, I think he's doing a little illegal U-turn here, but it goes to show you this channel, which they're great, by the way. They've rated me a few times. They have so much content because people are so stupid constantly. Like, it's a never-ending channel because people are just idiots. Bush driving during the day, goated, love it. During the night, Oh, Mikey, yeah. That's why sometimes I'm not ashamed that I don't drive. I would like to, though. But it's not that I don't trust myself. I'm a great driver. I just don't trust other people. But I do also want to help out and drive as well. So I will. I will still learn. But like...
The home of more music and less talk.
What is he doing?
Sydney's #1 feel-good music station.
There he is. Make way. Oh, are there car park ones? I can have a look. Fairfield. Double line. Double line.
Oh, that police. The police is going to book that car in front of me because he did a legal U-turn on a double white line.
I know I just said that, but there's something really funny about them explaining it fully on their dash cam. They did an illegal U-turn on a double white line. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. I just did the same thing. Oh, Virgil. Ooh, bus running a red? Oh my god. Hi, Coco. How are you, doll? Axel, I can't wait to feel that. Yeah, Virgil, exactly. No, that's fair, Mikey. That's very valid. Oof. Yeah, pulling over a bus is crazy. Bus running double whammy.
Crayfish, but people are going off in the comments about whether or not it's actually a crayfish or a lobster. So I asked you, what is the difference between a lobster and a crayfish? You went for the amount of legs.
What? This radio is having a slow news day.
The main difference between lobsters and crayfish is that lobsters be living in saltwater.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's a dash cam, baby. Oh, I can't even see it because of the sun, motherfucker. Instant karma. Biatch.
Girl, let him know.
Feedback from you in the same way that we have.
Stop. You didn't stop.
Top agents over the last few weeks.
Is this your instant karma?
The numbers. How many people are coming into your home opens right
I think
now?
it
The
is.
questions they ask
You didn't stop at the stop sign.
Compared to maybe February.
Yeah, so funny you say that because the numbers are actually...
That's so...
Yeah, self-report. Ooh, he's going way too fast. Rocks, that's funny. Not the tractor.
Get fucked, you cunts! Get fucked! Oh, that was incredible.
That's funny. Oh.
Hey, look at that Mercedes. What an idiot. Oh! Lock the video. Lock the video.
Emergency video.
So much going on. Oh, look at these. Mobile. Police. Oh my god. Silly Billies. Yep. Idiots. Also, I want to state for the court something that also pisses me off about people who ride motorbikes unsafely. I hate when I see visible skin when someone rides a bike. If you're gonna ride a bike, protect yourself. Wear the gear. The jacket, the pants, the boots. If you really want to ride a bike, please just protect yourself. I hate when I see people in shorts, all that shit. Oh my god. Hi, Nods. How are you, doll? I hate it. If you had to go off the bike, could that be illegal? I don't know when you're on the road. Wrap it before you ride it. Yeah, Beck. Yeah. Oh god, Chance. Yeah. Yeah. What are we talking about tonight? We're watching Instant Karma dashcam footage.
Fucking hell, you fuckwits. That's a copper too. Oh yeah, he's done.
Yeah. I know, Mole, right? Yeah, I love these. It's enrichment time. What's happening here? Oh, someone just got done. I didn't see what happened though. But they're getting someone. They're getting someone. Is he gonna overtake them? Ooh, very illegal. Oh, that's so stupid, you idiot. That's actually so oh my god, I hate people who drive like GTA. What's going on here? Ugh, idiots. Please tell me that's a cop right there. Yeah, perfect. Oh my god, yeah, idiot. Oh my god. It's so good. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I love it.
They have a bunch of ships that have been doing
Red light
some
and speeding.
observations
Crazy.
on the Mogami class and stuff like that. And when you look at what they do and how they build stuff, you realize
Yeah.
the biggest, strictest controls they have is manning
Got him.
requirements, where they'll say
This is really doing something for me.
I think there was a
sucked in.
where the Congress essentially
Yeah, no, it's very nice.
Apparently.
That guy
He's
just
not
went
hitting the red
straight
lights.
through the fucking red light. Holy shit. What the fuck? And that guy too. Fuck. Okay. What the fuck?
Was that a cop? Yeah, I don't see a lot of them. But it's so clever though. I haven't seen a lot of them myself. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was
You were
right.
not wrong.
David, what? That was you, wasn't it? Nah, I'm joking. Oh. Oh no. Silly Billy.
I wonder if that's what they're doing. Look at them, the way that they've just stopped.
Look at the copper looking at him.
Rip.
That's funny because that's not a lane.
Get him. Get him, boys. Look at him. He's just not looking impressed. He's like, what do you think
That's
you're doing?
so funny.
Oh.
That's funny. Just staring at them like, hey, how y'all doing? What's happening here? Yeah, that's like a chicken delivering itself to KFC. I know. What the hell? Is that a cop or that's a cop? I didn't see what the other person did. True. True freedom. Okay, there's the cop. They're in the bus lane. Switching over. Oh! Idiots! Are you kidding me? This is just goes to show you that so many people aren't aware of their surroundings, which is just awful because what if that was a motorbike or what if, you know what I mean? Like, what if that was a pedestrian crossing? Like, no one's aware. That's so bad that they just did that to a cop. They don't even look at. Idiots. Oh my god. Look, they are so oblivious. Oblivious. Look. All right, good luck everyone else. Idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Oh my god. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, where is that? I've seen that road. Oh wait. No, wait, that was near Reese. That's funny. Yeah, you know what was crazy? When I went to LA in 2018, I think. David. Good luck everybody else. We were on the freeway or the highway, whatever. And they were going way faster than we do. I would say maybe in KMs 120, 130 kilometers per hour. Maybe more. And everyone I saw were texting. Like this. Going so fast. And I was like, and even my friend was, and I was like, dude, like, what's up with that? And they're like, oh yeah, this is just normal here. The cops don't care. And I was like, I'm dying. Like, I'm scared. I'm really scared. It was just so normal for everyone to text on their phone. I don't know if that's changed. This was in 2018. But I was like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Hello? Yeah. I don't know if that's changed in America with getting fined with using your phone, but it just became illegal here fairly. Oh, okay. There you go. What are you doing? I did, Mikey. Nice. You know what? Going slow when it doesn't warrant it is just as unsafe, depending on where you are on the road. Obviously, I'd rather someone slow than being fast, but like in certain things, that's why they get pulled over, because like you're not even going the speed limit. Like you need to, you know. Crazy. Real. It's also illegal for a reason. He's swerving in his lane and is overtaking lane. Yes, so silly. I wonder what other things they have. Playlists. Instant karma. Close calls. Because I don't want crazy crashes, but I want maybe a close call. This is not actually a crash. Yeah, I usually do the monthly comps, Ghost. Yeah, but the monthly comps have a lot of crashes in it, and I tried to watch one the other night, and I wasn't in the mind frame to watch. Night night, Mikey. Good night, Trace, if you're sleeping too. So valid, yeah. No, but the monthly comps, when you're in a good vibe, like, oh my god, because it's just as ridiculous. She's already out. Yes. Good night, Mikey. Wee woo, wee woo. Maybe close calls. Let's see, in other events. Let's see what ones. Embers gets air responding. Oh. Oh my god, they did get air. Cute. Oh, this is just like, has it been raining? All right, kind of a good save though, but not good if there was people on the road. Oh my god. Mickey, hello. He was very lucky that it wasn't a busy day on the road. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think my biggest fear is an accident happening out of your control, or something like rare happening where you can't do much about it. I read that Mickey is popping in to grab a steak, and I was like, babe, I'll go get you a steak. Sorry you're not having a good day, doll. I hope it improves. You are the best. Oh, Axel, fair. I got fucking T-boned because someone ran a red. A steak. I'll give you a steak. Yeah, oh my god. Girl. Guys, Ninja Blevins had his baby. Instant karma. Oh my god. Truck performs emergency stop in the wet. Oh, I hate rain driving. Oh my god. Lucky, buy a lottery ticket. Oh god. Good braking on the truck's behalf. Wow. Yeah, Beck, honestly. Yeah. Ooh. Fuck, a duck is right. Wow. Oh my god. I didn't see how long it was. Ford skin. Oh my god. I didn't see how big that was. That's what she said. Oh my god. This lady with multiple offenses hit me and my dad on the highway while we were stopped dead in traffic. She was just... That's stupid. That's stupid. That... Everyone is so lucky. Car park karma for aggro pedestrian. Also, this is another thing I hate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This shit is just as annoying. You're in a car park. I know pedestrians have right of way. I know that. This is where the cars are driving. Go to the left. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware. Pedestrians and cars both have to be aware. What are you doing? Because if someone was hit, right? Yes, they have right of way. But if you're doing this is just, that's stupid. You're being stupid. Ugh. I just gave you a little toot. What a dickhead.
God, what a rude pig you are. Stupid bastard.
What an idiot. That's so funny. Oh my god. Trying to kick someone's thing because, guys, you know what's funny about this? And I'm not talking to all the wonderful guys in my chat that have their heads screwed on, but I'm talking about the dickhead men who call women emotional. Yet, so many of them will react like this when they're in the wrong. Two, you're in the way. Sorry, my bad. Kicking their lights. And then losing balance because you're a cockhead. Look at this. This is so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, exactly. I love how he kicks the car once, almost falls over, then thinks, fuck it, I'll do it again. That's so funny.
Stupid bastard. Stupid fuckwit. Shithead. What a shithead.
Oh, that's one of my favorite videos I think I've seen. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Stupid shithead. I just gave you a little toot, which is fair. That's what the horn's for. Hey, dickhead. This is a road. You are obstructing the road. Toot, just so you know I'm here. Oh, sorry, my bad. Walk to the side. What a dickhead. That's actually, that reminds me, we're going through a car park, Mum and I. And you know when people reverse out, they don't look around them, they reverse out and nearly hit you. That's what happened to us. It was just, we'll like drive and then nearly hit us. We're like, oh, okay, we'll reverse out. And this guy looks at me and Mum, even though they're in the wrong. And this guy literally looks at me and sticks his finger up. And so I'm heated at this point. And then I go back at him. And his wife isn't looking because she's like, fuck, he's doing it again. fuck. And he's having a go at me, and I'm like, dude, you nearly hit us, like, and you're angry at me, my emotional king. What's wrong with you? What? A bunch of dance moms are walking in the middle of the street, literally taking their time. I finally honked at them, and they were like, yeah, and they're shocked when you honk. It's like, what are you doing, babe? What are you doing? Hello? In America, we can't do that because we might get, well, that's so funny. Holy shit. Garbage truck throws bin at overtaking car. Driver accuses me of hit and run on dash cam. Oh, this would be good.
Find it later, tell him to swing past and get it. It's on the way to Costco anyway.
But your card is not linked to credit card or anything yet?
It's not linked to nothing. You just show them.
Okay, they're playing.
But just sometimes you
They're playing kid music. Might have a child in the car.
You know. But they never look anyway.
Bang! Oh my god.
Hey.
Yeah, cái thẻ ở nhà anh Huy, nếu mà một chú anh muốn lấy em ghé nha.
Dạ ba.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Hay anh check cái website đó, nếu mà nó đáng mua thì hẳn lên.
What? He has the lights on! Put your fucking hazard lights on!
Wait, they didn't do anything. Oh, they hit the curb? Let me see.
Hey.
Yeah,
oh, okay, got you. Oh, okay. So they hit the curb, didn't signal, stopped in the middle of the road. Right, okay.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, okay. Right, okay, bye.
What's going on, dickhead?
What's up?
Oh my god!
What's your problem?
The music's crazy.
Doing?
I think they hit. Yeah, I think they either thought the car hit them, or they're trying to do a little like, because sometimes people do a little dodge, like insurance thing. I've seen videos about that, but they're caught on dash cam, so they can't get away with it.
The road doesn't belong to you.
What's his problem?
What the hell? The real crime is that spoiler on that Infinity. That's so funny. What the hell? Oof, that's rough. That's rough. Round and round, round and round. Oh, the stolen car rampage. Have I seen that one? This one was crazy, if this is what I'm thinking of. Oh no. There was a stolen car and it was this couple and she's like, drive, babe, drive. I love you, babe. I love you, babe. And they were like, it was them on dash cam, not knowing there was dash cam. It was crazy. It was crazy. Steer tire blows on truck, nearly causing a crash. God, people are so road rages that got instant karma. Ooh, I love these ones. I love when angry people get caught. Oop. Who's angry? This guy or this guy? Oh, okay. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, it's honestly the biggest ick. Cause, ugh. is my smallest dick? Good question. I don't know. We got to talk about this. His door won't close, dickhead. Marina, good night, doll. Enjoy your nap.
We have been asking.
We haven't even heard it one time, by the way. Not even once.
Yeah, we have been asking.
Do it, you're his pawn.
Okay, okay.
Come on. You don't have to sing the whole thing.
Okay,
Here
he's
it
sharing
comes.
his screen. He's gonna sing it. Let's go. Yes.
What up?
This is a humiliation ritual. This is
Ugh.
not, like, this has to be like a.
Oh.
Kind of is.
Oh. I know, Sally. What the hell?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter that much.
They just nearly merged into each other. It wasn't even like a big deal, I think. This guy's just being a loser. The yellow.
Look, did you just fucking come on me? Like.
What an idiot. He thought, oh my god. I hate that other cars got involved with that. Like, the other car, like, that's not fair. But the fact he was like, oh yeah, dickhead, I'm gonna overtake you, and that happens is so funny. What a cockhead.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter that much. Come on. Look, did you just fucking come on me? Like.
Damn it. I hate the other cars that got involved in that. Not involved. You know what I mean? That's so annoying. Ugh, what an idiot. What a dickhead. This guy? Ugh. My god, I hate when people do that. It's so unsafe. What are you gonna do? Yeah, the audio is crazy. You idiot. A P plater too. Oh my god. You idiot. Oh my, like, you know what's crazy about this? That didn't need to happen. Like, that could have been avoided so easily. I really hope they learned a lesson. Yeah, y'all, that's so stupid. What an idiot. What an idiot. Wait, hello?
No worries, you right there, buddy. Hey, please, thank you. Hume Highway to Laura. CHULLOUR.
Was he trying to brake check the truck? Axel.
Hey, how's it going? I've just been brake checked. I'm in a heavy vehicle. I've collected the back of the car. I've been really aggressive.
Oh, okay, right.
I've got it all on dash cam. Hume Highway,
Right, okay. I want to see that again real quick because I didn't see what he was doing. Hold. So where is this guy? Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Got you. Yeah, that's so unsafe. Oh my god. Because he doesn't. This heavy vehicle, right, can't brake as fast as a little car. What a dickhead. Insurance fraud. I know, Lauren. Yeah, shit. Probably Freedom. Yeah, it was this one. Yeah. This one was crazy. Yes, they were. It was hilarious. They're like, come on, babe. Come on, babe. I'll show you after this. Oh my god. Okay, let's skip that song.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Lost Go Old just subscribed. Yup, look how
shit.
this pussy pop.
Yes, I gotta book that. Wow. You're popping it. You're popping it, babe. Thank you so much. Happy 51. This is my real job, infiltrating my after hours job. Oh my god, what a shame. I'm so sorry. Hi Cole, hi Ghoul, how are you, doll? Don't pop those pimples, patch it. Oh my god, that's so funny, Noah. Oof. So funny.
Oi. How you gonna go, you dickhead? How you gonna go? Huh? What is your wrong? What do you think you're fucking doing? Ah! Ah, my leg! My leg! Ah! Get off! Ah! Get out. Get out, you fucking idiot. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't step in front of it. Hmm? Record करण माली phone निकल.
My leg! My leg! Oh. Oh my god, what? Oh, sounds like me. Beck, I have, yes.
How you gonna go, you dickhead? How you gonna go? Huh? What is your wrong? What do you think you're fucking doing? Ah! Ah, my leg! My leg! Ah! Get off! Ah! Get out. Get out, you fucking idiot.
Sorry. He sounds like a pirate.
Get out. Get out.
Sorry. The sound of him, the squeak of the fucking, oh. Oh. Arrgh! That's crazy. Get out, you idiot. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, small road rage. A Guzman, nice choice. Hi, Leah. Hi, Chris. Sounds like he has to pass the kidneys. Oh my god, idiots. Bloody idiots. Men. 500, anyone? Men? Where does he come from? Oh. He did smash the windscreen. What? Bro spawned in. Huh. Crypt sighting. Alright, let's see who's angry today. Alright, pedestrian. Is another pedestrian being angry? No? Okay. Is it Boot? Oh, wait, who's this? Bro just spawned. Is it this guy? No? Okay, okay, okay. Who's angry? I want some audio. Oh. I love how we went, yeah. Oh shit, that's so funny. What an idiot. Yeah, it nearly fit perfectly. Look, he gets out in his Mazda, by the way. I wouldn't get out again. Wait, I want audio. Is the audio bugged or is it me? Or is there just no audio? Okay, there's some audio, okay. Okay. That's okay. Probably hit a pole or something. What a dickhead. Okay, who's brawling? This guy. Okay, these two are brawling. What? Why are they fighting? Why are they fighting? Why are they fighting? Us. You know what they look like to me, genuinely? Genuinely. Not this. This is what they look like to me. And why I never find it attractive. It's so disgusting. Sorry. Come on! Come on, cut! I hate it so much. It's so stupid. Get in your car, bro. Twitch clip that. Like, what? Girl. Anyway. It does give me the ick. It does. They look exactly like what I was. Oh, now a fourth, a fifth has entered. That's funny. Jesus. Guys, get in the car. We have stuff to do. Crash, true. What the hell? Yeah, universal M. You can't escape these idiots. We have audio, we have audio. Cool. I'm scared. Uh-oh. Here we go. Is it two old blokes? Oh, Craig and Barry going at it. Look at they look like what I just spoke about. Oh, they're fighting for their pension. No, I want it. No. No, stop it. No, give me it. No, you stay back. No, fuck off. Oh. Girl, just talk. What's up? What really? Like, just kiss. Oh, I'd love to hear what they're saying. Grab his dick. Girl, get in your car and go home. MacGyver's on. Quick. The hell?
510 WVS 012 KFP.
Good. Oop. Here we go. What do we have here? Come on. That would be shit to reverse out of, though. Let's be real. How annoying. Oh, he had his blinker on right. Mm-mm. That's annoying. That's real annoying. Oh no. And now he's going to be cranky about it. Watch Mr. Black Car come swinging around the left and park in front of him or something. Or hit him from the back. Oh, yep, there it is. Like clockwork. Honestly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I knew he looked like that. I knew it was a meathead. Girl, get your ass back in the car. Ew. Yeah, who's this jabroni? The hell? Yeah, no, Wheezy, exactly. Ugh, foul. Oh, great. 2 utes. This is going to be good. 2 tradies, 2 old men. Which one is it? What are you doing, guys? Come on. The world doesn't revolve around you. What's this? Come on. What are you doing? Oh. Oh, get a load of that ponytail. Oh my god. Oh, girl. I saved dash cam from the other day when someone cut me off and I just watched it. I'm listening to your stream. Leah, please post it in the Discord. Please. That's so funny. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Ooh, I hate trucks. Yeah. Idiots. Oh my god. Cummins. You know what would be funny? If someone had road rage and was getting out of the... Oh no, what is this? I'm scared. And getting out of the truck, but they have to climb down. That's so random. That's so random. Jabroni. Hi, Kat. How are you, doll? Not a random man from probably Sydney being an emote. What a jabroni. That's so funny. God. Oh. Get ready to disc. Okay. Oh, I missed it. What are they doing? Oh, God. Oh. Oh, and it has a ponytail too. What a jabroni. Oh, grow up. Oh, look at this. Girl, move. Move. Oh, the world, guys, it's their world. We're just living in it.
So right now you can fly free in economy. Plus save over 2,000.
I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine, and for breakfast, a pizza.
10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top-notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Straight terror, but I got your errors. Pushing culture, baby, got that powder you can measure. Drum feather, the one who got the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Got me swerving through that weak shit. I just on the blocker, bring the heat, bitch. Don't know how to stop, we got
Cacoman has gifted
That's the
200
first time
subs
we've had
to
a
viewers.
fucking 200 bomb. And for good reason. Oh my god. Oh god. Jesus. Oh my god. Whatever. Gag, not whatever. Oh, no, it's going well. Oh, okay, sorry. I read it wrong. I thought you were like, yeah, it's whatever. No, seriously. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I really, 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 really appreciate that more than you know. I don't want to make you feel weird, but just know that means the absolute world. Holy shiitake mushrooms. If you were gifted a sub, oh god, I can't believe that happened. Jesus Christ. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure you say thank you. Please, please, please. That is insane support, especially right now. Yes, thank you so much. So many people ad free as well. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. No one's seeing ads today, guys. Thank you. I hope you're well. It's so incredibly generous. Here for the vibes. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There goes my hero. Leah posting the disky? Okay.
You
oh my
naughty
god.
boy.
What?
Lost Girl has gifted a sub to Cacoman.
Oh, thank you so much. What? The sub goal was met? What on earth? Oh, Jesus. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Oh my god. Thank you for gifting Kak a sub as well. Oh my lord. Thank you. What's going on? Oh my god, I'm so grateful. Does that mean another round of Mortuary Assistant? Hey, that was originally for a Gordon Ramsay stream, but we can talk. We can talk. Sorry, I'm just a bit in shock because since that, oh my god, since that, option to do that was introduced, like, everyone I know is like, well, that's never gonna happen. You know, like, I didn't expect that. Guys, choo choo. I think it's level 1,000,000 because of CAC. What 11. Yep. Instant level 11.
Entertainment? Do you say what the flight entertainment is?
Thank you. Thank you, Ed.
Get out your peanuts.
It's party time, bitches. I don't think he'll answer because he's extremely busy today. But I will let him know. I'll give him
Here's some entertainment
a
for
voice
the hype
memo.
train.
Who's? Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
It's underscore who's just subscribed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And also thank you for thanking everyone with the subs too, especially CAC. That was insane. That's never been done before. We appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you, Eb. Thank you, everyone. This is Leah. Sarah, I do. My god. I got to update the panels. Thank you, guys. I'm very excited to bring you more content. Now, you know, the hardest part is over. Like, obviously, I'm still getting there, but I appreciate you so much. Let this slide. Let it slide. You're enough, doll. This is Leah, and apparently someone cut them off, I think, but also, I'm in the background. Imagine being in the background of someone being a fuckhead. I'm honored. What a loser. Good reaction and the horn, doll. Jesus Christ. Have you ever seen the Gift the More feature? No, I've heard about it though. I've heard about it. That's a new thing, isn't it? I can't keep up with all the new, the new things. Keep going. Okay.
I just shoved a nuke up my
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer.
Oh no, the boys are watching me. I'll give them something. Hello, boys. Hello. Thank you for the fucking subby, you cheeky chestnut. Simmer down, duh. Oh
Cacoman has
my
gifted
God.
132 subs.
Wait, everyone watching right now has a sub, which means no one will see an ad. Cack!
There you go, just put those
Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much.
Put your ass away, child.
Cack's like, yeah.
Monster underscore Kuriu just
Thank you so
subscribed.
much.
Whoa, that
Holy
gift bomb though.
shit. All the lurkers right now are like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Monstru, thank you so much for 26. Cack. Caco doing it for the love of the game. That is so incredibly kind. I cannot tell you how much that means to me. I don't want to make you feel weird, so I'm going to stop. But you have no idea how much that means to me right now. Seriously. That is so generous. So kind. You didn't have to, like, I didn't go live today thinking this would ever happen. You don't go live thinking that would ever happen. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. So much. I appreciate you. Oh my God. What the fuck? Thank you guys. And a level 13 hype train? Jesus Christ. Thank you for the sub. We're all covered, Wheezy, yeah.
Put your ass away, child.
Weird? Weird.
Delulu underscore peep just subscribed. Pug
Striker.
PLS, Pug PLS, Pug PLS.
Lulu, thank you, doll. We're just doing some enrichment time. I felt a bit weird today, but I still wanted to hang out with you guys. Delulu, thank you so much as well. Monstry, thank you. Cack, thank you. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my
doing
God.
Some official police business.
Oh, Cack.
Is that my phone?
Eb!
Hello, Officer Put here. Quick, someone chin bits.
What?
Yeah, I'm bloody serious, mate. You're joking. I'm not joking. All right, I'll handle it.
Hello?
Yep, hi, it's Officer Put here. Someone just cheered a lot of biddies, and they have no permit.
Here's the permit up front. It says I can do what I want. Carl's permit.
What is going on in the club? I'm going to come back to this, Leah, because the fact that I said I just shoved a nuke up my pussy when you nearly got sideswiped is hilarious. Wait, Bevy, Cack, are you Aussie? You said Bevy. I do what I want. Get a bevy, babe. Get a bevy. What the hell? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I really, really appreciate it. Bevragino. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness gracious me. I'm shitting a bit. Crash. We should do a day where I plan outfits. Don't say sorry, Striker. Guys, a random level 14 on, I don't know, what day is it? July 23rd. Just crazy. Guys, before I press play on this video again, thank you so much for everything. Just well traveled. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that you call it a bevy. That's great. Thank you so much, guys. Like, you have honestly, I've said this every day for like 3 months because I know a lot's been happening, but you have made my very quiet home since Mimi's gone a very pleasant place to be, despite very lonely sometimes without her. You know what I mean? You've just been so great and so fun to hang out with. I go live, we have giggles, enrichment time. It's great. Now, I'm not gonna cry. Anytime I talk about how great you are, I get really emotional. Stop it. I just appreciate you because I've been having the time of my life. It's been really good having enrichment time, especially on days where I feel a bit weird. So, penis! I really appreciate it so much. I don't expect any of this. Like, this is holy guacamole. Yeah, I appreciate it so much. Prolapse anus! Pee-pee. Not pee-pee. Big fat clunge. Anyway, I appreciate you so much, guys. Panpipes! So Leah sent this in. Arby's beef flaps! Oh my god, it's meant to be. I talk about my Arby's all the time. So Leah nearly gets sideswiped, right? While listening to me as a podcast. Crazy. But wait, did you hear that?
I just shoved a nuke up my
That's crazy! Oh, that's my favorite thing ever. That's so funny. I want this to be an alert.
I just shoved a nuke up my
Imagine, oh, that's so like, that's crazy. That's absolutely insanity. Leah, that's so good. Oh my god. That's so funny. Thank you. I might make some content out of this because that is literally, that's just so funny to me. That's so funny. Whew. I just shoved a nuke out my pussy. Like, what were you thinking in that moment? Did you even hear me when that happened? Or did you watch it back and hear it? That's crazy. Why the fuck was the truck even trying to get over? I know, stupid. You did not. Oh, you're probably in shock. Oh my god, they're still wrestling. Grow up. Oh my god. Eb, thank you, my love. Thank you so much for a random level 14, guys. You're amazing. Thank you, Delulu, Eb, Monstry, Who's, Ghoul, and of course, Kako. That was Jesus Christ. Just a little bit generous. Ridiculous. Kind, generous, amazing, crazy. I appreciate that so much. So much. Train. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, that was an amazing reaction as well. Amazing reaction. They're still tussling over here, which is ridiculous. Like, get up. Get up. What are you doing? Yeah, that was... Ugh. Dickhead. They're still tussling. This is the emote I got, not the respectfully no. Oh my god. Crazy. And also, thank you for all the thanks, guys. I love seeing it. I know not everyone's comfy coming out of lurk, but I do appreciate you saying thanks because not only is that a huge support for the channel and I'm so lucky, but a lot of people, you know, want the emotes, want the ad-free viewership, but, you know, they can't afford it because it's a lot. So thank you, guys. That's so nice. Might be a new favorite. I like it. No. Okay, this guy's being a weirdo. Who's the other weirdo? Got a circle. Oh, nice editing. Nice editing. This guy. A bike and a car. Track him with the mouse. What are you doing? Imagine fighting with that fuck-ass helmet. What? Hello?
What are you doing?
fucking idiot.
Oh no, on a bike too. Oh no. Oh no, yep, bike stand up, bike stand up. Oh, we've got a GoPro. Yep, bike stand, bike stand.
Listen, mate. Hey, you just fucking pulled into me.
No, exactly. That's what we were saying before. I don't know if you were here when there was this one scene where they were just being absolute dickheads. And over nothing, by the way. But I'm too emotional. What? Look at this guy. In his bloody pullover and his hat.
Hey,
Girl, sit back down. Sit down. I would say sorry for the ad break, guys. But, Kako took care of it. Thank you so much again. What the hell? People who fight with armor. You love that emote. What the hell? Oh, they're tussling. 2016. You can tell. Oh, grow up. Now someone just joined just now. True. It's really cute. I like it. A bout of radiation. Roll and roll. Yeah, just kiss. Ebb. Also, I can't believe you did that. I haven't seen Officer Pud. I thought they were retired for a bit. They came out of retirement. Oh my god. Like, yeah, what's the end goal? I just hate... I'm not a fan of fighting in general. But, like, especially when it's just not needed. Like, ugh. I got a fresh permit? What's happening? Who's gonna tussle? Okay, they're tussling. Girl. Oh. Don't do it. Don't get off. Don't get off your bike. It's cringe. Okay, he's getting out. I'm coming! You better be scared. You better be scared. Yep. Yep, come on. Come on. Oh, it's actually so embarrassing. Oh my god. That's so embarrassing. Like, grow up. What? Oh my god, I can't deal with that. I can't. No, Cat. Look at this guy. Watch him. Look. Why is he leaping like that? What the fuck? That's so funny. What an idiot. Roger Rabbit. Bro just hopped to do this and then hopped away. What? I think I looked more scary. Guys, he's doing the exact thing I did. Shorter. Like, that's exactly my... Watch how the red fights. That's... Oh, my tea's gone cold. Yeah. I gotta put that in the microwave. Guys, that's so funny. That's so stupid. Okay, Wolf Creek. What the hell? Do they have kids in the car? I think I heard a kid. Mm-mm. Oh. Nothing I hate worse than someone that's aggro on the road for no reason. And then also just the horn. I hate when someone, like, unless it's warranted, of course. But when it's not, I hate when people, like, keep on the horn. Oh. Like, that's... I hate that. That's... Yeah. That's stupid. Yeah, thumbs down's good. Thumbs down is good. Hello, Nico. How are you, doll? Full on eye contact, thumbs down. Gomez. I know so many. Next time I get a troll in here, I'm going to thumbs down. Hello? Okay. I don't think he did anything wrong, right? Or am I a sock? Let's see. Hi, app. How are you, doll? Yeah, that was just okay. What the hell? He was behind him at one point. Did he do any? I mean, nothing warrants it anyway, but like, what was the problem? Oh, maybe they were yelling. Oh, yeah, true. What the hell? Heart hands? Oh, God. What the hell? Okay. There's a tussle in the street. Heart hands, Liz. Okay. Tussling. A third person's entered the chat here. What's going on? I think if it teaches us anything, guys, it's people can't fight. I will continue to enjoy my baby. Wait, are you at work right now? Oh, this is Gold Coast, right? Oh, a bike and a car? Wait. Hold. Hold. Were they yelling at this guy or this guy? Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, okay. Yeah, nice. Get that bevy out. What you drinking? What's your poison?
No debris on the road. He did something to piss the bikie off and the bikie stopped.
Stopped the traffic.
Oh.
You idiot.
That would.
Oh, fuck. Stop, stop, stop.
I'll have camera in that, won't I?
Hopefully.
Where's my...
Your dash cam's retarded.
Weird. Doggies! Oh, here we go again. It's just so icky. I've never seen grown men fight and gone, oh. Ooh, like it's so like grow up. I don't give a shit, bro. Like I'd rather you kiss. You know? What the hell? I have my I stay strapped with my mon. What an idiot. Oh, the headlock on Baldy. Another guy going, knock it off. Rubbing on my titties like he wanted me, wanted me. Oh, what's that song? What is it? Rubbing on my titties. Rubbing on my titties. I have Sucking on My Titties by another one. I don't think that's the one. Is that Sucking on My Titties? That's it, really?
Yeah. How's it go? It goes, Ratchy baby. Damn, I never seen a dick before. I threw my socks and my shirt on the floor. On the bed, what you waiting for? Come make this kitty roar. What's more, your mouth on my titties up in your house? Let's bring that shit down south. We not looking for a spouse. I shut down his laptop. I don't wanna watch a movie. Let's skip that small talk. We here cause you wanna do me. He's sucking on my titties. Ooh, he love to suck it, so he's sucking.
The 15th stage of grief.
He love to suck it, now he's sucking on my titties. He love to suck it, so he's sucking on my titties. Ooh,
okay. Cool. That's cool. I didn't know about that. Also, I love during that fight, it was knock it off. That's so funny. Cool, thank you for thanking Kako. Yippee! Don't pop your neck, you're so sexy. Is the 15th stage of grief the titty sucking or the feminine urge to add up? Both at the same time, if I can. If I get lucky. If I get lucky. And what's happening here? Alright, that's not on. Is that a girly pop? Oh, what a dickhead. Oh, nah. No. The first crime is that beanie. Second crime, being an absolute cockhead. Got it all on tape though, idiot. Loser. Loser. I'm too old for this shit. Not those two blokes. The oldies gave it a crack. I love when they mutually decide the fight is over and get back in their cars. That's so true. That's so true. And that's the funniest part about it. That's so funny. How's old mate just merging straight into a motorbike, then deciding that he's so offended by the motorcyclist's presence that he'd better get out of his car and break his hand trying to punch a helmet? Yeah. True. True. The way he came skipping over, then punched the guy in the helmet. Kangaroo man. That was so funny. Whiskey needs to hear that. Let's talk. I will. Let me save that. Let me just lock in. Let me lock in. He came bounding over. That's crazy. Oh my god. I can't believe that. I love a good road rage. Well, I like good road rage, sorry, if they're silly, but not actually hurting anyone. No, we stay locked out. I'm locked out of my apartment. Please help. I'm on my way with the spare key. You're not though, are you? Please say you're not. I kid. Oh, thank God. Yeah, Krabby, true. Wouldn't be as good. Wouldn't be good, I tell you. Bye, Sloppy. I hope you like the enrichment. That was great. I didn't mean, guys, I wasn't planning on doing this much enrichment. Let me see if I can find car chase, the one I'm talking about. This one? I don't think so. Let me see. No, it's not that. It's on this site. I just gotta find it. Yeah, true, Freedom, true. You're right, you're right. It was this one. Was it this one? I remember seeing it. It was daylight, yeah. Oh. That one, This is it, this is it, this is it! Guys, you want enrichment? I'll give you enrichment. This is crazy. They have a full discussion.
You're gonna have to run.
No.
Run.
No. Go out, babe. It's just because the road's blocked off. Just go out.
Are you sure?
Yep, go out and drive out. Straight past him. I even got him to
Put your window up.
You'll be right. He's just gonna move that and then.
Get out of the fucking car!
Go,
Get
go,
out!
go, go,
Get out!
go, 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 go! Go, baby, go! Just go. Just go. Just go. You're right, babe, babe, you're alright!
I know, I'm just getting away from it for us. Now, how's that for driving, darling?
Get me.
How's that for driving, darling? Crazy, crazy. They're fighting in my work chat. Get him!
Good driving or not?
Good boy, good boy, get me away.
Good boy. Good boy. Get me away.
Get us away.
I am.
Get us away. Get us away. Baby, careful. Careful. Honey, careful, because I'll get air patrol out.
I know, we're going to get out and run.
Not yet.
I've got a flat, we have to.
You got a flat?
I popped the tyre down.
Did ya?
Yeah.
Keep going. Did you really?
Yes. I wouldn't say it otherwise.
You gotta get us out of here though, to get us, like, out of here. Away from them before we can ditch the car, babe.
I know.
Are they still coming?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think
that was mad driving, darling.
Yeah, calm down, you're alright. Just keep driving.
That was mad driving, darling.
That was wicked driving, baby.
Just get us.
That was wicked driving, baby.
Out of this area.
Get out of the fucking car! We're nearly fucked then, darling.
I shit myself. That's why I said just drive. We got out, we were pinched. Baby, I wasn't letting it happen.
Addie, thank you for thanking.
Alright?
Hi,
Because we weren't
Zoe.
stolen there.
Oh,
How
shit
the fuck
myself.
do they know we're gonna be there?
I don't know.
They're tracking the car.
Yeah.
Should I check that message?
No, you should just fucking get out of the car and go. We should just go.
I know, but we can't just ditch it here. They know what we look like. We got to get out back to Paranway.
No, we don't.
And ditch it.
No, we don't.
Can't ditch it here, darling. I'm telling you, we're going to get pinched if we ditch it right here, right now.
Darling, we're not going to be able to drive it around. They're tracking it.
Okay, well, we need to get it somewhere where we can get out and get on a tram or something straight away.
Oh, tea.
Ditch it for a tram stop.
I love group chat
You know
tea
what
when
I
it doesn't
mean?
involve me.
Dave?
Yeah. Just fucking let me do it, babe.
Yeah, ditch it here.
I'm doing the best I can, darling.
Yeah.
Straight ahead.
This
yeah?
is a stolen car. How funny is this? Stolen car, and the stolen car had dash cam.
Go.
Crazy.
And ditch it.
Just anywhere.
Yeah, it's a friend's house. Yeah?
Just fucking don't, darling. I'm trying to keep an eye on the traffic behind us. Fuck, mate. Lucky I got out of there like I did. Not one scratch on the car.
Zoe, yeah. Not one scratch, but a broken tire.
We need to get to the train station.
I know, darling.
I'm just thinking where one is that's close to here that takes us to where we gotta go.
Yeah, this fucking.
Alright, well, while you're driving, do you want me to start packing that shit into a bag?
Yeah.
So we can at least get out the car?
Yeah.
True love exists, guys.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
True love's real.
Lights and all?
No, not lights. They're right there on the other side of those cars.
In the grey car, yeah?
Yeah. I want to go over that gutter.
No, don't. They kept going.
They're stuck in the fucking traffic behind us.
Oh, yeah, the black car.
Yeah.
Guys, I love you, bitch.
Keep going. We're gonna have to lose this one now. So
Tea.
just stay, don't red light us just in case it hasn't come up. Turn this way.
No. Alright.
Oh shit, sorry. Fuckhead, yeah, go.
I had to do that, sorry.
Yeah, and
I'm
turn
going
here.
down here
Yeah.
and going.
Yeah, but don't go too fast where they can see you going. Fast, go. Did they come our way?
Here they come.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
We're in a chase?
Yeah. Get out, go!
Not the jog. Not the power walk. Like, not even trying. Like, walk normal, they won't know it's us. It's crazy. Oh, when I first saw that, I was floored because of the, come on, baby. Yeah, you're doing great, baby. Do you see that drive, babe? We could drive. Like, I couldn't. It was crazy. Having my car stolen and smashed up would be terrible, but finding this footage on the dash cam would make my fucking year. I don't think I've ever been in a relationship as healthy and supportive as this one. Healthiest relationship in Melbourne. Good boy, good boy. America has Bonnie and Clyde. Australia has Shazza and Dazza. You have to admire the positive reinforcement under pressure. Yeah, no, true. This is so true. These cops are going to think what a great driver I am. I know where we can ditch it. We'll ditch it at a friend's house. That's crazy. I'm loving this conversation more than the pursuit itself. Oh, God. Gosh, a dash cam where a black dual cab ranger is the innocent party, yeah? Crazy. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm not speaking from experience or anything, but that was a terrible getaway. Winter. Now, I'm not talking from experience. But that was actually pretty impressive. That's crazy. No, honestly, it went on allegedly. Do you work well as a team? Yes. Yeah, that was pretty, pretty decent. Could have been worse. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, Dashcam owners, great channel. They also stream on Twitch and they've rated me from time to time and they're very sweet. Not sure where it could have gone worse. Maybe crashed earlier. Maybe they hurt more people. Allegedly. Allegedly. Thanks, Beck. My goats. I know, isn't that funny? Imagine them rating me right now as I'm watching their content. No, but they're great. If you don't already subscribe, I'm sure you do, but if you don't, they're great. And I didn't expect to watch this content today. I didn't expect to. Oh, shit myself. Yep. Do we do some RBT now? I didn't expect to have enrichment time. At some point in the future, we gotta plan it, and we do. Yeah. I wonder what time he goes live these days. Should we get some RBT in? Yeah, I love enrichment time. Onion. Onion. 7 p.m. Sundays. A separate group chat. Slay. Enrichment time finds you when you need it. True. True, you're right. This one, have I seen this one? No, I don't think so. Did we start this one? I don't remember. I don't think we've seen this. If we have, just stop me. I don't think we have. I think we're safe. Let it be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. Should I reheat my tea? Nah, it's alright. Oh, I can reheat my lunch. I'll do that. I'll reheat me lunch. Yeah, I'll do a quick little burb, guys. I won't be long at all. Should I start it? No, I want to be involved. Army leg! That was so funny. I didn't expect to, that was, wow. This wasn't on my bingo sheet for today, but I'm very grateful that we've had so much fun. Wow. Have you seen the TikTok trend of editing insert country politician into other politicians, seeing if you can notice? Oh, really? No, I haven't. Oh, yeah, we have some crazy emotes. Okay, I'll be back. Behave. I'm gonna reheat me lunch because I made it last night. Yippee! I just got blown for 2 hours straight. Ask me anything. I was playing funnel rudders. Big. That's crazy. You're my real dad. Damn it. Okay. BRB. for. All right, I've got my lunch. I've got my enrichment treat, and I have water. Let's rock and roll. What did you say, Ping? Did you say something crazy? Okay. All right. Let's go. Ping. No, that's real. That's real. Well, Carrie, hello. Are we ready? Morn. We really should have a moan command. It's Monday, isn't it, Hyper? 27th? Or am I a big stinky sock? But good reminder. I'm a big stinky sock. I'll get the date for you. But a nice, like maybe a clean one. Maybe a clean one. Yeah, so on the 27th, guys, Oz, there's going to be a national alarm happening. And just be aware of that so you can turn off your phone if you have a like a emergency phone that you don't want anyone to know of, like if you're in a bad situation, make sure your phone is off so they don't become aware of your phone. Do not disturb won't work, only airplane mode and turning it off will shut down the noise. I gotta remember to do that because that's gonna jump scare me. Ping, yes! Get one of me. I'm joking. I think I will get Mimi's paw tattooed on me. Ellie, yes. Yes. Look how little it is. Oh my god. I don't have a tattoo though. But I think I'm gonna do the paw. I wanted to do maybe like a fine line thing of her face, which I still can because she's the prettiest girl in the world. But in the future, I think I might just get her paw. He's so cute. So cute. Oh, that's cute, Strike. I could do that. Mimi paw. Oh, yeah, I should do a chat for it, yeah. Little Mimi girl. Gosh, she's so cute. Ugh. Yeah, obviously there's no date set for that, but in the future I'd like that. How are you, Ellie? I'm heading to bed soon, so I'm not going to lurk. Yes, thank you, Abs. I appreciate you. I don't know when she's coming home, no. Let me check my, I haven't heard from them since. They did say, I think, 12 to 15 days, because they hand deliver it to you. So, I'm waiting for that. Yeah. I had to recap and go your wiggler. Oh my god, Ellie. I was Vanilla Spice for real. I haven't gotten a haircut, no. I've just been straightening it. What early night. Love that. Just fried me. I'm going to make a reel, I think. Because Chris's reaction to it was so funny. And then the headphone thing on Marge's wig. Stupid. Last night's stream was a movie. Guys, you've been making my days. Like, I mean, you always have, but I still can't believe I'm streaming 8.5 years in. Like, it's an actual privilege that I'm still here and people want to listen to me. I'm having so much fun. I know, what the hell? Next month is crazy. Next month is 6 years partnered, 3 years ambassador, and January's 9 years. I really want to make it to 10. That's my goal. I would love to make it to 10. That'd be so cool. Yeah, that was so funny, Henry. I gotta update my panel after stream. Bro, I didn't start streaming thinking this would be forever. Like, well, not forever, but I didn't think it would ever become a thing. But so grateful, though. Do you have tats, Cax? Okay, let's start the thing before I start talking about everything. What made me start? It wasn't, no, Ellie. It was, you're fine, babe. I just feel bad that I'm yapping. Oh my god, Anita, that's so cute. I love that. Jules. Ooh, 2 doll hairs. Okay. It was an accident, actually, Ellie. So I didn't know about what Twitch was. I had no clue what Twitch was. In 2017, Fort came out, but it was just Save the World. No Battle Royale, and I was obsessed with it. It was $50. And on my lunch break when I was in corporate, I would watch Fortnite streamers, specifically Dakota's. And he was like, catch me live on Twitch. And I was like, what the fuck is Twitch? Hello? Yeah, because the game was Save the World, Cass. It wasn't a Battle Royale. Yeah, sure. I think maybe art or selfies, whatever. I'd love to see it. And so I got a Twitch account and I had like a week off work and I would just watch him on Twitch and I loved it. And then one night I was bored and I went live off my phone, and my name was Carla full back then. I went live off my phone and I literally had my Google Home playing music and I was just being a fuck. Like, I was just dancing. It wasn't hot at all. It was very cringe and bad. I know, Ellie, how random. And of course I didn't even have panels or a display picture, so people were like hunting in just chatting, and there was a few people that would come and be like, whore, and I'm like, yeah. Anyway, and then didn't think anything of it, but I was like, wait, that was really fun, even though people hated me. Like, that was sick. And then I had an iPad and I went live with my iPad just chatting. And I think I had one person in there again being like, oh, this is random. Yeah, sick, cool. And then I was streaming to no one when I did Fortnite straight off the PS4. And then people started coming in, and like, I think I had like an average of 2 viewers at one point, and I was stoked, love it. Oh wait, I want a knuckle sandwich so bad. Hand it over. But anyway, so then I would PS4 stream. Yeah, Ellie, we should do that. And yeah, I was just streaming Fortnite off my PS4, no alerts, no nothing. And then I would just chat for a little bit, but I had 2 jobs at one point. Yeah, freedom. It's good though. I honestly liked that I didn't have, like, my start was kind of rough, but I love it though, looking back, because it was such a great time. But I would only do like 30-minute streams once a week because I had 2 jobs, and I was wondering, like, why aren't I growing? And then yeah, and then it just kind of got, I got more time when I got well, I quit my job because they were assholes, and then COVID happened, so I would have been fired anyway. And then I started just streaming every day, and I just grew slowly, and it was really great. I don't think, did I get money from, I did something stupid during COVID. I had some super, which is our 401k, and you could get it out. It wasn't a lot, but I got it out because obviously I was like, no money. Whoopsies, shouldn't have done that. Anyway, Whatever. And that's how I started. So it was a complete accident. If Fortnite never came out, I don't think I would have been here. I didn't know what Twitch was. And Twitch was so different back then, you couldn't gift subs. Isn't that crazy? When I started, you couldn't gift subs. And you only had one emote for affiliate. Crazy. Ping, really? I don't think I got stimulus payments. Damn. Among Us. Yeah. But. Actually crazy. It is mind-blowing that I'm here and I have a community. It's still, I still think about it to this day. I know, like, cringe, but it's true. Like, I don't know how I got here. Like, I met my bestest friends through Twitch. Crazy. Julian was my first, and he came from Jenna. From him I found Chris and you and Granny. Yeah, crazy. Crazy. Ellie, we were meant to be here together sharing fart sounds. Amazing. Crazy. Yes. Wait, okay, Slay? Okay, Slay tats? God. Guys, I gotta get tatted up. Imagine me, guys. Imagine me being like, yeah, I got tattoos. Yeah, I'm tatted up. Yeah. Got this one when my cat died. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all tough and sexy. I did have a fake sleeve for Terry, actually. I don't think I'd suit tattoos, but I got a tattoo, guys.
Thank you for the sub.
I don't know where it is, Striker.
Put your ass away,
Oh my
child.
god, I'm so sorry. I have no idea where it is, but I will
Joshua
get it.
Grove Old just subscribed. Happy 26.
Thank you,
Hope
Josh.
you're doing well, Carla.
My goat. My goat. It's in the Melbourne bag. 16. Oh my god. Yeah, I've got a tattoo. Yeah. No, I've been told that. I think Reese was like, you have the perfect canvas for a tat. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you're pale as hell. I'm like, okay. I've been lurking all night, but I heard tattoos. Well, I think I'm getting my first tat soon of Mimi's paw. But like by soon, I mean, I have no plan at all. But we're going to watch RBT Ping. He has a couple, Cass. If you don't ever get out in the sun, ink goes in well. Really? Take me off the roster. I haven't seen that, Leo. That's funny. Bye, Virgil. Sweet dreams. Oh, really? Who said that to you, Kako? What the hell? Love pale people. Well, I got just the thing for you. Josh, thank you so much. Happy 26. My goat. All right, I'm yapping too much. Let's watch some RBT.
Tonight on RBT.
I reckon he's worth a breath test. What do you reckon?
Oh.
How come he on the wrong side of the road?
If you're disqualified in Victoria, you're disqualified in New South Wales.
If you get in your car and drive, I'll guarantee you'll go straight to jail.
Pop your hands in front of you, it's going to handcuff you.
Oh, we're so on.
One big breath and blow through.
Why did you swap drivers?
Stay there, don't move. Stop. This time I'm going to place you under arrest.
For the puns.
After the pubs and bars close in Newcastle, the streets are soon empty. On mobile RBT patrol, officers Collier and Dunn turn off the main street. They spot a lone P-plater travelling in the opposite direction,
no.
who appears to be taking the scenic route home.
Where's he going?
A long way around.
Sushi, I can't believe that. That was so funny.
Any alcohol tonight?
I had a couple of beers really this afternoon.
You're on your P's.
Yeah.
Yeah. When was your last drink?
4 o'clock.
If James's last drink was 10 hours ago, he'd better hope he registers a 0 reading.
Just take one deep breath for me and blow continuously till I say stop. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Let me have a look.
Okay, at this point in time, you're under arrest for the purpose of a breath analysis.
What was
Okay,
it? I
you've
missed
gone
it.
over the limit.
I think this is one of these firemen.
James can't believe he's landed himself
Hello.
in this situation.
Residents of Melon City! Hello, 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 hello! How is your stream? Were you doing more Wii? Guys, they played Wii Sports, and the way something in me was just lit. Like, I was like, wow, I missed that. That's amazing. Were you doing it again today? That's so cool. You were! I want to do Wii Fit so bad. That'd be so fun. How did you even set it up? I can't believe that. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, that's so good. I remember vividly. The board was ahead of its time. Wii Fit was ahead of its time. Was it probably a little bit crazy that I was weighing myself as a 10-year-old? Yeah. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Was it fun? Definitely. Definitely. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think, look, yeah, if I could turn back time, but getting caught obese by the Wii tracker is a rite of passage. Honestly, crazy. But the running game where you trip if you go too fast. Oh. Hi, Tam. Thank you for the follows, guys. Yeah, crazy, but so fun. And iToy, I would love to play iToy. Guys, not to flex on you, but I played iToy. When I played iToy as a 12-year-old, there was a Maestro game. I was goated at it. Now, I would love to try it out to see if I was actually goated at it or if I was just 12. Full stop. I don't know. I need to investigate it. I need to do some investigating. Yeah. You've inspired me officially. But also, please don't let me keep you if you're going to do your thing. I appreciate you. Also, your house is so cool. I love your decor. Very, very cool. Yeah. No, stop. That's crazy. 8 years old. Fitness age, 50. What the hell? Mum, no more roll-ups for me. No more LCMs. Wii Fit just called me obese. I can't. No more Dunkaroos for me. Put them away. Crazy. I can't wait to boot up again. I saved up for that. I had a job at Woolies and I saved up for my Wii and it was $500 back then. $500. But I do think you got 2 controllers, which is actually kind of good. I don't think you get 2 controllers now. I think I got a bundle. I think it was the Wii and maybe Wii Fit for $500. Kind of crazy. Yes, have lunch. If you can't let me know, I'll send the adapter I got on Amazon. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. 2 controller and yeah, how cool though. No, I loved it. Honestly, like Wii Sports on the original Wii is some of the best gaming ever, I feel. Like you play it on the Switch now. And it's still fun, but it's not the same. It's not the same. If you didn't fling the controller into the TV, did you actually play Wii Sports? No, didn't. You didn't. Mario Kart. You know what I miss actually, guys? The DS, Nintendo DS, and brain training, and Nintendogs. The Wii telling me I got a strike hit's different. Exactly. I know, but also, yeah, ping it was. And even like a square up. Brain trainer. Ugh. I have SingStar, guys. Don't encourage me. I have SingStar and the mics. Do not encourage me. You don't want you don't need this. You truly don't need this, okay? I have the mics. Yeah, girl. You're not Sydney, are you? You're Melbs, right? Otherwise, I'd give you my mics. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I spent a good 60 on SingStar stuff. Yep. And while I have you guys, Simpsons Hit and Run, one of the best games of all time. Give me the remaster. Hand it over right now. Why are we waiting? Why are we waiting? This is stupid. Like, Katy Perry went to the moon, kind of, before we got SingStar. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. I heard, yeah, if there's one in the works, I will pass out. Guys, I'll be Marge Simpson for it again. Katy Perry went to the moon. Someone redid it all and they got a lawsuit. Oh, just hand it. Not that they need it, but they'd make so much money. Hand it over. Why are you stopping? Why are we getting GTA 6 before Simpsons Hit and Run? Twitch, clip that. But anyway. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. We are watching RBT. And it is a time. We also watch some dash cams. I'm in my enrichment era. I'm just loving reacting to old, not dash cam really, but old Aussie shows as well. Border security, all that jazz. So welcome in, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I do play a lot of games as well, but I also have been dabbling in my just chatting era. I used to be just chatting when I first started, and then I stopped, and lately I've come back, and we're back at it again with them white vans, so I'm very excited. Very, very excited. I love Border Security. So good. So good. Dash cams was good, though. That was really fun. Also about to switch to wine since I'm always done. Oh, yeah? We talking red or we talking white? Yeah, we got to do plane spotting again. River monsters? No, what is that? Also, I love, sorry, I'm going on tangents again. I love opal hunters, Australia. Tornado spotting. Oh my God. Sush, I got you. If you haven't seen it, it's so funny. They mine for opal, which is great. Like, hell yeah. But they always go, we need to get opal to get more diesel to keep mining. And it's like, it just feels like a loop. You're just getting you're just getting opal to get diesel. Are you making any money? They always complain about that. It cracks me up. Katie, isn't it funny? Gold digger, yep. It's really good though. Tammy, that game looks insane, by the way. Clay cracking? Hell yeah. Oh, what happened? Okay, hell yeah. Noted, guys. Noted. All right. Thank you for the raid, doll. Enjoy your lunch as well.
Pitta, you know, the kebab shop. And then some altercation with one of my friends and...
Altercation, big word.
Kind of like to get into a fight. I just kind of wanted to get out of there, and
Katie.
we were walking. A group of his mates came up the street behind us and had a go at all of us, and then that's when I made the dumb decision to just get in the car and take him home, and just probably shouldn't have done it.
Miss Altercation, that's a good name.
James has only landed himself in trouble.
I've never done this before. This is...
Sure you haven't.
Just a little bit rattled at the moment.
What the hell? No. It's oregano.
In Delahaye, in Melbourne's west, a large-scale RBT unit is targeting late-night drivers.
Uh-oh.
That's fine, you're right to go, thank you.
Okay, ladies, girls' night.
59-year-old Radavoye is driving his mum home after dinner.
In my opinion, the result of the preliminary breath test indicates that your breath contains alcohol. Okay, so I need you to turn the car off for us and step out of the vehicle, thanks, sir.
Radavoye spent the day with his mother, celebrating his late father's life.
My father died.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And I'm with my mother, have a special today lunch and dinner.
All right, yes.
And memories and memories.
Yeah.
And,
Our limit is
It's been
0.05.
an emotional evening for Radavoye, who's raised a glass or two in his father's memory.
I have half of bottle of wine and
On your full license, though.
whiskey before that, and that's all. I know.
I thought he's going to keep going. And whiskey. And some rum.
That's not good.
Despite his drinking,
He sounds
Radovoje
Greek,
thought he was
Maltese, or
okay to
Italian.
make the short drive to his mother's home.
I don't know how much is the illegal, but I know if I going now in the car and I bring my mother, for sure, absolutely, I can go, no problem. Every mother worried about son, and she tell me.
I heard about the
"Please,
.08
be
actually.
careful,"
I didn't
and
know
say,
that.
No, mother, no, don't worry about that.
Right. Okay, take a deep breath. Blow one long continuous breath until I tell you to stop.
Unfortunately for Radovoje, he didn't listen to his mother's advice.
Stop, that'll do.
And a positive reading may prove his mother is always right.
Britt, I think we're trying it next
Friday
week.
night, just over the Victorian border in Albury. There's a large volume of interstate traffic through this town, so officers are always on the alert.
Me going through security at the airport.
It's not long before a
With
red
nothing.
Commodore driving out of a bottle shop catches their attention.
I'm always scared.
The driver, Daniel, presents some identification.
Daniel?
But it's not the right kind.
No, need your driver's license, Daniel. Is the vehicle yours?
It's my brother's.
I know, Goob, so old. 460p.
Where are you residing at the moment?
Hey, what's that, sir?
Whereabouts are you living at the moment?
Oh, I'm just staying at a mate's joint.
Yeah?
Just up the road here.
Just on holidays or something, are you?
Yeah, just come down to my brother's joint, bro. Just going.
Yeah. Consumed any alcohol this evening?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. How long ago was your last drink?
An hour ago.
About an hour ago. How much have you had tonight?
Uh-oh.
3 cans.
3 cans? All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to subject you to a roadside breath test. It's a nice simple test. All I want you to do is blow into the tube until I tell you to stop, okay? Just a nice deep breath. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going.
Uh-oh.
So just a couple of cans
Bro's
of beer.
puked. Crazy.
Just Jimmy's.
Yeah, Jim Beam Cola.
Over.
All right, Daniel, the
Jabroni.
device indicates
Blow
that
me.
you're in excess of the legal limit. All right, at
No,
this point
speak
in
on
time,
that.
you're under arrest for the purpose of a breath analysis. What's going to happen is we're going to convey you back to Albury Police Station where we conduct a further test, okay? Do you understand that? Yep. All right, mate, what I'll get you to do is just hop out of the vehicle and secure it for me.
But a second breath test isn't Daniel's only worry. There may be a reason he's reluctant to hand over his driver's license.
He's
Oh.
a Queensland licence holder driving a Victorian vehicle in New South Wales. I mean, we'll canvass that with him to see if there's any other offences that have been committed. What I'll get you to do is just pop your hands in front of you. I'm just going to handcuff you.
Hi, Andy. Me too. Henry, I played that a couple years ago. It honestly did scratch my itch, but it was really laggy and it didn't like work that well. It was very cute though. Honestly, it did. Maybe I try it again, but it just felt a bit jank. Obviously it is, but I would crash so much more. It was so hard to turn the car. But the noises did make me feel good. Maybe I try it again. Oh, straight from the bottle. Why not? Why not? Andy, how are you, doll? Welcome back in. 3 months
RBT
ago. Oh, now
patrols
you're
are
talking.
Always on the road. And on this weekday evening,
Okay.
officers Gretchen Fall are patrolling the southwestern suburbs of Sydney. Shortly before 7, they spot a van pulled up on the wrong side of the road.
Is this bloke in a van or?
Is he going the wrong way? He's reversed.
He is. What's he doing?
Hey, hey! I'm endorsing a new cola, kids. And this one isn't poisonous to anybody.
That we know of.
New and improved Buzz Cola is made from only the finest sugars and waters. Plus, it has a special ingredient, too hot for the FDA. It'll give you the get up and go you need to do all the pathetic stuff you have to do. Try new improved Buzz Cola.
Wait.
Cola.
Guys, I just gotta see
Let's
something.
get Buzz Cola.
I just gotta see something. Sorry, I just have to. One second, Marge. Oh my god.
Homie, somebody ate every dessert in the house. I need you to run to the store and pick up some of that ice cream with the miniature pies in it.
Oh, must have been one of our kids. Probably Millhouse.
Ah, funny. Go to the Quickie Mart and purchase some ice cream and cola.
Sweet.
Let me see how the driving is. Holy shit. S to brake. Oh god. Okay. Move it. Move it, sister. Oh my god. Woo! My bad. Oh, sorry.
Looks harder than it is.
Wait, it wouldn't be me if I didn't try to park
my
neat.
God. Let's do this thing. I'm a lean, mean speed thingy.
Perfect. Oh my god. How do I do this? Press action. Oh.
Oh, I hope do not press means press right away. Bouncy, bouncy.
Oh. You know what's funny about the game though? You don't have a camera. Did you have a camera on console? Or was it just like automatic cam? Woo! Simpsons shit and runs. Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't just... Wow. Can you fix... Wow, the options are so good. Controller. I wonder if I can plug in... Wait, let me see something. I don't think so, but... I'm curious. Get my light off. I'm curious. I don't think so, but... Let me have a look. The coins sound so good. That'd be so advanced. I don't think so. No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I thought so. But, you know. Yeah, I feel like you could move the camera. Use mouse. Use force feedback. Mouse sensitivity. Maybe, I don't remember. Character controls. Oh, camera. Oh, camera move in. Camera move out. Camera left. Wait, oh, is it this? Wait. Oh. No, okay. Arrow keys doesn't work. That's okay.
Hey, Apu, give me a cola and I need another bucket of ice cream with mini pies.
What happened to the ice cream with
Guys,
mini
we're in a
pies you ate
browser.
this morning?
I probably ate it. I don't remember stuff too good.
What the hell?
What do you have that is high in both fat?
Congratulations, Homer. Mission complete. Go back home and talk to Mom to start the next mission.
I'm so glad you came. If I don't increase profits, I'll have to sell Sanjay to the Krusty Burger.
No.
Do I like this?
I used to love this. That's in Fortnite now. cool. I will die on this hill even though I don't need to die on this hill. This game was ahead of its time.
I have freezer burn on my beard.
The moo-moo, I know. Oh my god, not Krusty looking at Playboy. And he's not even moving. That's crazy. Oh, the ham's here? Wait, can I kick the ATM? Did I know about this as a kid? Probably not. Yeah, maybe we try this when I leave the store. Hold. Arrow keys. Arrow keys. Nice. Okay. Cool.
Dinghy goes up.
Oh, can you double jump with this? Oh.
Ooh, I'm soaring like a candy wrapper in an updraft.
Woo! I'm rich! Jump into the air with spacebar, then use V or right click to kick the wasp. Okay. Guys, do you mind me having a bit of an enrichment break and having Simpson enrichment?
Whee! Oh, that was too easy.
Is this okay? Whoa. This wasn't on my bingo card. Oh my goodness. We're sat. It's so like, oh my god, I could afford Naked Homer. Also, I love the sounds in this game. But Chris, you're so sexy and full of milk. You know what? Oh, I wonder how long it would take me to finish this game as an adult. Honestly, it wasn't that easy as a kid. Sorry, sweetie.
You almost nicked me.
No, I didn't. You know what I used to do as a kid, actually?
Oh, I forgot my mission.
I was Homer. I remember this. I was Marge in her Simpson outfit. And I would be a cop and be like, stop, all right, go through. Like, I would just do this for like hours. I would just man the streets. Don't know why. But I did that, so whatever. Double jump? Yeah, I loved a bit of roleplay. Oh, wow, look. I feel like I missed all these as a kid.
That was too easy.
I definitely feel like I've missed some of this. Oh. Ooh, what the hell? I should probably add the Discord. Oh man, the serotonin. Wow. I did not have this many coins as a kid. Straight up. Yeah, true. Wait, let me add the Discord. So people know. Okay. Oh my god. I could get the Moo Moo. True. Although I would like a cool vehicle as well. That's crazy. Okay. Let's go and talk to Marge. Actually, I want to go inside.
A disco nap.
A disco nap? Wow. That's cool. Maggie's there.
Of a prisoner named Skateboarding Glory.
What the hell? Jeffy, there's a link to a browser. I know, Caitlin. I know. I know, and it runs perfectly. Oh wait, hold. Okay.
Homie, Lisa left for school without her science project. Can you get it to her?
Oh.
Do I have to?
You can drop it off on the way to work.
And I have to go to work?
Oh my god. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Race. Oh, not the racing ones. Alright, we'll see what the racing one does. Okay, hold. I need to do something real quick. I was really bad at the racing ones. Oh boy. Ugh. Dental plan. Okay. And we're off. Hi, Blaze. How are you, doll? Hello.
Thank you for the
Hi, Dex. 52? Oh my god.
Do this
Ditch
thing.
Quick Sock just subscribed. Carl's Grill.
Drive to the school. Guys, run, run. Use wrenches to fix your car. Okay.
2, 4, 6, 8. You suck. I'm great. Da, 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 da. You are the one I hate.
Shit.
I'll educate you a new one.
Oh, I'm honking. Sorry. I didn't realize I was honking. I thought that was Skinner. I didn't realize I was the one honking.
No.
My bad. God, I'm good.
Something? Oh yeah, stretch the legs and the crotch.
I turned in what I hate the most. No, please, that's okay, doll. I'm just glad to see you. Also, Dex, that's crazy. Thank you so much. How are you, doll?
Thanks for bringing me my model of the digestive system. Hey, where's the gallbladder?
I got hungry and it was a fig.
It was modeling clay.
Oh.
By the way, Dad, Mom called. She says she needs to talk to you at home before you go to work.
No!
God.
I am so smart. I am so smart. Yes,
Leave me alone. I'm calibrating the protractors.
Protractors. I kind of want to save my coins for a car, but this moo is pretty good. Okay. That's so good. Alrighty. Bye, babe. That's so funny. Hi, Slug. Okay. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, never mind. All right, let's go. Guys, we nailed it, I feel. Sorry.
Ow!
Sorry. All right, girl, what? That was a close one. I need a wrench. That was a child.
This is one weird place.
Take that. Oh, I wanted a peanut.
This runs better than... You're right, Henry. I can't believe you discovered this.
This is a school zone!
You're right, it is. It's a thingy. I'll pin it. How cool, Beck. What the hell? I didn't realize it was a browser. Hi, Munch.
Homer, go talk to Ned Flanders. He seems miffed and PO'd.
Me, I'm the world's greatest neighbor. I even have a mug to that effect.
PO'd is so funny. Miffed and PO'd. That's hilarious. She didn't even comment on my fit. Sorry, Flanders. Get up. Sorry.
I'm all in a dither, Homer. So many of my possessions have disappeared.
What's the
I
deal,
called the
Bet?
police to find the culprit.
Culprit, eh?
Stupid,
my lawnmower,
sexy
my
Flanders,
cooler,
for
my
real.
lawn chair, a family portrait, even Rod's inhaler. What kind of sick individual would take this stuff?
Oh no, I borrowed all of Flanders' stuff. Quick, think of an excuse to get out of here. Excuse me, I think I have to go shuck some corn.
You say shuck some corn? Mmm. Wicked boneless. I'm such a good neighbor. That's funny. Before time runs out. Okay.
Cake.
Alright, I got this.
Cake.
Cake. Alright, I got this. Don't you worry, guys.
Ouch! My bikini zone's chafing.
My bikini zone is chafing.
Maniac!
Sorry.
Please don't sue.
I love how people do speed runs of this game as well. So,
What's next? Flanders cooler. I gave it to Barney.
bye, app. I appreciate you. You're my goat. Talk to Barney.
You remember that cooler I gave you for your birthday? Well,
Cowabunga!
Flanders wants it back. Now what will I use for a toilet?
That's crazy. 1 second. I got time. I got time. I got time.
Hey, I found my lost nacho. Ooh, the vibration is tickling my feet.
Oh, it's back this way. Hey! Wow, they don't make games like this anymore.
Almost done. Now I need Flanders' stupid picture of a stupid family.
Ha!
I'm not afraid to die.
Okay, last one. Now where did I leave Rod's stupid inhaler? Duh, on top of the dump truck. I didn't do it.
This is the worst town in
That's crazy. Oh.
Ow, my ass!
What the hell? What is this game? I swear I didn't laugh this much as a kid.
What's this do? Now to return this stuff before the cops find me sitting around talking to myself.
Slug, they would... oh my god. They would have to make... Like, I don't want them to make it look better. It needs to be the same. Yeah, Henry, that's true. Yeah, so they need to keep it the same, but then also add more missions, but keep it the same. This looks amazing. I don't want it to look any better than this. Oh, sorry.
Flanders, look! I found your missing stuff! Now, about the reward.
Thanks, neighbor Rooney. Here's your reward. A prayer from the Lord's #1 fan. Our Father in heaven, bless this noble oaf.
Stupid Flanders getting happiness from religion. In your face! Woohoo!
Futurama.
Way to ignore the speed limit!
Blink, Flanders, blink! Oops. I couldn't do the last mission. I wonder... Also, if you've come in, hello guys! I appreciate you. We are still getting enriched, but I accidentally stopped an episode of RBT to play some of this. Whoopsie doopsies. But this is my favorite game of all time, and Henry found a what's it called? A browser link for this, which is crazy. Getting a new Crazy Taxi on PC. Wait, we need
you're
that.
late for work. And today's your workplace evaluation with Mr. Smithers.
You'll find my scorpion farm. Then where will my scorpions live? Only one person can help me. Lenny.
Oh, it doesn't let you. Good. Okay. Good, good. All right, let's go to work. Drive to the Krusty Burger by the cemetery. Okay. Look at those houses in the back.
Ow, my head!
Okay. But I want Uber Eats. Oops, sorry guys.
Vengeance will be mine.
Yeah, I think you can kick Lisa. Correct. Get in the damn car.
Bart did it.
Hey, Lenny.
Hey, Homer, how about a breakfast churro?
No time. Tell me where to find Mr. Smithers.
Yeah, I think I saw him at the Quickie Mart. More breakfast churros for Lenny.
I'm gonna need a car with a little more junk in the trunk
Oh,
if I'm
no.
gonna take him out. I wonder if Barney still has the Plow King.
I shouldn't have bought the Moo. I'm 150. I'm broke. Okay, wait. I think I can get some coins. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine, guys. Chat, what the hell? Wow, it's the best day of my life. This is Kid Grand Theft Auto. It really is.
Barney, can I borrow the Plow King? Take what you want, sexy leprechaun. Just don't shoot me with that dart gun. Oh, whatever.
Okay. Sure. Destroy his car. I never thought you'd ask.
It's crashing time.
Oh my god, the Plow King.
I love to sing.
Sorry. Oh wow, it's so like harder to drive.
I have no insurance.
Huh. Sorry, I keep laughing at these little one-liners. All right, let's go through here.
Just a few more. Woohoo! All right.
Moving. I'm gonna get him.
Oh, I swallowed my gum. Eat my dust.
Uh oh. Oh. Oh my, he's going so slow. That's so funny.
That is no way to behave.
Watch out!
Yeah, go on, loser. You don't realize how slow they're going? Obviously, because you're a child and you need to do it. I remember this being so hard for me.
I'm a lean, mean speed thingy.
Plow King.
My convertible. I just waxed and undercoated.
That's what you get for expecting me to do the job for which I am paid.
That's crazy. I was sweating during that. I need my sedan back. Oh, pickup truck, dump truck, surveillance van. Oh, nice. How do I do it?
Can you come and get me? I'll pay you.
Me every day I go into work. I was sweating. You know what? There were some missions.
Tickling my feet.
There were some missions that I literally skipped because you can skip missions if you like fail, I think, a few times. I would skip the missions and be like, nah, whatever, because I would just suck at it.
Lousy, rotten karmic retribution.
I would
Let's do
suck.
this thing.
Wait, where am I meant to be going?
You almost hit a person.
My bad, I'm going the wrong way. Well, yeah, I guess no. Well, actually, I didn't finish it in general because I think wait, do I have to stay in the truck? I just realized because the last mission I couldn't beat. So no, I never finished it.
Look out! Mistakes were made. Takes more than that.
Oh, are we driving to the power plant without... Oh, there it is. Never mind. Saints Row but Simpsons. No, you're right. Yeah, you couldn't skip the last mission. I sucked at it too. So I wonder if I could do it now. I don't know how long, though, this takes, this game. Like, I don't know. Like, how long would it take as an adult now? Imagine the same amount of time. Hans Moleman.
Road rage and I know how to use it.
Yeah, some of the missions were quite hard. I'll probably fail. Is that Millhouse? Oh my god. 43 minutes. Wonder how many missions there are. Wait, Beef, where is that from? Also, thank you for all the follows today, guys. It's been so fun. This wasn't on my my bingo sheet, but it's okay. Sometimes it's fun to do something random. Oh wait, I gotta park, guys. At least 2. Oh, sorry. Alright, car's parked. Let's go. Ralph said it to Lisa. Oh my god. Savage.
Chest pains. Having chest pains.
Oh, this mission? Oh, I hated this one. Carla enjoying herself and doing what makes her happy. Alright, cutie patootie. Alright. And to think I wasn't going to stream today, I was feeling kind of glum. And I went, I want to hang out with them. Eva!
How can I sleep with that?
Oh my god! Pussy tussin! Pussy tussin! Pussy tussin! Brit!
I'll destroy you at your power source.
Thank you! That's really
Pratina has
kind.
gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, doll.
Naughty boy.
I'm not going to save. You unlocked... Wait, you can unlock Bart? I don't remember Bart. Oh, wait, yeah, I think so. Thank you, Brit. That's really kind. If you were gifted a sub, please say thank you. That's super kind. Thank you for streaming. I needed some enrichment with you in the class. I know, enrichment time is just us streaming. I love it so much. I love enrichment time. Wait, is that the Simpson clip, Beef? Or is this Rickroll?
I heard your dad went into a restaurant and ate everything in the restaurant, and they had to close the restaurant.
Hey, my dad may have gained a little weight, but he's not some kind of food-crazed maniac.
Oh, the raspberry.
Oh, homie. That's funny. I was also feeling kind of glum, so I'm glad you graced us with your presence. Oh, stop it, you guys. The moo-moos. Britt, thank you. That's so kind. Thank you, everyone, so much. For all the ways you support. Very, very kind. Not a fat fuck. I am so smart.
Sweet.
S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T. Oh, I hated this one, guys. I was bad at it. I was bad at it. I wonder if I'll be able to get it now.
I love senselessly pushing things. Marge will clean this mess up later.
Oh, Homer.
If you're so smart, how come I broke you?
Okay, wait. Free trimbapoline! Woo!
It's not like anyone likes these things. I hope do not press means press right away. Stupid like a fox.
This mission used to... I hated this as a kid, so...
Mars will clean this mess up later. Dinghy goes up.
Nothing?
If you're so smart, how come I broke you?
We go again. Nothing? Nothing happened? Nothing at all. That link on top of chat, it's a browser game. Your night's set, babe.
Stupid like a fox.
Well, okay, crazy, because that mission took me ages as a kid, so there you go.
Finally, I can get some sleep.
Mindless drones, return to your ugly families.
Oh God, that's so cruel.
So talented and good looking.
And good looking. Guys, anytime you feel insecure, just say to yourself, I'm so talented and good looking. Perfect. My bad. This way, I think. Never mind, nothing happened. I was told not to lie to myself. Hey, we have to fake it until we make it. I could see the pin when I'm trying to... Oh, you can't see. Well, there you go. Perfect. I'll keep it pinned. Oh, it's in disc. Oh, beautiful. No, Brit, exactly. I think we should all wear muumuus together and have a muumuu meetup and...
I'm a lean, mean speed.
Hang out in our muumuus. Actually, can I do this? Let me see. Oh, music. Music? Perfect. I can turn the music down. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, you just can't, you can't turn the music down. Damn it. That's all right. Level progress. Story missions 7 in this level. Level complete. Gags. Character clothing. Okay. Oh, Crash.
Let's roll.
Yeah, I don't know what happened before, but I'm really grateful. Bye. Oh. I wasn't touching it. I didn't realize you had to hover over to change it. That's my bad. Tamako. The music was just a bit loud. That should be better. Guys, hold on to your jorts. Oh, sorry. I thought that. Oh, I thought that was a jump. Sorry. No, now hold on to your jorts, guys. There we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. My bad. My bad. What the hell? Oh my god, Grace. I think you're sick. He has a lot of beer in the back. Good for him. Oh, I actually do need to... Sorry.
Watch it, buddy.
I'm scared, disoriented.
Don't be scared, baby. You're okay. Boo, you whore. Oh.
Nothing lasts forever. This is the worst
Sorry.
town in America.
Sorry, 1 second. Slug, huh? What happened? Don't be scared, sweetie. Axel, no. What the hell? What happened? Excuse me? I'm sick, Mickey. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. We made a business decision. You're not the right fit, brother. I've been here for 4 weeks. Sorry, I don't. Oh, I hate. That grinds my gears. I hate when places don't train or give new employers time. Like, what do you mean? That's crazy. You're better off. I'm so sorry though. That sucks. The fuck? Something better for you. That's so stupid.
Bearded cartoon creator incarcerated in a Peruvian jail.
This cutscene.
In other news, local citizens are outraged over the discovery of surveillance cameras throughout the town. We go now to City Hall, where Mayor Quimby is fielding questions from an angry mob.
These miniature cameras are an outrage. Spying on our women's dressing rooms, bathrooms, and locker rooms is unforgivable. I think I speak for all Springfielders when I say, where is the sexy footage?
In other unexplained news, strange black vans have been appearing all
Queasy,
over town.
what? What the hell?
That black van is spying on us.
Oh,
Clovar just resubbed
so
for 13 months.
sexy when you're
Hey of
paranoid.
Carla and Clunts, I know it's been forever. Cat blush life can be wild. Needed some good vibes, and
Sexy
this
when
was
you're
the
paranoid.
first place I thought of. Sending you and everyone my love, cat kiss.
Hi, doll. We're gonna give you all the good vibes. It's good to see you, and I know I feel like this year especially has been so busy. So I get excited when I see everyone because I know time zones don't line up sometimes. Marge is a fiend as well. You're just in time. Yeah, what the hell? The flock camera's going up everywhere. Thank you so much for 13. I appreciate you. We are doing some enrichment time, which is right up your alley. We were doing like RBT and dash cam stuff before, and then it was brought to my attention that you can play this on browser. So we said, screw it all to hell. We are going to play this and have some fun. Yep. Oh my god, Grace! Perfect. Enjoy your lurk, doll. Oh, Flo, if you love a good VOD, there were some funny times in the in the dash cam segment. Crazy, actually. But this is so fun.
Let's do this thing.
Let's go outside. Okay. Go outside, investigate the black van. Oh, guys, okay, I'm gonna fail this one. Let's see how fast they are to let a child catch up. I think this one was pretty fast.
This isn't funny.
Sorry.
This is a school zone.
Sorry.
This is a really bad.
No. Great.
Possessions are fleeting.
What the heck were you thinking?
Ow! My neck!
I know you're behind me.
That hurt.
What are we meant to do? Just keep up with it?
What?
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Hey, watch out!
Oh, shoot. My bad. My leg! Oh, thank you, Flo. My god.
I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer.
I'm coming for you. Oh, I hated this one.
Okay,
Oh, shoot.
that's a lot,
Oh,
dude.
God, guys. Oh, God. Hi, Cam. Hey. How are you, doll? Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. I don't know where he went. Oh, guys. Oh, golly gosh. Get in, Clunts. We're hit and running. Cam, thank you for following my goat. This is not good.
This is one.
I cannot see.
I am evil Homer. Oh,
Oh,
Mr.
thank
Burns is
God.
behind all this. Evil spying is so like him, that wrinkled old monkey skeleton. Oh, that was too easy.
That was a close one. Wait, let me do this.
Hey, what's the matter, you? Hey, get out your face out of my face.
That's so funny.
Off the road and onto the sidewalk.
All right. That's funny.
I am busy improving our town.
Oh, Cam, you're not weird at all. There's so much to follow, you know? Especially in the neat dude sphere. I'm just happy you're here.
Eat my dust.
No stress ever. Okay, I need... Flow! Oh! I remember that Futurama game. I was so bad at it, I couldn't finish... I couldn't beat this one level. And I gave up. I would love... My guy, I would love to find Futurama.
You're not gonna get more?
My god. Yes! Flow! Yes! That's exactly what happened to me! I couldn't get past the sewers!
Sweet.
Ali! Oh, win the time trial. No, 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 no. No, I'm busy. Yes, no, I sucked at that. Oh, I was already there. Sorry. My bad. Oh. Sorry. Was Millhouse there? Did I see a Millhouse? One sec, honey. I love it, Slug. I love it. Kim Possible browser game inside the clothing store? No, why do they make games so hard?
Everybody. We've got to follow him.
Not now, Homer. A new violent video game has hit the streets, and we need
Bone
to get
Storm?
rid of it before it warps any children with its bloops and bleeps.
But that game sounds awesome.
And therefore should be destroyed.
I guess.
What? Hit the delivery truck and collect the Bone Storm games. What the hell?
Piece of cake.
Really, Henry?
No time for caution.
Oh, cute, Marge's car.
Nice girls finish fast.
I love Marge. Yep.
Steady, Marjorie, steady.
Oh my god.
I just polished that.
I'm on my way. One moment.
Look! No hands!
No hands! Oh my god, it's him!
I'm a lean, mean speed thingy.
Can I drive
I
it?
wish I had a dog with a saddle.
Damn it! Bloops and bleeps.
Hey.
Cack, am I making your anxiety bad with my driving, be honest? I'm so sorry. You need the disc? Why? What the hell? Thanks for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Wait, he is frozen inside the Quickie Mart.
Whoa! I'm going to need a lot of rubbing alcohol.
What the hell?
If only kids would play more video games about sharing.
Marge, you know I abhor crazy plans. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go spy on my boss. We're number one! We're number one!
What the hell? Drive to the power plant. Okay. Can I use her car? I love that. Damn. Routes. Oh, perfect, Cass. We should buy a new car. Where do we buy the car? Can you buy one on in the phone booth? No, I don't think so. I think you have to talk to someone, right? I would like to buy a new car though.
I need your help. My car is,
Sleeping. That's what I've heard. Exactly right. Axel, that's funny. Yep.
I'm scared and disoriented.
29%. I'd be flying. I'm a lightweight though, so anything's crazy for me. I can have half a Kahlua and I'll be like, hey, how you going?
Lousy, rotten karmic retribution.
Sorry. The people in the cars are so funny. Try our new popcorn shrimpy things. That's funny. Wow. What a game. Who would have thought? Now hang on. What do you have for me? Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Gil.
You just gotta help old Gil out.
Ah. I don't really want any of these. I'll pass. It is, Cam. I love it. It wasn't even on my plan for today. I just talk about it once a week, I feel. No, Wheezy, we are literally people from the dash cams. Woo! Oh, oh. Oh my god, cute.
I can sell this on
Mr.
the internet.
Sparkle Box! I feel like I didn't collect these as a kid. Did you guys? I don't remember doing it. Trust. Hey, live your life, babe. However you want. I wish I liked wine. I think I will one day. I really do want to like it. I just don't think I've had a lot of it. I wouldn't mind going wine tasting. That'd be fun.
This is the worst town in America.
Whoa, those cows? What the?
Oh, I forgot my mission.
That is so funny. That's hilarious. They literally went, no one's gonna look at the cows. That's so funny. Acting like wine tastes good. It doesn't. That's funny. Go for a tasting and try everything. Simpson, you drink and play this. Oh god. Oh god. I'm in. All I have is Kahlua right now though. Talk to Carl. Wait, where's Carl? Oh. Hey. Oops, sorry. Sorry. No.
An older boy told me to do
What?
it.
Why isn't it letting me?
Hey, Homer. You look like you're
Jesus.
having one of your trademark adventures.
Danger! Mr. Burns! Mini cameras! Black vans!
Oh, good
Flipping
thing I'm
the
drunk.
taxi.
Stupid drunk! Oh no, he's going to Warren
That was the
Burns.
game, not
I
me.
can't believe I'm racing the same guy twice in one day.
What? I'm racing again? Beats me this Mr. Burns mansion.
It's crashing time!
How am I meant to beat it? My car's over. Oh, I stuffed up.
Must never run again.
Shit. Okay, I think I stuffed up. I think I should have parked the car. Let's see if I can catch up. Otherwise, I will restart that. Oh, we're fine. Never mind. Loser. Eat deer is crazy. Woo! Can I go through there? I'm gonna try. Fuck, I can't. My bad. Oh no, I won't be able to see you again. Oh, you can go through here. Never mind.
It was like that when I got here.
Okay, there's a wrench here. I know the smoke. It's okay, there's a wrench. There's a wrench.
Nothing lasts forever.
We're fine, we're fine. I planned for this. Oh, sorry. Whiskey, wine, tequila, beer. Wine, tequila, beer. What do I like at the moment? I don't mind like I still don't mind Moscato. And a good cider's nice. And then I don't mind like some spirits, but it has to be like not strong. Because I'll taste everything. I'll taste it and be like, nah. I'm just a pussy. Ooh.
Ooh, the vibrations
Tickling my feet.
Watch it.
No. What the hell? Shit. Oh, thank God. Nice. Whee! Prosecco.
J. Montgomery Burns, I know you're guilty. Accused! Sir?
Fine, I admit it. I had Amelia Earhart's plane shot down.
Oh.
That hussy was getting too big for her jumpers.
No! You're spying on Springfield with your black vans and surveillance cameras.
Black vans?
Hussy's
Aren't they
crazy.
connected with some sort of pizziola concern?
What? They were only pizza vans? I'm a Class 5 idiot.
Smithers, release the hounds. And if this oaf is an employee of the plant, fire him at once.
If you like pina coladas. Level complete. No, I need to get things done. 32%. Oh. Oh shit. I haven't Cam. What's that? I'm Bart. You know what? I actually don't remember a lot of Bart's challenges. He has the better cars though.
Why do these stupid things make me feel so good? You're
Bart
all
Pre.
mine. I gotta get the new Bone Storm or I'll be as uncool as Millhouse. I'm standing right here, Bart. Hey, that's great. You better get out of here, Bart. Principal Skinner's looking for everyone that skipped school today. And when you're caught, it's expulsion, Bart. Expulsion!
Oh no, okay. Mamma mia. T. Ooh, that's fair. Why'd you hate it? Maybe I will. I don't remember. I just remember loving it as a kid. That's cool. What the hell? What the hell? It's so hard. Oh shit, okay. Watch me be like, I hate this thing. Wait, can't I do this? Not the cat. They put no effort into that cat. That's so funny. Hi, Taffa. That's crazy. Cass. Cass, that's crazy. Me if I was an old Italian lesbian.
I'll get you, Bart, just like I got Charlie and Nam.
Afraid not.
Afraid so.
Afraid not.
Afraid so. Oh, damn your lightning-fast wit.
Oh shit. Oh wow.
That was totally awesome. Oops.
Oops. Huh? Oh. Scheming. Maybe they came in after the chaos. Unlucky. He's on me tail. Oh no. How do you get away from him? Good night, Em. You're my goat. I appreciate you.
Smell you later, Stinky Gator. Killer.
I see what you mean by the car now. Good night, Em. Tomorrow, guys, is super fun. I'm so excited. I'll see if I'm playing with Gran tomorrow. If not, we'll vibe until I play with Christopher.
Oh, this is too cool for school.
Yeah, you browse just in case. How do I get up there? I better get up there somehow. Is someone stealing my car? Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I'm watching you. Bye, Cam. Enjoy your lurk, doll. Enjoy. 6 hours. Mamma mia. Cass, I can't get over that. That's so funny. What the hell? Okay, I don't know how to get up here. How much wine do you have left? Talk to me. Wow, I'm strong. How do you get up here? Hold. Oh, here, I think.
This sucks.
Oh.
I'm out of here.
My bad. I was just playing. Guys, I was literally just having a good time. Okay, wait. I will start the mission again. I just want to get something. Ooh.
Don't come in here. We're making sausage. Man sausages.
Bad sausages.
Energy depleting. Need sugar.
Need sugar. Okay, I got an idea. Oh my god, Jeffy. Yeah. I have to do the fuck ass chase again. Sausage. I just want to get the stuff I never did as a kid. Because I definitely didn't go up here. Yeah, everyone... Yeah, exactly. Sausage. What is that?
Sweet. I remember these being here before.
Oh yeah, this is real good. Wow, look at that landscape, guys. Perfect. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Pixel, oh my god, what? Okay, sneaky. Perfect. Okay. Let's go. Perfect. Wow, 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 wow. Alright, let's go.
Full speed ahead.
Yippee!
Shove over.
I think you can just jump. How cool. Alright, I gotta talk to Millhouse. I'm trying to get as many gags as I can. That's what she said. That's funny. Okay. Okay. Imagine they had full damage though.
Hey, what's the matter, you?
No biggie.
You never know.
Like the newspaper upside your head.
Floral.
I gotta get the new Bone Storm or I'll be as uncool
Who
as
knows?
Millhouse.
Maybe I'll
I'm
finish it
standing
quick.
right here, Bart. Hey, that's great. You better get out of here, Bart. Principal Skinner's looking for everyone that skipped school today. And when you're caught, it's expulsion, Bart. Expulsion!
I'll get him. Hi, Hornet. Me
You
so
got
Hornet. Oh, cool. I don't have to verse him. I have to drive to the thing.
I'll get you, Bart.
Oh, no, I do.
Just like
Okay.
I got Charlie and Nam.
Afraid not.
Afraid so.
Afraid not.
Afraid so.
Afraid so.
Damn your lightning fast wit.
Expulsion.
Hey, watch where you're going.
Excuse me, Seymour.
Hey, eyes on the road, jerk.
I am so sick of this happening.
Uh-oh.
Look out!
Oh, God.
All
God.
right, that
Good.
was so
Shit.
cool.
Shit.
My rims cost $900.
He was trying to whack me. I'm doing okay,
Eat
Hornet.
my dust, dust eaters.
What?
The community is definitely keeping me in high spirits, so I'm very, very grateful for that. My goats. Can I make it up
Smell
there?
you later, Stinky Gator. The Bartman knows all. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Try and save. Where is it? Yes, I do want to know about the good news. Wait, hold. I'll go. Oh. I'll get there and then I'll read. Where's the try and save? Hello? Wait, did I finish it fast, Esri? I thought I was slow as.
Woo, nice one.
Although I don't really remember this part at all. Oopsies. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Watch it, buddy.
Whoa, wicked.
Talk to Jimbo.
Oh,
I
awesome,
just
man. That was the best
have to sit in
ride
some training
ever.
that I don't care about. I don't actually have to fly or have actual responsibility. Responsibility is a lie. Okay, true. But hell yeah. No, I think we both are, Esri. Bold is beautiful though, so gotcha. But I don't know. Oh, cute. 7. Stunning.
Out of my way, man.
Price line. Oh shit, wait.
Too late, losers. I got
Whoa,
last
they
game.
butchered Jimbo.
4-finger discount. Some crazy lady destroyed all the rest.
When will they learn? Video games don't kill people. They just kill their minds.
True.
All right, that was so cool.
I do not remember this at all. What the hell? I gotta keep. Let me know. Ooh, I gotta go there. I have to get as many of the gags as I can. Where's Mose? Is he back here? I think. Wait, let me go to here quick. Can you go in?
Tired.
You can go in?
So very.
I don't think I ever went in here. What?
Now I'm blind.
What?
Hey, buddy. How's it hanging?
I got out of bed for this.
Hey, dude. What's up? Word up, dude.
The doctor said I should be dead years ago. Ha!
Look at her earrings not attached to her face. That's so funny. Oh, Tall Bart. Tall Bart's so good. That's funny. I haven't Hornet, but we were talking about it. I definitely need to. No, both of them at the same time, Beef. Fox, hello! How are you, doll? Hello, hello. We are playing, well, it wasn't on our plan today, but we are playing some Simpsons Hit and Run. How was your stream? What were you playing? That's so funny. I love that.
Hey, jerk monkey.
I'm more likely to be hit by a meteorite than I am to have a baby.
Jerk Monkey is so good. What the hell? What were you playing, doll? Wow, that's amazing. All right, we gotta go to the. We gotta go to Moe's. So back that way, you said? Call Chris that next fork game. Wait,
It's time for some road rage. Bart Simpson
oh,
style.
does Bart have a heavier run?
Eat
I
asphalt,
don't know.
asphalt eaters.
What's this? Kearney! Oh my god. Oh nice! How's the DLC?
How am I gonna get that new game?
They need to make a Simpson DLC.
Video games are so late 90s. Illegal fireworks are all the rave now. Better make it snappy though if you want to be
That's
part
just
of this
Nelson.
trend.
Like fireworks from around Springfield before time runs out. What the? I don't remember these
Simpson
missions.
At your service.
I
Eat
swear?
Asphalt, asphalt eaters. That was totally awesome.
Caxam, I love
Out of my way,
those.
man.
I don't remember these missions. Oh wait, how long did it take you to finish it? Oh, there's a thing there. Where are the fireworks?
I just had it detailed.
Oh, there's another one in there too. Oh, I have to go to Moe's. If I know. It's the pinned comment doll. The pinned thing. It's just a browser game. A browser source, whatever.
$1 of your finest quality Chinese frog launchers,
I will
please.
never
Here you go, 2 kilos
gatekeep.
of Chinese sky candy.
No, you're
They'll
fine,
blow
Eva.
you away.
I should probably do this. Ready? I know! It's the best! It's a browser game too.
How about a hard one next time?
Here we are. I won! Last one was sick. What? Oh my god. At least they give, I guess it's value for money, right? I hope so anyway. Playing after work, right? And it's just browser. You don't have to do anything, which is amazing. Henry found it in chat. Panda Chow. Wait, Moleman's here as well. Wait, amazing. I'm gonna have to check it out. Hell yeah. Oh, he's drinking thingy. How do I see? Do I go here?
Sorry, Bart. I can't serve booze to a minor. It ain't right.
I'm here to buy fireworks.
Oh, hell yeah.
2% credit. Okay, you get 2%. I don't think I remember Road Rage. Was it what did you do in it? Of course, of course. Remind me after next mission I need to pee. And reheat my tea. Was this but not open world? Oh. I truly don't remember this bit of missions. Or like a cab service.
Like, no.
No, all good. Thank you, Fox. Like a little taxi thing. Yeah, cool. I don't remember these missions. Yeah, probably too many of them. Good night, Winter. Enjoy, Fox. Wait, where's the car thing? Is there a car thing near me to see? We'll have to have a look.
1 dozen of your best Tijuana toilet crackers, my good man.
I don't remember. Oops, sorry, girl.
Hey, watch it.
Let me know if you see someone. I'll stop and have a look. I don't remember. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh shit, I don't have time. Fuck. I gotta get all the... Oh no. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Will I make it now that I stopped?
Slower traffic to the right, please.
Uh-oh. Whew, Ralph.
I'm scared.
Oh yes, phone booth. Smart.
Ralph, word in the hood is that you got access to your old man's fireworks stash.
Fireworks make my ears yell.
Here's some gumdrops. Now make with the works.
My daddy's going to put you in jail.
Wow. Some of the character models are so bad. I love it. Like, some are perfect and others are like, don't worry about it. Like this guy.
You're looking at 5 life sentences of community service.
This is bad, this is bad, this is bad.
I love it. All right, ready?
Lay some rubber down.
Okay.
Jump to light speed.
One moment, guys. Okay, one moment.
Whoa.
Are you ready now?
Charlie horse, Charlie horse.
All right. One moment, guys. One moment. Are you ready now?
This is too cool for school.
Woo!
You're all mine.
Sometimes you just gotta trust the process. You're doing great, sweetie. Hi, Lexi. First try, guys. Can I go through here? I'm assuming I can't. Oh. I do not remember this. Okay.
I fought the law and I won.
It just sounded like he said I
Nobody
fucked
does
the
it
law.
better.
That's actually crazy. Wow. Wowza. I don't remember this map at all. I'm so good at this. Mama, discount us a pizza. Mamma mia. But I lost.
Physics.
Oh yeah, I gotta go Ori Pierce. Wait. Wait, hold, comic book guy. Don't say anything. Is there a phone booth near me? Okay, I'm gonna go pee and we'll see what happens while I'm gone. Because he might say some shit. I do. I will forever, Cass. Forever. Forever. Sorry. I had to change my surfboard. Alright, let's go. Okay. Bruh. Gotcha.
Hey, Jabba the Fat, do you know where I can get a copy of Bone
Surfboard.
Yes, I have no time to converse with you. I must be the first to register my disgust on the internet regarding the new McBain film.
Wait, he was
The action
dancing?
was dismal, and the nudity was frustratingly fleeting. I barely get going.
Quick, to the Fatmobile!
Yes, I suppose, but must we call it that?
Yes, I suppose. Find the nerd. Race the nerd.
Fine by me.
Oh, I'm in his car.
Don't have
That's
a cow,
cool.
man.
Is that Lenny in there? I mean, Carl? No, it's not. Okay, it looked like
I blame no one.
looked like Lenny.
I think you could have avoided that.
Guys, it's nerd. Jeffy gets called nerd all the time with how good they are at Overwatch.
Whoa, wicked.
I'm not going to dignify that with a comment.
I don't know if this. Oh, I should have gone that way. Damn it.
Deflector shields, you know. Really must learn how to drive.
Oh my god.
I'm just glad I'm not in school.
Okay, try again. I'm 30 years old. I'm 30. Okay, let's go.
No problemo.
Oh. Sorry.
I spilled my squishy worst video game ever.
This is a really bad day.
Yeah, I totally rule.
Oh god.
Woo, nice one.
Oh god. Oh god. Guys.
Boring.
Cack, you don't look a day over 20. This is the actual experience I had playing this game. Okay, let's go again. I know. Keto, so good. Alright.
You got it.
We're doing it. It's fine. It's fine.
Eat my dust, dust eaters.
Out of my way, Earthling!
Not good. I think this must have been one of the missions I skipped because I do not remember this.
Boy, I oughta. I think I did my tongue. All right.
I'm not going to dignify that with a comment.
I am so sick of ugh, my ovaries. Off for Bart. I was this close.
Guys. Lock in. All night long, all
Bart
night.
Simpson at your service.
My ovaries. Shut. Remember, I'm 30. Independent. I got a fatty. I can beat this mission.
I spilled my squishy. I think you could have avoided that. Well, that
Girl.
just got a little more rare. I need full impulse power. I'm not going to dignify that with a comment.
Oh man, this sucks.
Oh my god! Ah! I'm doing this. I'm doing
What's
this.
my name? Booyah.
No, I'm fine, guys. I got this.
Don't forget to ride.
really must learn how to
I'm no
drive.
longer
Please watch out.
30,
I am
flirty, and
college
fierce.
educated.
No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
I spilled my squishy.
Take that!
I think you could have avoided that. I blame no one.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to dignify that with
Oh.
I'm happy to report that your quest for Bone Storm 2 is quite futile. Professor Frink posted a message on my news group,
I'm back.
alt.furryanimals.fanfiction.net, that he has bought up all the remaining video games.
Oh.
I'll thank you not to moan in my mid-sized vehicle.
I squared Twitch into an ad break. Whoopsies! Alright, let's see what the cars I can get. I'm guessing that's one of them? Oh, sedan, level 2. Oh my god, Gramps vehicle. Limo, fire truck. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, Homer has it. Is that Homer? Is that my father?
If I didn't play so many video games, I'd be in better shape.
That's not true.
Out of the way, one. I need your truck, Homer.
Why should I give you that?
Because I love you.
Pay up, sucker.
You're charging your own son?
Yeah, I guess I
Yeah,
am.
you can. It's so good, Cass. I love that. That's my favorite vehicle. That's my favorite vehicle. That name again is Mr. Plow. Sorry, guys. Papa? Oh, I gotta get this. Hold. I've missed so many.
Watch the master.
Oh, a pregnancy test. Oh, great. Yeah. I didn't have the internet properly until... How old was I? Because I did do Club Penguin and Habit Hotel, but there was a hot minute there where it was just The Sims, iToy. My sister's Game Boy before that as well, and then this was my favorite game. Yeah, true. I mean, smartphones didn't exist, I think, until I was maybe 15, 16, which I'm glad about. And even then, it wasn't so prevalent now, social media, because everything was just starting properly. So I'm so glad, like, going through high school now. Oh, God. Oh, no, no, no. That's scary. Of course. Post away. No, Shags, right?
It's time for some road
Oh my God.
rage, Bart Simpson style.
Terrifying. I feel so lucky.
That was the coolest. I gotta play Bone Storm 2. Give me one.
No can do, my pointy-headed friend. I need the power of video game violence to run my latest invention / monster. If you find me a World War II communication radio and a satellite, then my creation will live, and we can play with it and enjoy the frolicking.
I love how the mouth
Cool.
doesn't
Real
match
violence
what they're
is way
talking. They're
better
just
than
doing
TV
this.
Violence. It's like a level boss come to life.
And I'm not mad about it.
Have a World War II radio. That guy that sells all those grenades to Nelson might. I
Bone
better
Storm. In
check.
fact, that's so funny. I remember the first phone I got was like a Nokia prior to high school because I was walking home. So mum's like, I want to be able to you to contact me if you need something. And it was just like a call and text phone, but they also had Snake on the phone. So I played a lot of Snake. A lot of Snake. If you know, you know. Isn't it so cool, Rugs? I love it. Nick, no you.
No
How are you,
problemo.
doll? They do look like oh god. Oh no, I'm in the wrong car. This is not good. Wait, do I have to whack them? Or race them?
Oh yeah, baby.
I think I just have to follow them.
Hey,
Oh god.
Lisa did it.
Oh my god, Jack, that's so funny. Built different.
You better run. Yeah.
It was so funny. I remember getting a new phone back then at like Kohl's. And a new phone was less than $200. Which, like, it's still a lot of money, but smartphones cost $2,000 now. So it's like, that was cool when you got a new phone. Although I did film my entire Japan trip on my phone.
Butt hurts.
And it was decent quality. So I'm happy about that. But still. Also, if you missed Leah's post earlier, we're watching dash cams. And she had a they had a dash cam moment where someone nearly sideswiped them. And they were on the horn and whatever. And then she's listening to my stream. And all you hear is me go, I just shoved a nuke up my pussy. Crazy. That's why you should always listen to streams when you're in the car. As a podcast, you never know what's going to happen. It's the best thing I've ever seen.
Hey, Springfield's lamest. What's the deal?
Didn't you hear? Herman's been robbed. Hey, you
I don't remember these missions.
Did. Boy,
what?
that'd be great.
Oh no! Now where am I gonna get a radio?
Oh, wait,
These
I'll show
fresh
you. It's
skid
so
marks
funny.
leading away from the scene of the crime.
I'll show you. It kills me. Absolutely kills me. So Leah's just driving. Nearly gets swiped off the road. What the hell?
I just shoved a nuke up my
And they didn't hear it until they checked the footage.
I just shoved a nuke up my
I think I can hear her breathing, poor thing. So good. It actually makes me so happy. Obviously, I don't want them to be hurt. But, god damn it. Crazy. I just shoved a nuke up my Sorry.
Oh, this is too cool for school.
True, beef, true. Crazy. Talk to Snake. What is he? Oh, can I ride your car?
Hey, Snake, what's up?
Do I know you, little
Do I
dude?
know
I need
you?
that radio you borrowed.
No way, little dude. This radio is going to help me score beaucoup de chicks.
Last time I checked, chicks like fast cars, not vintage electronics. Why don't we race for the radio?
Oh, I totally agree to your
I can't beat him in this truck.
Oh, wicked.
I hope that was expensive.
I'm in the plow. Can I ride your car? Bart does look spiffy, doesn't he? In his tall guy outfit. Jenna would love this outfit.
Damn automatic transmission.
Extreme to the max.
Aw, loser.
Loser! He's on me tail. He's on me tail. Melty, right? The best game in the world, I fear.
I should do that more
Oh god, I'm gonna
often.
go
Don't
over
have a
here
cow,
and
man.
see if I can do this.
Great, now I'm losing.
No, you're winning.
What the heck were you?
Girl! 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 Oh.
Mine. All mine.
Oh no, the heat.
I was just getting into the groove.
We're fine. We got this. I know. They're so funny. Also, Eb, I can't believe that was so long ago. Wasn't that like 3 years ago?
You got it.
Okay, I gotta get the sedan. Oh, can I get the sedan? Oh, I can. Hell yeah.
Hello, drivers. Got a little situation here.
Oh yeah, Taffa for sure.
Oh, come on, just.
I just can't get over that.
Simpson at your service.
Okay, we have to do this again? That's interesting.
I am so sick
Sorry.
of what's happening.
Sorry, ma'am. Makes me laugh. I know the exact one. Oopsies. Are they coming this way? My bad. Look at Lard Lad. Oh my god. Mega Bonk! Yes, 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 yes. You should. Come on. I can't believe how good this runs on browser. I guess it's not a huge game compared to today's standards. Whoa. Sorry. Mamma mia. Vote Mayor Quimby. He'd vote for you. Yeah, right.
Hey, Springfield's lamest. What?
Okay. Yeah, we're all just going through it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That didn't break my memory card.
Okay. I have to race this bozo, but at least I'll be in a faster car now.
Safe and sound.
Let me put my car here. Hello?
Hey, Snake, what's up?
Okay. Somehow I feel slower. Okay, I gotta beat this loser. Okay. No way! Isn't it funny that parents were so against The Simpsons? Like, that's the least of your concerns. The Simpsons were very clever. Because I don't remember anything rude being shown until you grow up and watch it and go, oh, okay. But it wasn't, like, awful. There's worse on the TV now, I feel. Now's your time. You can play it now.
What's my name? Booyah! Hey, you were supposed to eat my dust.
I'm gonna beat him. Yep. Yeah, Itchy and Scratchy, I will admit, and the Treehouse of Horrors, I can see for sure. But like a normal episode was fine. Oh, okay, get it. Damn.
Now to find a satellite dish. Who has those anymore? I know.
Yeah, no,
Like
even
that.
as an adult, Itchy and Scratchy is really excessive. But apart from that, do you have a laptop or anything, Justina? Because you can play this for free on your browser if you have a laptop or something. But yeah, if it's easy to get a PS2, then definitely that.
Let's roll.
Taffy, yes. Yes. On my way out, though. On my way out. Close. Yeah, Itchy and Scratchy was wild. I still hate it. I still look away. Yeah, that link we found today. It runs like a dream. It's great. Played Bully. No, what's that? Talk to Cletus.
Hey there, Mr. Slack-jawed Yokel.
That be I.
Can I borrow your satellite dish?
Sure. If you help me scoop up my flat meat, sophisticated city youngster,
Huh?
those darn revenuers don't like me selling roadkill.
Oh my god. Collect the flat meat before time runs out. Avoid a poo. Justina, what is going on today?
Put your ass away, child.
I'm not putting my ass away though.
Justina White RBT just subscribed.
Thank you. That's really nice. That's really sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. No ads. Emotes. My gratitude. All of it. Thank you, doll. Thank you. No, for sure, Melty. Yeah. Oh, Beef, I'm so scared to click on that. Yeah, I had a lot of friends that weren't allowed to watch it. Thank you. Thank you all for the support as well. Like, all forms of support, even if you're lurking here today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. My goats. Where's Abu? No, I'm scared because I'm a pussy beef. I trust what you post in chat, don't worry. One sec, guys. Oh, there we go. Did any of you remember this mission? God damn it, I don't remember any of this. Oh, there's no blood? Itchy and Scratchy? What episode is that? Oh my god, I'm surprised. Deliver the flat meat to Krusty Burger. Okay. I don't remember seeing Springfield. Oh, I guess you don't see this a lot. You just see the Moe's Tavern. Oh, I gotta... Damn it, I gotta get that.
I just know I'm gonna be blamed for this. Move it or lose it, Tool.
Oh,
Tool.
dang it.
Ow, my skull. My beautiful skull. Out of my way, man.
What the hell? Wait, Futurama was fair game? Oh, Family Guy I get, yeah. Futurama, that's funny.
Hey, slower traffic to the right, please.
Watch yourself.
Oops.
Watch yourself. Yeah, Futurama was so good. I kind of want a rewatch of it. I remember when it first aired, actually, because I was always a big Simpson fan, and obviously...
Now we got to deliver the delicious goods to the buyer.
it was from the same... Wait, where am I going? Oh, okay.
Rotten meat in this town but me.
What am I doing?
That's the bomb.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. It first came out because it was created by Matt Groening, who did The Simpsons, so I was like, whoa, this is my new favorite show, and I loved it. It was cool. No, I don't want to quit. Anyway, I was, in heaven. Thank you for the sub. That's really cool. Thank you so much.
Easy peasy.
Easy
Krusty Burgers
peasy.
are made of roadkill? That explains the tire tracks.
Take this satellite dish as a reward. She gets 14 channels, including the Outhouse channel. Man, I love watching that.
Thanks, inbred hillbilly.
Torrent nothing.
That's crazy. Okay.
Oh yeah, I totally rule.
Drive to the stadium. This is so random. What the hell? Wait, let me have a look. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, he's doing a handstand? What the hell? How do they come up with people falling down escalators is crazy. What? Guys, we've been watching so much slop that I'm getting pushed all this random slop. Thank you for the sub. Whoa!
Put your ass away, child.
Josh.
Philosophy01 just subscribed.
I gotta make
Ain't no way that's 6 years subbed.
Oh my god. That's actually... What do you mean? What do you mean 6 years? What? That hurts my brain. How are you? Slop, 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 slop. You got Futurama? What the hell? Thank you for 6 years. Oh my god. That's really cool. I hope you are so fantastic. I know, right? I know.
Why are you hanging around here?
Stupid community service. I dipped Martin in the salsa quickie mart. Anyway, get your license.
How are
and
you?
get
What's the
some
hot
stupid
goss?
prize from those jerks.
Hi, honey. Like diarrhea, real. Oh no.
3, psych. 2, psych. 1, go!
I don't remember that. Is that Lisa in the first car?
Right.
What?
You cheated, cheater! Don't forget to write.
What?
Aw, loser! Oh, now come on.
NPC, can you lose for me? I need to do this.
Boy, I oughta.
I need also a wrench. I need a wrench. Oh my god, Jaren! Thank you for the sub. Hello?
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away,
Darren
child.
just subscribe. The Simpsons Hit and Run. Coca-Cola hello.
Hello. 54 is crazy. Oh my god. How are you, doll? Oh, I've never heard of that, Rugs. What the hell?
Let's see a little hustle out there, Bart. We're not going to go easy on you just because you're our nephew.
Oh. My bad. Sorry, Patty. Oh, got you, Henry. Got you. Thank you, though. Oh, my goodness. Long day at work? Oh, God. But now you get to relax. Thank you, Jaren. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Justina. That's really nice. Thanks, guys. How do I beat
3,
Lisa?
psych. 2, psych. 1, go!
Oh, I have to do shortcuts. I haven't seen any.
That was totally awesome. Oh, Bob, don't have a cow, man.
Maybe I'm not looking properly?
Yeah, I totally rule.
I'll keep an eye, because I don't think you can you go through those barriers? Oh, you can't.
What's my name? Booyah!
Yeah. I don't think you actually can break through. I think...
Woo, nice one.
Oh, okay. Because the glass stuff is behind the barriers, so... Oh god, the camera... Can I restart? They made Bully to pay off lawsuits. Same with Manhunt. What? Yeah, I think the tip was for like a normal race. Because I can try the blue ones, but I don't think so.
3, psych. 2, psych.
Yeah.
1, go!
I'll see if I can just cut corners.
Whoa, wicked. I hope this car can take it.
Ooh, not good. Maybe I should use another car. I might need to restart. Use sprint burst. Where's the other person?
Great, now I'm losing.
Okay, I'm gonna restart. Yeah, no. I think I skipped a lot of race missions because I was 11 and frustrated.
Psych. 2, psych.
The 2 grey cars are fine. It's Lisa that's hard. That car's so much faster.
That was totally awesome.
the handling is just so rough too.
Don't have a cow, man.
Maybe I get his racing car out.
Yeah, I totally rule.
Oh God.
Hey, you were supposed to eat my dust.
Oh God, so hard. So hard. Use sprint burst. I wish.
3, psych. 2, psych.
Oh, Matrix, you're so right.
Go.
So where I can cancel mission? Okay, cool. Listen here. Oh, she's gone. Okay. Sorry. All right. Let's get the rocket.
Attention cars! 10-year-old hitchhiker needs a ride.
Crazy comms.
Now,
All right, guys. This is the one. Don't stress.
3, psych.
Watch this.
2,
Please don't.
psych.
I'm gonna fail.
1, go.
Although I don't have any... I do need...
Bingo! What's my name? Booyah!
I need a wrench.
I didn't do it.
I fear we might blow up. I am worried.
Whoa, wicked!
From the state of my car. For the state of my car, sorry.
Don't forget to ride.
Stay behind me, Lise. I'm busy that day.
You cheated.
I'm busy. Imagine I blow up before I win. That'd be awful. Alright, last lap, guys. Lock in. Lock in. Lisa's right behind me. Come on.
Attaboy, Bart. You're getting a birthday present this year.
Perfection. Thy name is Bart.
We actually needed that. I'm gonna sleep so good tonight. Drive to the stadium. Stop doing the splits. Let's go. Huge. Matrix dub. We smoked her, literally. Liv, hello. I actually need that wrench.
How about a hard one next time? I don't remember these being here before.
Nice. Excuse me. Future Rammy.
You expect me to complete a Mark 10 Truckosaurus without a blender? Why don't
Yep.
I just make a plasmoclave without a tennis racket for playing out loud? Now fetch me a blender with the puree and the frappe and the liquefy.
Now,
Liquefy.
where am I gonna get a blender? Dr. Nick! He loves blended girl drinks during surgery.
Now what? Alright, let's go. Yippee! Guys, vibe check. How are we? Are you still okay if I clown on this game?
This is one weird play.
I don't remember these being here for.
Watch it, buddy.
No, honestly.
Hey,
I don't remember any of this.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Did you need some sleep?
Hi, everybody.
You seem like a heavy drinker. Do you have a blender?
Not now, okay? My monkeys have escaped. Can you catch them for me? I'll be so grateful.
Why won't they come back to you?
Because I have tortured them horribly, silly.
There's no way I'll be able to fit all those monkeys in my car.
Huh?
I better get a big truck or something.
I already have the truck. I just don't want to drive it. Energy drinks inspired. Real.
Breaker, this is Bart Simpson requesting
What's your
one
fave energy
pimp
drink?
ride ASAP. No problemo.
I'm so sad. I know, I love it. It's my favorite.
Eat
Oh.
my dust, dust eaters. Careful, I bruise easily.
I do not remember this mission.
Nice driving, man.
What? I do not remember this at all.
This must be worth a fortune. I don't remember these being here before. Woo, nice one.
What? The hell? Someone there? Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know it had special menus. What? Not the time. Oh, got you. That's
Time
fair.
for some road rage, Bart Simpson style.
Hold.
Eat asphalt, asphalt eaters.
Yeah, I like gonna do doing sponsors.
This is the worst town in America.
God, I honestly don't remember this mission. I don't remember the the menu, the seasonal menus. But all I know is that it's my favorite game ever. So
Oh man, this sucks. Oh man, that sucks and blows.
sucks and blows is so funny. What? Me when I drive, real.
You better run.
Where's this other one? Oh, here. This sucks and blows. I want to like say that to Chris one day. I think you like that.
Hey, I regret nothing.
Yippee!
You almost hit a person.
Okay, can I get this done in time? It's gonna be close.
You haven't seen the last of me.
It's gonna be close. Hit and run!
Watch the master.
I missed
Oh
one.
man, this sucks. Gimme, gimme, gimme. All right. Eat asphalt, asphalt eaters.
I've never been caught by the cops. What?
I didn't do it. All right, that was so cool.
That's crazy.
This sucks. I'm out of here.
Dropping in Bart lines with Chris. Yeah, I want to see what he says. I'll see what he says. Oh my god. Okay, we try. It's okay. It's fine. One off. Crazy.
You got it.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
All for Bart.
was the highlight.
Guys, we are going to smash this one. It's okay. It's a better start.
That was totally awesome.
Okay, we're fine. We are fine.
I am so sick of this happening.
Real, sis. Real.
Charlie horse, Charlie horse.
Girl. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is a really bad day. What's
Sorry.
happening?
Out of the way, wannabe.
Alright, we're fine. Oh my god. Oh.
Time to lay some rubber down.
This car handles so bad.
Oh, awesome, man. That was the best ride ever.
It's fine, guys.
What the heck were you thinking?
I'm a good guy. Maybe I skipped this one as well. I don't remember it. Evans, hello! It is. Goated game.
This is one weird place.
Whoa, got him.
Hold. We found that a website was hosting it, and by we, I mean Henry. And I said, guys, do you mind if I swap games real quick? And everyone said, go for it. Girl, that's crazy. Hit and run again.
You think I'm scared? You thought wrong. Ha! Increíble.
Increíble.
Jump to light speed.
Yep, CAC help, that's right, the 2%.
Oh, this is too cool for school.
Alright, let's try again. Oh no. Oh no, it's gonna be a really quick thing. Again.
Look out!
I'm going through it!
All right.
That's so sad. I'm going through it. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do that first. Next round, I'm doing it first. I'm getting it done out of the way. Can I go up?
My butt hurts. I'm just glad I'm not in
Avoid
school.
hitting traffic vehicles. Really now? Really? Hi, Lee. Good tip game. Thank you. Okay.
Bart Simpson at your service.
I'm skipping these and I'm going to go straight to that zone, which I forget where it is, but... Okay.
Woo, nice one. Take that.
Building a better future for him. Cute. All right, we'll go again. Go again. It's fun.
Move it or lose it, tool.
Tool. Oh, I could have got that monkey. That's right. All right.
High score. Here I come.
Oh, we did it. Okay, nice.
My butt hurts.
All right, cool guys. Cool. We're back. We've never been so back. Yippee! Oh, I thought there was some over here. My bad.
Oh,
My bad.
ovaries.
Hey, watch
Watch.
Hey, eyes on the road, jerk.
Oh, that was so cool.
Cool. Am I worried we've only got 6 monkeys? Yes, but I think we'll be okay. Alright. My bad, my bad. Hit and run. My bad.
Bring it on, suckers. Eat my dust, dust eaters.
Bastard. Alright. I never saw the police. What the hell? Do they only happen in missions? Oh god. Can I just get them by running? Might be quicker.
I gotta work off my gut. I'll never lose these love handles.
Okay, I might have done something silly here, but it's okay. Let's just run!
Well, I never.
No, it's fine. I think I'm fine. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Children weren't meant to get this much exercise.
Girl.
Just give me a sec to catch my breath. Energy depleting. Need sugar.
Yeah, I think some areas are good for running, but I might have not made a good decision here. My bad. My bad.
So tired.
My bad.
So very
Okay, guys. I promise you the next round. Okay, my bad.
Oh, boring.
My bad. Don't worry. I have a plan. I have a plan now. I have a plan. I have a plan. I'm going to finish it all before 3 minutes. Trust me. I should honestly just get into my other car.
By me.
Low key? Does it let you?
It wouldn't be too much trouble. I really need a new car.
I'm gonna do that one last.
It's time for some road rage. Bart Simpson style. Oh,
Oopsies.
this is too cool for school.
Sure, I believe you,
That
guys.
was the coolest.
Trust me, trust me, trust me. The plow truck's crazy.
Eat my dust, dust eaters.
This is more like it. Believers rise.
What? Spines don't bend that way.
Real. Now this is now this is pod racing.
It's time for some road rage. Bart Simpson style.
Guys, put your whole house on it. Sorry.
Yeah! Mine! All mine!
Hold. Guys, don't worry.
Asphalt eaters.
Oh, I forgot about this one. Never mind. We're so back.
Eat asphalt eaters.
What is he saying? Fold ass? Did you hear that? That's so
Time to
funny.
lay some rubber down. Lisa did it. Jump to light speed. Oh, this is too cool for school.
Girl.
This is the worst town in America.
Ow, my skull. My beautiful skull.
He said, sad day to be a generic video game character. One of the NPCs.
Eat my dust, dust eaters. It's time for some road rage. Bart Simpson style.
Okay. Just need one more. What's the bet my car blows up? That'll be funny. Yippee!
Thanks a lot, Mr. Break My Legs.
Huh. Imagine it blew up. Out of...
No problemo.
I would have been embarrassed.
This is too cool for school.
That took me way too long. I admit it.
Welcome home, Daddy's little angels. Now, to put electrodes in your brains.
What the hell?
Safe and sound. Give it up for America's bad boy.
Bad boy. Alright, I need a wrench.
How'd you like a newspaper upside your head?
So glad to be of service.
Hey, eyes on the road, jerk.
You're all mine.
One day, that one also kicked my butt. Oh my god, I don't even remember doing it. I'm pretty sure I must have given up as a kid.
Here's your last doodad. So can I see the Triceratops thing?
Yes. There's a word I would love to be able to say. Unfortunately,
No?
there are too many people using cell phones, and the interference would then cause the monster to malfunction and kill many people. And my insurance is already sky high with the premiums and the schmemiums.
Schmemiums. Destroy all the cell phone users' cars before time runs out.
No problemo.
A wrestling game? Oh my god. I don't remember this mission. There you go. That's a good one. Sorry, sweetie. Oh, I can't wait to do the Halloween section. It was my favorite. Shit. Yeah, we need to switch cars. Imagine a YouTube video. I destroyed all the cars in the wrong vehicle. No, I'm kidding.
Ow, my coccyx.
Huh. 9 games? Damn.
Take that. Ow, that hurt.
He's taking me on a spin. Like to see you try.
Whoa, wicked.
I think I meant to destroy like so many other cars. I'm gonna get the other car.
I was this close.
That's funny. Okay, we're gonna restart, but I gotta get the car.
You got it. Nice driving, man.
Can I switch car?
Yo, lift now.
Old Honda
Please?
Accords are good cars. Real. Real. Speak on that, actually. Alright, lock in. Imagine it made me restart the monkeys. I would
Bart
honestly be like,
Simpson
guys,
at your service.
until tomorrow.
Eat my dust, dust eaters.
Oh.
Not the detailing.
Oh, that was quick. Paige! You can, with the link on top of chat, you can play on in your browser, which is perfect. I love how much people love this game. It makes me so happy. It's a masterpiece, quite frankly.
I swallowed my retainer.
My retainer. Yeah!
Oops.
Yay! Who's Frank?
Take that.
Is another one coming? Where are they? I love how they just go in a circle.
My dad will pay for all the damages.
Not me breaking this game.
It's time for some road rage, Bart Simpson style. Oh, I shouldn't enjoy this so
Average
much.
Australian highway experience.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Asphalt eaters.
What the heck were you thinking?
Lousy laws of physics.
Nice. Where are they going? They're coming. Appen Road's crazy. And real.
Take that.
Surely only 3. Sorry. Sorry. Oop, my bad. We're gonna blow!
That was good.
Look out!
Oh yeah, baby, bring it on.
Oh my god.
Eat asphalt eaters.
Guys, not good. My leg! Oh, I need that wrench so bad, but...
This is one weird place.
Out of my way, man.
Oh my god. No! No!
Watch it, buddy.
Oh my god. He's a sneeze away. Fuck. Oh, thank god. Another one, girl. Oh my god, there's no way I did this as a kid. I think I must have booted up The Sims after this to get like a little woohoo in, because what the hell? How do you, like, what? Oh god. Oh god. He killed himself. Oh.
That was expensive.
Fuck.
Sad day for generic characters. How's about getting off the road?
Time to lay
Come on,
some rubber
loser.
down.
Hey, get your face out of my face.
Out of my face.
Jump
Come
the
on,
light
loser.
speed.
Let me hit. Oh, God.
More often.
This is the worst town in America.
Guys. Oh,
How'd you like the newspaper upside
thank
down?
God. God damn it. Jesus. That mission, honestly, my hands hurt.
I'm scared and disoriented.
My whole hand and wrist hurts. Oh boy. I hate that that van makes me want pizza so bad. The pizza delivery service. Urgh.
Well done, my little sociopath.
Thank you.
I like to smash.
Now there's no chance my Truckosaurus will go on a killing rampage with the screaming and the sadness and the
Pizza
hosing
night.
of blood off the robot.
And the crowd goes wild.
Wild.
Wow, Truckosaurus is some kind of truck/dinosaur. I never would have guessed.
I do not remember this. Do not remember this.
Uh-oh.
Truckosaurus RX.
Yes!
Or Rex.
Everybody do the Bartman.
He's gone. Wow. So I can go back and finish everything. So we got 9 out of 11. 5 out of 20 wasps, 1 out of 5 vehicles, 1 out of 3 clothing, 4 out of 7 collector cards, 1 out of 3 raises, bonus missions. Bonus missions? Oh, he passed away? Aw. Hmm. Guys, I don't remember playing as Lisa. This is so exciting to me. What? I don't remember this. What? I don't remember this. This is so fun. Ah, bonus missions. Oh, I love her. All right, let me guess her clothes. All right, I'm going to guess her hippie outfit and the Florida outfit. Mm-hmm. Bang. Bang. And hockey. Nice. I can't believe you can be Florida. That's so funny. Let's go hippie. That's hilarious. I know, Marley. I know. Doesn't it just make you feel amazing?
Don't touch that. That is a ticket to the unreleased Itchy and Scratchy episode. I would only trade that for a complete set of collector cards. Please to note, I said complete.
Complete.
I'm not going through that crap again.
Guys, I cannot tell you the amount of joy I feel right now because I don't remember this stage at all. Like, I remember Bart's map. I don't remember Lisa's map. I don't remember her car. Like, that car looks so cute. I don't remember this. This is crazy.
I need to find my stupid brother. Have you seen him?
Yes, can't talk
Does she have a
now.
Malibu
I must
Stacy
get the
car?
last copy of the new Itchy and...
Race the nerd to Itchy Scratchy store. Get the comic back. Okay, I'll go after this. Oh, not another nerd.
Really must learn how
Whoa! Holy
to drive. I
sunset.
spilled my squishy Moons of Xanthor.
I don't remember this map. Holy shit.
Just a temporary
What'd you call me? Sorry. I'll have to restart this. Maybe.
We don't have deflector shields, you know.
Maybe they're letting me win the first mission. Wow.
I think you could have avoided that.
Pretty. Pretty map. Oh, the boardwalk.
I'm not going to dignify that with a comment.
Now, can you tell me if you've seen my pointy-headed nuisance?
Silence. I must get this comic into a Marlar bag
To my
before it
psyche.
deteriorates into near mint condition. Heaven forfend.
Slow down!
Con! Really must learn how to drive.
My bad. All good, guys.
Watch it, buddy.
Eyes on the road.
Warp speed. I spilled my squishy.
My bad. This game warped, so Rocket League could
I
run.
think you could have avoided that.
I'm gonna get charged 50 buckaroonies. Oh, they're idiots. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Fuck.
Where are they coming from?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Engage.
Oh. I won.
Kid power!
Okay. How do I get out of this? Oh, shit, I have 20 seconds. Oh, I forgot I was being timed. Oh, shut. I'm so far away.
Knock the car!
I need full impulse power.
My bad.
You can't keep me down.
My bad. Oh, I have to start again. Guys, if you see me being impulsive and oh my god, whoopsies. I totally, my bad.
Let's just do this thing.
I just didn't look at the thing. Oh, what?
Warp speed.
What the hell? That's right, we go again. No way. Ouchies. Don't worry, we're fine.
Well, that just got a little more rare. I blame no
Rare?
one.
Suck exhaust, loser.
Did she just say suck exhaust? That's me, girl. Okay, we just can't get the cops on us.
This is the worst town.
Really
My bad.
must learn how to...
Now, can you tell me if you've seen my pointy-headed nuisance?
Silence. I must
Hello?
get this comic into a Marlar bag before it
There we go.
deteriorates into near mint condition. Heaven forfend. I spilled
Hey!
my squishy. Look out, commoner.
Alright, we're on our way. Yippee! Alright. We're so back. Jazz hole!
Check it up here, people.
People. Georgie, how was work? Shoot. Girl. Can I go up here?
I think you could have
Maybe it's
avoided
over here.
that.
Oh, I could have. Oh no. Sorry.
I'm not going to dignify that with a comment.
Where is it? Oh, okay. Ah.
Now to get this inky treasure into its mylar sanctuary.
What about Bart? I asked you, have you
5
seen
stars.
I think I saw him at the Noiseland arcade. Ugh, video games. What a waste of money. Now to go online and bid $1,000 for itchy and scratchy corncob holders. A terrific, terrific expense.
Easy as pie. The number, that is.
Matrix, you know everything. My goat. Yeah. The studio. Talk to Millhouse. I gotta look at my cars. Malibu Stacy car. Fucking. Book burning van. Another sedan. School bus. Donut truck. Nerd car. Malibu Stacy car is so cute. Oh my goodness.
Snacks! Snacks everywhere!
That's so cool. Let me know if you play this tonight, guys. I feel like I'm gonna go live tomorrow and some people are gonna go, so I finished it.
Frotage is
Oops.
a crime.
Millhouse, has Bart been here?
I haven't seen him. Hey, can I buy you a frozen yogurt? I'll throw in 2 dry toppings or 1 wet topping.
Bart's disappeared. You have to help me find him.
Well, he might be at Wally Weasel's. He likes the smell of the ball
Wally
cage.
Weasels. Follow Millhouse's clues to find Bart.
Lisa Simpson at your service.
Jesse, I know. Oh, this is the cutest car. Oh, did I stuff up? Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Millhouse?
There's 7 levels?
What are you doing here?
This is our 3rd, right?
Lisa, what a coincidence. Hey, is that a new dress?
No, I've been wearing this dress for years. Now where's Bart?
I think he's at the Planet Hype.
Okay. Okay, so we probably won't finish it today. What's the time? Oh, 4:30 already. But we have more games. Now we have more. Huh? Apu has some? Guys, there's no way.
Sorry.
This game's a blur. I thought... Look, this is my favorite game, yes, but I truly don't remember some of the levels. Wow. That's cool. Yeah, I would love to... I can't wait for Marge. Marge is my favorite. Yes! So good, Jesse. Road Rage, I think? This car's nice. No. I'm realizing this live on stream. This is my favorite game of all time. Tell me how I don't remember this Lisa level. Tell me how. Tammy! You naughty boy. 3 months to Jesse.
Tammy_RN has gifted a
That's
sub
so
to Simply
nice.
Jesse.
Yeah, true. PS2, that would be, I'm not even kidding, probably, well, how old am I? 30. So this would have to be 18. Did we play this 18 years ago? Does that make sense? So I guess that's a lot of time.
Oh, hi, Lisa. Fancy
Is that crazy?
meeting you here.
Hi, Max.
Stop
How are you,
following
doll?
me. I heard Bart might be out by the Springfield
Oh, I
site.
love those ramps. I always forget to
Perhaps you'd
take
like
it.
to share some chewing gum.
Hi, Postal. Tammy, thank you. That's so nice. How are you, doll? Did you play this, Tammy? No, I do not.
Watch it, buddy.
reflexes.
Sad day for generic characters everywhere.
That's fun. This car's the best one. Oh, there's Jimbo? I wouldn't have got a PS2 if it wasn't for my elder sister, my goat, because she's 11 years older than me and she got a job and she would spoil me whenever she would visit. There's no way I would have gotten one without her. I know, Tammy, right? So cool. Bloody love it. So my goat made it happen. In the jet ski.
Lisa? My, your hair looks pointy today.
Millhouse, have you seen Bart or not?
Yeah, she wasn't a gamer.
Lisa, do you have a date for the harvest dance?
This is not a good time.
It's never a good time!
Bart always hung out at the Quickie Mart. Maybe Apu has seen him.
It's never a good time! That's so funny. Where's my car? There it is. This is such a cool car! Millhouse! Millhouse! You alright, sweetie? Yep, just climb up. God, you're so athletic. Thanks, babe. Glad you're okay. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Was that how much a PlayStation 2 was? No way. Really? Twitch, clip that. That's crazy. What? Oh my god. Kako, get some sleep. Once again, on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for your generosity and support. I know you made a lot of people's day, including me. I gotta get you. Thank you so much. I hope work's good as well. I appreciate you. Good night. The goat. Ham ahoy. That looks like titties. I'm probably overthinking things.
You have a gift for speed. Move it!
Look at his car.
Whoa, this is terrible. A
You
very
would
bad
see
man
that.
is
Mamma
delivering
mia.
roadkill to all the Krusty Burgers, which are cheaper than my Quickie Dogs.
Help Apu defeat the meat eaters. Hit and collect meat from Cletus's truck before time runs out. Ooh.
Oh, I'd better hurry. Last
Okay.
time I left this store, hoodlums put pornography in the bridal magazines.
Hello, Springfield.
Oh. Oh, who is that? I like her. What the?
I must admit, the smell of fresh air is much more pleasing
Did
than
he,
the odor
Henry?
of the hot dog machine.
The time for action is now.
This is not good for my insurance.
Yeehaw!
Jiminy crickets!
I'm gonna have to do so much babysitting to pay for that.
I love that Apu has
Clytus, bring in the pay.
his own
I
thing.
am
This
a
is so
lean,
cool.
Mean Vindaloo machine.
Huh.
Pick up, city folk.
What?
Hey, move it, Whitey.
If I finish this game on stream, it will be a beautiful moment for me because I never finished this game. Because the last mission was so hard. Yeah, full circle.
Yeehaw! Clytus, bring in the pay. Eat, pick up, city folk.
City folk.
What in the hell were you
Oh,
thinking?
Penny.
300 horses of convenient power.
I didn't practice blueprints today.
Time to move.
Chris might smoke me unless I practice tonight.
What are you trying to prove with this crazy driving?
Who was that? What the hell?
It's yeehaw! Claytus is bringing the pain. This is not good for my
That wasn't
insurance.
me. That van was out of control. Oh, Jesse, I remember so vividly that I skipped a lot of missions because I think after maybe 5 or 10 that you fail.
Professor Frink at the observatory. He seems to know everything. Except why I ever came to this jerk
True,
to
Freedom,
work.
yeah.
Please don't.
But I remember as a kid, I think after 5 or 10 fails, I don't know, it would offer you to skip that mission and you would continue the story. And I did. I didn't care. I was a kid. I was like, move it along, sister. I just want the next story. So I skipped a lot. So it makes sense when I'm like, oh, I haven't seen this. Because I skipped a lot. Chris, you know what I did last night? I'm not going to lie to you. I had a shower, but I didn't wash my face. I don't know why. And then I did my thing, played some Overwatch, cleaned up. And then I went to get into bed and I was like, fuck, I haven't washed my makeup off. And I was like, oh, I don't want to. I'll be naughty and go to bed with makeup on. And I was like, Carla, wash your face. And I did. And I felt so much better. Therefore, I promise you, it'll be worth it. It will be worth. But yeah, I skipped a lot of missions. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to end stream. Hurry back, babe. Hi, Evans. Good morning. I should go, though, within the hour. Whoopsies. I said I'm going to do a small stream today, and I'm going to be doing 7 again. Ah, well. It was fun. Because you're worth it. I gotta stretch my legs. Ugh. Hi, Frank. I don't remember this. This is mind-blowing to me. Nice handstand, babe. Oh my god. That's so cool.
Professor Frink! Professor Frink!
Let me message Chris.
My brother Bart is missing. Have you seen him?
Well, let's see now. Bart helped me build a monster and then
Bart.
disappeared in a bright light.
Wow, this is crazy. I need someone to talk to who's wise and learned. I am the Lizard Queen!
Okay. If Chris doesn't want to do the thing tomorrow, I will play more of this after Gran. But if I play with Chris, then I'll do this after... depending on when we finish, I'll do this after Chris games. Oh my god, there's... Is that Scratchy? That's crazy. I am the Lizard Queen! Me and Bart. But... I didn't practice it. I haven't yet. Whoops. Okay. He said, you'll be fine. ... Look, I know he's gonna smoke me. That's okay. What was I gonna say to you guys? What was it? I don't know. But if I can't continue this tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna finish it next week. Chris. Okay, Chris just did a... Chris just did a... Ooh. Ooh. That's foul. Okay, send that to him. Perfect. Because we all know he's going to beat me, but still. Okay. I am the Lizard Queen. Okay. But let's test this for a second, guys. Level progress. Oh god, these go so quick. Let me see if we save it to this slot. And then I have to go to my menu. My Monday, I'm seeing Mum in the morning, Tammy, but I could start later. Might beat you at Blueprints, but did he beat you in Simpsons Hit and Run? Yeah, but I'm meant to be seeing Mummy. Okay, I'm gonna quit to my menu and see if it's there. Oh, resume. Does it just save? Like, what's up? What if I click this?
I'm a very lonely man.
2003. Okay, how old was I in 2003? Resume. Oh, okay. I was in year 2. So it would have been 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I played it when I was 8. Whoa, no, I played it when I was 8. I played this game when I was 8. Guys, which means I haven't played this properly since I was 22 years ago. No wonder I don't remember things. What the hell? Jesse, yeah, the pin link up the top. I was 0. Tres leches. That's crazy. No wonder I'm like, I don't remember this. That was 22 years ago. That's crazy. What on earth? Well, I do want to continue though. I do want to continue, but I'm gonna just maybe I'll. What's the time? I guess YOLO. I guess we YOLO it up. I need to get some food though after stream. I have no food in my fridge. In me fridge. That's crazy. Oh my god. Okay. Let me just go on a little stretch break because my legs hurt. Yeah, I know. A lot of people have new plans now that we found this browser game. Tomorrow, though, I think we're doing DBD with Gran to start off. We haven't done that in a while, which will be really funny. And then after, we are doing Blueprints Bingo with Chris. And then if we have time, I'll do this, but I'm not sure I will. So next week we can run it back. But I know I think we're doing Friend Swap US Sunday. But we're locked and loaded. I'm watching this guy on YouTube who's remastering it. Yeah, I saw that. Yes. So cool. In me mum's fridge. Alright, be a boy.
I'm a very lonely man. I'm a very lonely man.
Hi, everybody. ice harness in Toronto. I think it's a goose. Okay.
You know where my family lives?
Whiskers! Whiskers! Yup! Yup! Whiskers! Yup! Rah! Rah! Okay, no, sorry. How are you? Sorry, my bad. Guys, we are playing Simpsons Hit and Run! KFC, Patch, Blueprints. Someone made it a browser game, which is crazy. I didn't shit. Sorry, guys. I wish I could say I did. I didn't. But I have an LCM, which is cool, which I think they call them Rice Krispies over there. I mean, look, I did post a reel on the gram if you want to like it. Because it is a sponsored reel, but no need. What were you doing today, Whiskey? I giga-liked it. Thank you so much. My Wii Fit told me I can't eat these. Guys, I want to do a Wii Fit stream. God, I'm trying to get this. Okay. Sorry. Chris, go for me. Blueprints. Great. Oh, is there ads? No! Sorry, guys. Really bad timing. I was playing Desktop Explorer. Wait, what is that, by the way? Like, what? Is it a puzzle? Like, is it scary? Alex Fangs!
Put your ass away, child!
Whoa!
Alex Fangs just subscribed.
Is there jump scares? I'm scared. Thank you, Alex. That's really lovely. What the hell? Thank you, my goat. Welcome in. Whimsical and puzzly. Gonna take another day. What? How many streams? 3? Wait, that's so funny. I think so. Because I saved it. And then I clicked the link again.
Hi, everybody.
And it said, hold. It did that. So I think so. Got you. Thank you, Alex. Guys, LCMs used to be thick. What happened to them?
Hi, everybody.
I can hear Whiskey go, bloody starving. That'll be fun, Chris. Little, 3-way prints. Shrinkflation, real. Bloody starving. Okay, let's see if it resumed. I'm worried it won't be. Thank you for the raid though, my go, and thank you, Alex. Oh, it did save. Okay, interesting. I'm nervous that it's not going to save though. But, I mean, is it okay?
Grandpa, can you help me find Bart? He's missing.
Maybe I'm just a senile old man, but Bart's lucky red hat fell out of that black car.
Wow, Grandpa, what a great clue. You showed why senior citizens are valuable members of the community.
Simpsons
My
glidden
baby teeth are
run.
growing back. That's why I had to punch that nurse.
I better use something big
Jeffy,
if I want to take that
you're
car
right.
out. Like that school bus.
Oh, I always have to buy something in this game. Good. I realized that the last time I properly finished this game, even though I never finished it because I was bad at it, was 22 years ago. Unk. While you were 2 getting your diapers changed, I was running around Springfield on my PS2. No, I'm joking. But I honestly, like, what the hell? That's crazy to me. Okay, I need to get that car. How do you get it? Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Toontown. Ah. Toon.
Wow. I need to work on my cardio.
Move it.
That's what the Wii Fit told us every day when I was 8. By the way, I do want to do a Wii Fit stream one day. And I can't believe we did that as kids. That's crazy. Bye, Cass. I'll see you tomorrow. I appreciate you. I don't remember Toontown. Ah. Where is... How do I get this? Every 5 subs, Carla will step back on the Wii Fit scales. Whoa, what just happened to that? Oh, it's a thing. Never mind. How do I unlock this?
I could sure use a pony right now.
A pony?
Sweet forward momentum. Move it!
Because that $ is... for clothes, right? Or am I a silly sausage?
Watch where you're going.
I might be a silly sausage. Yogo Alley. A person with a $. Okay. Sorry.
Time to move.
Aloha, no. Ah, my God. So stoked. And you can play it on your browser too. Which is even better. Nothing complicated. All right. Hello. Yep. God, I'm good. I never finished it though, because there was this level at the end that was really hard, so finishing it will be really great. I want to go up there, can I? Guys? Yes. I've had a lot of people come and say the same thing, actually. I'm gonna get more coins. Just wait, guys. I want to just go... Just wait. I want to go up because I think that room has something special in it. But I could be a sock here. Just wait. All right, we're not doing this. Sorry, guys. My bad. I'll do this in my own time. Am
I old enough to drink coffee yet?
No. Sorry.
So hungry. Need federally mandated breakfast.
Crazy comms. Don't break the box in the nearby room. Wait, just one? Ooh. Can I leave one? Sorry, I thought I could do one. You can hit them twice. Should I hit that one? The specific room that was behind in the ladder room. Oh, okay, so I can hit this one? To its reload 3 hit break. Oh, got you, okay. Can I do this one? I think I can. YOLO! Alright. Wow, I don't think I ever explored the studio.
Pop would perk me up.
This is crazy. Oh, wow. I really didn't explore this as a kid, which makes a lot of sense because there are 2 people in this world. And I love both, by the way. This is not shade. This is just, like, very impressive. There are the wonderful Julias that will cover every inch of a map in a game. Get every crumb out of a game. And then there's the Carlas, who sometimes I do that, but other times I cut so many corners and I don't check things. And I think that's where I got it from as a kid, because I didn't explore anything, man.
Phew.
I did not explore anything.
In the gym.
But now I'm replaying this. I'm a bit of a Julia. Like I want to see more.
Wow. I need to work on my cardio.
Are these just standing here? What is this? I love how they gave them 2 different shoes and that's a different person. That's funny.
I could sure use a pony right now.
No, I haven't.
I have a need for speed. Car speed.
Okay, let's keep going.
I go, girl.
I go girl is so funny. What? I'm gonna start saying that. I go girl. Yeah, Bean, exactly. I'm gonna 100% it. Fuck, no, I'm not.
Hey!
Yeah, I don't remember playing as Lisa.
How'd you like a newspaper upside your head?
Being real. No, honestly.
Look out!
No, I gotta reload every mission. Like, once I finish the game, I'm going to reload and then find everything. Hi, Gil.
The wolf is at old Gil's door.
Oh, I can't. Where's the truck? Oh, you can't get the bus? Oh, do I have to go? Oh, I have to go see Otto. I'm a silly Billy. My bad. How do I go see Otto? This whole time. Sorry, guys. Whoopsies.
Hey,
Sorry.
eyes on the road, jerk.
No, Thomas, but the link at my pin in my pin chat is a browser game. Oh, was I going in the right? Okay, well, I'll go this way. Slay, even better.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Thank goodness for seatbelts.
I don't think you're wearing one, Lisa. Hits car cutely. That's me. Wait, did I just see a thing up there? Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. This is Rocket Leg.
I need speed, more speed. I need speed, more speed.
I know. Dialogue's too good. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Walking is so PC.
There's the fish. Like, how beautiful is this game for 2003? Like, gorgeous. That's crazy.
Otto, I know I'm a little young to be asking this,
Look, I don't have any special brownies left. I ate them all.
but do you think I can use your school bus?
Oh, right. Cool. Meet my price and she's all yours, little lady.
That's crazy. Love it. Destroy the black sedans to find a clue.
Let's just do this thing.
Black sedans. Oh. They're waiting for me. No, you're fine. I always say to people,
Not too slow, just right. Oh, Mom.
Unless I say out loud, please
Sweet.
don't backseat.
Forward momentum.
Fill up the backseat. I'm all good. You're welcome to. Ooh, that was a good one. Oh, shit. My sacred herb brownies. I'll back your seat. Well, finally. Jesus. Stop. Okay. Oh.
Ow, my hair.
Sorry.
Watch where you're going. Speed, glorious speed. Gotta go.
Jesse! I swear.
I'd move if I were you.
Watch it, buddy.
I swear it's not easy. I swear the driving is just hard. I don't have a good track record though, so it's so fair you don't believe me. Dora! Yes, we are. And it's on a browser, which just means everyone can be involved. So fun. Oh shit.
I never saw these guys before. Kid power.
Oh, I don't know. I can't afford 50 bones. Sorry, guys.
What?
Sorry, sir. Okay. We're back at it again. There's no one driving that car! They predicted Teslas and Waymos. Fuck. It was right in front of us.
This is the worst town in America.
Well, Bart gets blamed for that. Oh, the guilt.
Oh, honey. Oh, God. How can I not hit pedestrians? They're just all over the boardwalk.
Oh, dear. Thank goodness for seatbelts.
Sad day for generic characters everywhere.
These guys are everywhere. Oops.
Yep. I ran away
Now
from the
I'll probably have to go to Vassar.
Grand Auto Grand Theft Auto. Yep. No, yeah, the cars are painful. Oh my God.
Lisa Simpson at your service. Time to move.
Maybe people should run out of the way. Exactly. Oh no. Hold.
Not the car.
Wait, guys, all good. Yeah, they are similar, Pixel. They are. It was a good game. I don't remember Road Rage very much. But I played all the Simpson games because I was a mega fan.
Sorry.
Apart from boxing, apparently. I don't remember that one. Oh my God, 4 a.m. Have a good sleep, doll. Sorry about my crashes.
Takes more than that to kill me.
Oh. Oh my God, girl. Why is this mission so hard?
I hope those were recyclable.
I'm so sorry. I have no idea what's happening. Simpsons we hit and they run.
Hello, Springfield.
Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry. Watch this.
Oh, my. I'm gonna have to do so much babysitting to pay for that. I go,
Watch
girl.
streak! Yep! Thanks, doll. Oh, perfect.
There goes my college money.
That worked like a charm. Drive to the Aztec Theater. I'm driving. You're right. I've been a little stinky sock. Bang! Oop.
I am so sick of this happening.
Watch where you're going. Oh, for the love of pound cake.
Hey, watch it.
My bad. I've never seen her do that. Okay, sure.
Ow, my hair.
Look out!
Exactly. Oh.
Lawbreaker!
I hope I can buff that out.
All right, we're fine.
I hope those were recyclable.
We're fine, guys. Don't stress.
What the heck were you thinking?
All good. What'd you call me?
Ow, my hair.
Watch it, buddy.
Stunning.
This is the worst town in America.
You better run.
All right. Loser. Oh, hey. Hit and run.
Sweet forward momentum. Uh-oh, I need a little help here. Ow!
What the hell? Brake check. Brake checking.
Time to move.
Brake checking. The cops.
Oh, come on!
You almost hit a person. Not again.
What an idiot.
Sorry.
Guys, I'm a pro. Why were we worried?
Oh, no! I didn't mean to be rude, but step on it. But I was just getting started.
Oh, hey. Guys. Please do not call me a flop. I am goated. I'm so sorry. Almost, girl. All right, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Guys, lock in. I need you to lock in. Gotta lock in. All right. If I can do this at 8, I can do this at 30. Although, I think I skipped this mission.
The time for action is now.
Because I don't remember it. I'm not skipping now. Watch this. Look away, look away.
Go, girl.
All right. Now you're gonna see
Gotta go.
the best at it at work. Stunning. Okay. No, no, it's good. It's fine. How many? Are there 3 or 4? Hopefully just 3. If it's more than 3, I might cry. But it's okay. We'll do it. I'm finally finishing this game. I'm not giving up. I gave up when I was 8. I'm not giving up now. I love how they have no driver. That's really funny.
I need speed. More speed.
It's okay to be vulnerable.
More liberal guilt.
Crazy. Fuck.
I need speed. More speed.
Okay. I'm going cross-eyed. I'm on it. Me when I.
I've gotta go. Sweet forward momentum.
We're fine, we're fine. Oh, where did they go? Oh no. Alright, let's see if I can go around.
Look out! Watch it, buddy.
Careful! This is what
Incoming bad guy. Speed, glorious speed.
I can't afford this. Juked him. Juked him. Juked him. Juked. No! Okay. Now. I know this looks bad. I gotta lock in. And I think I've been locked out, quite frankly. Let me raise. I know what will help me. This is Whiskey's high-tech nail clipper that I accidentally swiped from him in Japan. But it's okay because he stole my hat. So we both have memorabilia. This is sacred and it will get me past this level. They're good, aren't they, Dougals? They're great. But anyway, these are the sacred clippers. And I believe this is also my cat's paw. The power of Mimas. Get me through this mission, Mimi. Get me through this mission. All right, we're fine. We got this. Yeah, Chris, true. Chris has Anthony's brush. Whiskey has my hat. I have Whiskey's clippers, and I'm sure there's other things. Can we burn the clippers? Ooh.
Let's just do this thing. Kid power!
All right. Go on, I dare you.
Thank goodness for seatbelts.
I double dog dare ya. All right. My God, how do you feel? I can't wait for my shower. It's hair wash day. God, I would love a slice of pizza being fed to me right now. That would cure my ailments.
Not the car!
Okay. I wish. Toadie! It's, if you look at... I don't know if you can see, you might be on mobile, but the pin chat has the link.
I'm gonna have to do so much babysitting to pay.
It's just a browser game, which is so
Hey,
cool.
I'm just a little girl.
No, I know, Matrix. I totally get it.
Girl.
It's okay. I can't. I'm too scared of shortcuts anyway.
I'm so sick of this happening.
This is the worst town in America.
I love John Shower. He's my goat. Hi, Cammy. Yay, I'm glad you're home. Sorry you weren't feeling well. Not my goat. Not my goat not feeling well.
Sweet forward momentum. Time to move.
Yeah, true, Matrix, yeah. I usually use the crusty glasses, the glass panes, usually. Or I did for Homer's missions. These missions I'm just notoriously bad at. I love when I try to, like, push them into a wall and then I miss and then I get myself anyway.
I hope Bart gets blamed for that.
How did that not do damage? Oh, they're so good. Surely a milli, right? More. How much was this game back then? Wait. hold. I'm gonna see. How much was Simpsons Hit and Run for PS2 2003? Oh, 50 USD. 50 US. What? So 70 AUD in 2003? What? Really? That's what it says on the internet, but I don't know if that's right. Hi, Ali. It made 500 million copies and sold 10 million copies. What? That's a lot. Is that right? Apparently it was 50 USD. I don't believe it though, because I feel like that's really expensive for for 22 years, 28,
Could you hurry
22
up? I'm
years
gonna
ago.
be tardy.
But also,
Stupid glass ceiling.
I just saw the timer. Okay, sorry. I'm really... Whoopsies, my bad. It's okay. Wait, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like that is a lot for back then. I'm glad you think the same. Run. Historical prices. Wait, I'm going to Wikipedia. Wow. They're pretty spenny. Oh, that was the norm? Oh, God. Okay. How much was a PS2? Let me see. $2003. That's crazy. It was $329 in Australia after the price cut. So it used to be $399 and it went down to $329 in 2003. Wow. Oh, there you go, Jeffy. Okay, maybe it was interesting. Okay. Families only bought it because DVD player. Yeah, true. True.
Lisa Simpson at your service.
I do apologize, guys, that I'm taking forever on this, but hey, you know what? We'll get there. I feel like 2 minutes isn't enough time. I guess it's plenty if you don't crash over and over. Perfect, okay. Whoa, PS... Whoa. The Nintendo Wii was 500 in AUD. I remember. Journey! Hi, Luke!
Watch where you're going.
I just got called a poopy face. Deserved. Okay.
Hey!
Oh, you get timed when you're on a race. Okay, that's good.
Ow, my hair.
Or when you're chasing. That's nice. I haven't noticed. I didn't notice, sorry.
Ow, my hair.
I'm gonna start saying ow my hair.
Oh no! Hey, watch it.
Oh shit.
Who are these people? Thank goodness for seatbelts.
Fuzz, I don't need this right now, Fuzz!
You better run.
What the hell?
Bully.
ridiculous! Destroys bus cutely. That's actually crazy. This sucks and blows. That was a good Nelson impression. Okay. I would love to finish this mission because there is no way I finish this at 8. Sorry. I definitely quit. Thank God. Alright. Mr. Burns Casino. What the hell? Oh, perfect. Oh, thank the good Lord. Chief, I'm over this shit. Oh, Smithers is there too. If you lock in, you can finish at 8. Wait, the whole game?
Excuse me, Chief Wiggum? Can you help? I've got to find my brother.
Sorry, little girl. I'm busy collecting evidence on Jailbird. We're busting him on the 3 strikes law.
How many strikes do you have so far?
No strikes. But that's only because I'm a very, very bad
Gritty,
cop.
that's so funny.
Now.
Get in the vehicle. Oh, cool. Follow Snake and find 3 strikes of evidence against him. Don't miss any items. I will kick him when I'm back.
Hello, Springfield.
They love driving in this game.
Sweet forward momentum.
Hi, loser.
Sorry.
Oh, you're kidding.
Brian
Oh.
doesn't take a vacation.
Oh, fuck. Hi guys, welcome back to my first playthrough. Today we're trying Slithery Sleuthing. Let's go.
The time for action is now.
Okay.
Strike 1.
Nice,
Counterfeit
nice,
designer
nice.
jeans. The foulest of all crimes.
Counterfeit jeans.
I hope Bart gets blamed for that.
Strike 2. Running over an elderly person without a license.
That was one time.
Ah, yes. Legally sanctioned violence. Ain't it sweet?
Fuck. No, you're joking me. You're joking.
Chill out, dude. You must be used to this by now.
I blame white men.
That's funny. Hi guys. We're back. That's hilarious. Okay.
Let's just do this thing.
Come on. Snoop.
Strike 1.
It's not a snake, right?
Counterfeit designer jeans. The foulest of all crimes. Smashy, smashy.
Sorry.
Ow! Sat on my gun. Police business. Move it. Strike 2. Running over an elderly person without a license. Look out! What's the big idea?
Come back. Nice.
Good thing this car belongs to the city.
I have 52
Maybe I'd go
seconds.
faster if I took my pants off. What do you think?
Oh no.
I
No.
speed pretty good for a
Really
cop.
good, Jeffy. Really good. Really good.
Not the car.
Hey, out of my way!
I'm so close.
Jerk. Ugh, the guilt.
Creamed him that time.
Creamed him?
Score one for Wiggum.
I hope those were recyclable.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yes. Legally sanctioned.
Oh my god, we're so
by-
close. We're so close.
Ain't
It's
it
actually
sweet?
stupid.
I hope those were recyclable.
That's
Looks
actually
like I'm not in
crazy.
the 98th percentile after all.
Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. Ah, Wiggum again. Okay.
Lisa Simpson at your service.
That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry, guys. We're fine. We're fine. This is worse than Elden Ring.
Counterfeit designer G.
Oh, wait. We can hit him earlier and get it? Oh. Oh, in that case.
It's Wiggum time.
Speed, glorious speed.
Oh.
Hello, Springfield.
Guys, I swear.
Crime doesn't take a vacation, but I do.
Oh! There's no... This is the reason I didn't finish this game when I was 8 years old.
Action is now.
Strike one.
Jeans, nice.
Counterfeit designer jeans. The foulest of all crimes.
Oh, Mom.
Tubular impact.
Mea culpa.
Ah! Alright guys, welcome. We're going to start this new mission called Slithery Sleuthing, and apparently it's so easy. So we're just going to give it a go.
Strike one. Counterfeit designer jeans. The foulest of all crimes. That's showing them what for. It's Wiggum time. Strike two. Running over an elderly person without a license. Ow! 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 Sat on my gun.
Solo.
Hi guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today we're trying Slithery Sleuthing, and apparently it's the easiest one. So all we gotta do is follow Snake and collect evidence.
Out of my way, dirtbag.
Those fucking jeans.
Hello, Springfield.
Ali. I'm really happy for him. Carla, stop. Carla, get your head in the game. You have 2 eyes. Get your head in the game, dickhead. Alrighty, let's go. I think he'll get the drop the jeans. Nice.
Strike one. Counterfeit designer jeans. The foulest of all
Nice.
crimes.
We're good. We're good. He might drop the other stuff
Smashy,
early.
smashy.
I'm gonna have to do so much babysitting to pay for that.
Item dropped. Beautiful. Nice out of the way.
Strike two.
Love
Running
this game.
over an elderly person without a license. Maybe pigs can fly. Good thing this car belongs to the city.
You bastard.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Another victim of corporate greed.
I'm not skipping. I'm not skipping. I used to skip, but that was when I was 8 and the loser.
The time for action is now.
Snaky baby.
Police business. Move it. Strike one. Counterfeit designer jeans. The foulest of all crimes. Score one.
I used to skip. When I got to these points, I would skip all the time. I hate and a loser. Yeah, drop it, pussy. Yep.
Strike two. Running over an elderly person without a license. You're just lucky I can't remember faces.
Ah! Oh, yes.
Don't be alarmed. I'm a professional.
Where's the casino?
Guy.
On my way. That's good, actually. I didn't go over the bridge.
Maniac! That's a moving violation.
That's kind of slay.
Someone call the cops. What's wrong with you? Woo! You really creamed them that time, boy.
Stop saying I
Hope
creamed
no
them.
one saw that. What's a big idea?
Sorry.
You almost hit a person. Hey, out of my way.
Guys.
And strike three. Littering.
Nice.
All right.
Needed
we
that.
got all we need on this.
Needed that.
Life. Now, about your brother. I've seen lots of mysterious government types over at the docks. Maybe they send him on a nice cruise. They got some great package deals these days. 5 buffets
Bang.
per boat inclusive.
Thanks, Chief. You are a good cop after all.
You're just saying that.
Yes, I am.
Aww. Guys, I got a message. Mia is coming back home. I can't believe they text that. Kind of crazy, but I get it. The buddy team will be returning beautiful Mia home to you in person on the 31st. 2:30 between what's the 31st? A Friday. Okay, perfect. Aww. I got an email too, apparently. Any email? Not yet. My spam, maybe? Not yet. Okay. That's okay. That's cute. Aww. Oh, Kathy's attending. Aww. That's kind of like, it's cute, but also awkward because, like, they have to come over. They're, like, hand delivering it, which is cute, but, like, hey, thanks. Oh, okay. I haven't got an email yet, but that's cute. Nice. Cool. Sweetest way to word it. I know. Oh. Okay, let me just get him. All right. What am I doing? I can't believe what happened. Oh, girl, you look so good. Yeah, you too. Damn it.
I seem to be stranded here. Can you help a sister out?
That's so cute. Sorry, sweetie. Okay. Yippee! I'm so glad I got a message of that though, because I was starting to wonder. I was like, I haven't heard. But it's only been a week, so.
I need a sick day. Careful! Oh dear.
Sorry.
I hope you get Scrimshawed a ticket.
Chief
the
Brigham
hell?
said there was some strange stuff going on around here. Have you noticed anything weird? You know, black sedans, guys with dark glasses.
Yar. Maybe
Yar.
I've seen something and maybe I haven't. Render me a favor. And it
Freedom,
might
Henry, yes.
remember.
What favor?
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Barita0986 just subscribed. Only 25 months? Oh.
Thank you, my god. Only? That's 2 years. Wow. Thank you, doll. Are you finished work? Oh my god, it's nearly 6 p.m. Holy shit. Save the sea captain's fish, collect all fish before time runs out. It's literally just collecting things before time runs out. And I'm bad at all of them.
Let's just do this thing.
Get into my vehicle. Oh, 22 fish.
One fish delivered to a happy home. Kid power! Time to move. Look at me, I'm flying.
I know, but how funny.
Let's go, girl.
Babe, what?
Watch it.
Plenty of good living here.
How'd you like
Now you'll never be fried and served.
Oh my
with tartar sauce.
god.
Hey,
Burrito jealous.
Next time,
Wait,
watch out
Lisa
for
is
this,
dressed like
dummy.
Whiskey.
Turn for the wild.
My goat.
There goes my college money.
In a minute. Oh, I'm so hungry. Holy shit, I might need to... I didn't mean to get stuck in a chokehold with this game. I was meant to do a small stream today. Abby! Sorry you can't sleep, doll. To be fair, this is OG Carla, so that's exciting that it's happening again. Oh, I'm not finishing
Savor
this.
your freedom, my cold-blooded friends. Watch where you're going. Well, that's that. Now maybe that two-bit Ahab will tell me what he knows.
Oh no, I'm not getting this.
Oh no! You
I
can't
stuffed up
keep
at the
me
start.
down. Nobody can.
I stuffed up! Don't back out now, Beck is so funny. Say no more. I'm getting hungry. Simpsons Road Rage next? I'm down. Don't have to tell me twice. I'm interested. Okay. I'll try this. Hopefully I can... How many levels, things do I have until the next
Lisa
level
Simpson
though? Because
at
maybe
your
I finish when I reach the next level and then
One fish
continue
delivered
it
to a
next
happy
time.
home. Have a good life.
Okay. I think we're close.
Plenty of
I think
good
this is
living
5 or
here.
6 out of 7. It's been so fun today. I didn't mean to do as much enrichment as I did, but
Now you'll never be
God,
fried
that was
and served
fun.
with
I had a
tartar
great
sauce.
time. I gotta do heaps of editing tonight though,
Next
but it's
time,
looking
watch out for nets, dummy.
like I'll be editing
Return
tomorrow.
for the wild.
But I can try and get some in before I sleep. I do have to wash my hair as well. True, I said mega enrichment. True, true, true. Jeffy, I know. Maybe I'll do some editing and Overwatch can be my my treat. Reward.
Ow, my hair. Sweet.
This game's so
forward
good,
momentum.
abs. Oh my god, he ran me off the road. I love Overwatch, Jesse. I've been off and on enjoying it for a few years, but I would say this year is my I stopped in November of last year,
Goodness for seat belts.
but I think
Time
it's
to move.
officially like locked in now.
Get out of the way!
God, this one's a hard one.
Love of pound cake. You're going too slow. Savor your freedom, my cold-blooded friends.
Oh, stop it, stop it.
Now I'll probably have to go to Vassar.
That was so close. Wow, that was so close. All right, the crash sent me back, yeah. All right, here's the deal. I'm going to try one more time. Hopefully we finish it. If not, that's okay. We go again next time. But Mummy has a lot of editing to do. So I need to skedaddle. However, tomorrow we are with Granny to start off with. And then we have some Chris games. If I have time, I'll definitely play this after Chris games. If not, next week's looking real good and locked in. Retry. Let's do it. We need this.
Hello, Springfield.
It's gonna be a stunning night.
A happy home.
I just gotta lock in on... I gotta lock in on my editing too. I can't slip.
The time for action is now.
I was meant to do a 4-hour stream today and then edit all afternoon, and then I got a bit too locked in.
Have a good life. All for Lisa.
No regrets though. I've had a beautiful time. Sometimes the stream,
Plenty of good living here.
a stream that extends like this are the best streams because you don't plan on it.
Now you'll never be fried and served with tartar sauce.
Lisa.
Next time, watch out for nets, dummy. Return to the wild.
Dummy?
I hope I can buff that out.
That's crazy. I swear it's not me. I swear.
Let's just do this thing. One fish delivered to a happy home. I go, girl. I need speed.
Don't worry.
Lisa Simpson at your service.
Guys, do me a favor, play this game, report back to me because
Hello, Springfield.
this is crazy.
One fish delivered to a happy home. Have a good life. I won't question the value of this activity.
Okay, we're so back.
Plenty of good living here.
Hey!
What?
It does not support controller unless I didn't do it right.
Now you'll never be fried and served with tartar sauce.
Look out! I regret nothing.
I regret nothing.
Next time, watch out for nets, dummy. Return to the wild.
Sorry. Sorry, sweetheart. Okay. Hold.
Ow, my hair.
Sorry. Floor it. Ooh, it's not looking good. You need every second with this mission. Fucking hell.
More speed, more speed.
We still might get it. We still might get it.
Savor your freedom, my cold-blooded friends.
Okay, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Sweet forward momentum. Lisa Simpson is never tardy. Now that's it. Now maybe that stupid Ahab will tell me what he knows.
Oh. Oh my god. If I failed that mission, I would have maybe cried myself to sleep a little bit. I clenched so hard.
I gotta go.
The light pole wasn't up. I know. I can't see.
I hope these are recyclable.
Watch it, buddy.
Okay, we're fine. Guys, we're goated, I think.
Hey, I'm just a little girl.
Guys, I'm chill like that.
This is the worst town in America.
If the trees didn't fall over, first try. If the trees didn't fall over, this would be a harder game. Good night, Freedom. Thank you for hanging today. I'll see you soon.
Thanks for delivering me catch of the day.
Me catch of the day.
I can tell ye, I saw your brother.
Really? That's great.
Aye, he was in a long black limo, and ahoy, there she drove.
Destroy the black lemon and 5 baht. Fuck's sake. Last mission, you say? Last mission.
The time for action is now.
There's no shot I can destroy it with this car, but...
Speed, glorious speed. Darn it.
anything can happen.
Gotta go.
Velcro, no, I'm being naughty. I had to edit. Whoopsies.
Slow down, bully. Careful. I have
There's no way.
This isn't right at all. Kid power.
Is that the... That's a police guy. I actually forgot the story.
Time to move.
I forgot the story of this game.
Oh, Mom. I hope Bart gets blamed for that.
Ooh, I'm smoking.
Watch where you're going.
I'm smoking.
Girl. Sweet forward momentum.
Look out!
All right, we're fine. We're locked back in. They're slowing down for me. That's so funny.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Buddy. This is the worst town in America.
As if. Yeah, Lisa, get him. That's me, girl. Oh my god, so close.
But I was just getting started.
All right, that's okay. That's okay. We actually need to get we need to get the other car, but also I think I can do it.
Let's just do this thing. Ow! Time to move. I go, girl.
Oh, the phone is there. Ooh, okay. Okay, noted. I'm gonna try. I just gotta get him into walls earlier.
Sad day for generic characters. How'd you like a newspaper upside your head?
Sorry. There goes my college money.
Fuck it. Oh no, it doesn't restart. Damn it. Okay.
Hey!
My bad.
Look out!
What a game. Don't panic, guys.
Thank goodness for seatbelts. Oops. I need speed. More speed.
I'm trying, Lisa.
Oh no!
All right. 6-year-old loser Carla will be fuming. Fuming. Come on, loser. Yeah. Hey, loser. All right, cool. Faster than last time.
I need speed. More speed.
crazy spot for them to... Jesus. Imagine if I exploded, I would have laughed. 7 whoopsie doopsies, honestly. Crazy. I don't remember any of this. This is really fun.
God, I destroyed the limo and killed Bart.
No murderer ye be. He wasn't in the limo. He got out and he boarded that ship.
Can you take me there?
Nah, I hate the sea.
Oh. Board the sea panker. What?
Yeah, the trade winds have pushed you off course a little bit.
Hey, watch out!
Find Bart and talk to him.
Sweet forward momentum.
How do we get on there? Madman. Oop.
Eyes on the road, jerk.
Watch it, buddy. No.
The hell?
Bart, I found you.
If Chun's is still here.
Bart, snap out of it. Oh, I gotta wake him up. Bart, how old are you? What's
I
your
know,
favorite
Striker.
catchphrase?
Kiss my grits.
I know.
It's no use. His brain is even more
I know, I did
broken
not
than
expect
usual.
that at all.
I
That was
can do is
crazy.
take you home and get you a diaper. Oh yeah, I got my mojo working now.
Mojo. I'm going back and doing all of this. You can, can't you? Wow, this game really put me in a chokehold, huh? Oh, yeah, it does. You're right. Serious Schaefer. Yay, I'm Marge! That's exciting. Okay. Yippee! Well... Wow! What a day! To be honest, I really don't want to end. However, I gotta keep up with editing and be good, you know? So I gotta behave. But I love you guys. This was so fun. I'll play some tomorrow if I can. If not, I'll definitely play US Sunday. I know, 7, because that was the last mission. Thank you guys. This was so fun. We had so much enrichment today. If you haven't seen the full stream, I do recommend going back. It was crazy. It was so much fun. I've been loving doing different stuff lately. And by different stuff, I mean just doing more just chatting and seeing where the stream takes us. Even though I love a plan, but it's good to switch it up a little bit. So I feel enriched. Me too. We're going to go say hello to Trash. They're playing Final Fantasy. Thank you, Jesse. I'm so excited to keep playing it. Thank you, Henry, for me said we got ads. Oh, sorry. Thank you for pointing me in this direction. This was so great. Thank you, 7. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow, my loves, for another immaculate enrichment day, although we have games with pals tomorrow, so it'll be really fun. I love you. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.